Hey guys, welcome to a new video. Like, comment and subscribe if you enjoy. Without any further interruptions, enjoy the What If. Chapter 36. Battle on the Togetsukiyo Bridge. Naruto stared at Sao Sao with what he hoped was a suitably incredulous look. I'm a threat, so you'll remove me? Dude, are you even listening to yourself? That was like the most cliched line in the history of cliched lines spewed by corny villains in low-budget action flicks ever. His words had the effect of making Kiba snort into his hand, while Issei outright laughed and even Asia giggled a little bit. Irina looked a tad incredulous, but even she broke into a resigned smile. Kuno just seemed shocked. She was staring at him with her big, wide eyes like she couldn't believe he was insulting their enemy. A vein appeared on Sao Sao's forehead. Your insults haven't changed at all, but I'm done talking to you. Leonardo, I'll let you handle the devils. A boy with dark skin stepped forward. He looked pretty young, though that was mostly because he was so short compared to everyone else. His grayish-blue hair was cut short and messy, leaving his purple eyes visible. The clothing he wore was the same school uniform as Sao Sao and the others. However, he'd thrown a jacket with a hood over it. Without warning, shadows appeared underneath the boy's feet, rapidly expanding across the ground like the tendrils of an abominable monster. Everyone, be careful, Naruto warned. That boy has the Annihilation Maker. I've heard about it from Azazel. It's a powerful sacred gear. It allows him to create a countless number of monsters based on his imagination. That sounds like a troubling sacred gear, Kiba mumbled as he created a pair of swords in his hands, one holy and one demonic. You are correct, Sao Sao said with a laugh. This boy carries one of the Longinus. It's not the same as my true Longinus, but it is a deadly sacred gear nonetheless. I don't believe you have been acquainted with its power yet, Naruto. The shadows continued to grow, soon covering the entire Togetsukiyo Bridge. Then the shadows writhed like living creatures, expanded, and took shape. Arms appeared from out of the shadows. They landed on the ground and flexed as though pulling something out of a deep ocean. Next came the heads. Wide gaping jaws and glowing red eyes appeared from the surrounding shadows, followed by a neck, shoulders, and a torso. It was not long before these monsters fully emerged from the ground. Naruto decided to call these creatures shadow monsters since they had black skin and emerged from the shadows at Leonardo's feet. They were bipedal. Their solidly built bodies were covered in thick muscle and rough hides. Naruto noticed their sharp claws and teeth as the monsters formed a line and stood at the forefront of the battlefield. I want all of you to be careful, Naruto said. Annihilation Maker and the other sacred gear, Dimension Lost, are incredibly dangerous. How so? Asked Issei. His sacred gear was already out, the Red Dragon Emperor gauntlet glistening in the misty world they found themselves in. Annihilation Maker is a lot like Kiba's sword birth. However, where Kiba can create countless swords, this boy can create countless demonic beasts of various strength and power. All it requires is imagination. He could even create one of those massive, fire-breathing monsters that are over 100 meters tall. Ever seen Godzilla? It's like that. Dimension Lost is even worse. That mist of his can transfer people straight into the dimensional gap. Imagine if someone had the power to cover an entire country with mist. They could send it straight to the dimensional gap and the country and its people would be destroyed. Issei, Kiba, Asia, and Irina all paled. Kuno was also quite pale, but she was spending most of her time glaring at Sao Sao. Fortunately, no one here is at that level, Naruto assured them. While I was being held captive, I made sure to get as much information on these people as possible. They're definitely tough customers, but they aren't like those broken characters you see in some video games. So, what do we do? Asked Irina. How do we defeat this sacred gear user? Though her words said she was focused on the battle at hand, she only had eyes for Xenovia, who stood alongside the other hero faction members. Irina hadn't taken her eyes off the blue-haired woman since she appeared. The best way to defeat Annihilation Maker is to target the user. According to all the information I gathered while in captivity, Leonardo hasn't mastered using his sacred gear yet. If he had, the hero faction would have created multiple armies and attacked every faction by now. We have to take him out before he can mature. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Of course, Leonardo does have one specialty. Sao Sao's lips slowly peeled into a smile, sardonic and twisted though it was. I see you didn't just let yourself be captured for kicks like I first suspected. The man narrowed his eyes. I wonder how much you know. I know enough. Naruto shrugged, not letting in on the fact that half the reason he knew so much was because Valley, Kuroka, Baiko, and Fei-chan had fed him a good portion of that information. Really, the only person who hadn't helped him was Arthur. That may have been his fault. Arthur was such a stuck-up prick that Naruto couldn't help but tease him. In either event, Naruto knew everything the members of Team Valley knew. Cao Cao narrowed his eyes. You're pretty good. I guess you don't call yourself a ninja for nothing. He glanced at the shadow monsters, primed and ready to attack the members of Ryusgrimori's peerage at a moment's notice, and then back at him. You are correct. Leonardo still hasn't fully mastered his power. That said, he does have one specialty, as you said, creating monsters that target his opponent's weaknesses. I like to call them anti-monsters. He grinned. And these current demonic beasts were made specifically to counter devils. As if his words were some kind of cue, one of the monsters opened its mouth. Naruto only had a brief instant to realize what was about to happen. His eyes widened. Everyone get behind me. Naruto didn't have time to look back as he held out his hands and channeled wind chakra through them. He mixed the chakra with demonic power, creating a massive wall of wind composed of over several million tiny magic circles. In that instant, a beam of light shot from the beast's mouth and slammed into the wind shield. Naruto grunted as he slid back slightly. The beam continued pushing against his barrier, crackling and hissing as it tried to break through. If his shield had been made entirely of demonic power, it might have done just that, but Naruto's shield was composed mostly of chakra. It wasn't demonic by nature. The barrier held. That was a light attack. Issei exclaimed. No way, Irina muttered. That's the same kind of power angels have. Naruto took a calming breath. I see I wasn't the only one gathering information. Cao Cao smirked. Of course not. Every good strategist knows that having information on your enemy is the key to victory. I had Leonardo here create monsters that could help him gather intel on our enemies. All that data was then compiled for him to use in his sacred gear, allowing him to create anti-monsters. Tapping his spear on the ground, Cao Cao chuckled. The current anti-devil anti-monsters can produce light attacks equivalent to a mid-class angel. If Naruto could have cursed, he probably would have. It looked like he'd underestimated Cao Cao. Granted, it wasn't hard to do. This guy screamed arrogant prick. That kind of person almost always overestimated themselves, and so Naruto hadn't given him too much thought, despite knowing about how powerful he was. That was his bad. Knowing that battle would be upon them once this very necessary pre-battle banter was out of the way, Naruto formulated a plan of action. Aiz, I want you to quickly enter your balance breaker. Kiba, you'll be protecting Aiz while he enters it. After that, I'll be relying on you, Aiz, to take care of those monsters while Kiba protects Asia and Kuno. Got it, Issei said as he clenched his gauntlet-covered hand. Boost. It seems you have a plan. Kiba created several more swords, though he only held the two. I'll follow your lead. What about me? Asked Irina. She already had the short sword Kiba had made for her in hand. Her angel wings were also out. Naruto didn't say anything, but he noticed that a small portion of her wings had turned black, just a few feathers, but still. I'm going to cut a path through these monsters so I can take on Heracles, Georg, Sigrid, and Jean. Follow me in. I'll take you straight to Xenovia so you can make her see reason, with your fists if you have to. Naruto. Irina's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I have just one question, Kiba said. Naruto frowned. What is it? Who is going to take on Cao Cao? Don't worry, Azazel is going to handle him. As if his words had been some kind of cue, a massive spear of light pierced the ground where Cao Cao had been standing, had been because he leapt back before the attack could hit him. Oddly enough, the bridge did not receive any damage. Naruto assumed Azazel had cancelled his attack the moment it missed so it wouldn't destroy the bridge everyone was standing on. Everyone looked up as Azazel swooped down, a spear in his hand. He slammed it against Cao Cao's holy spear, the true Longinus, creating a violent shock wave that rippled outward. It was powerful enough that the Katsura River was disturbed. Waves crashed against the bridge, causing water to spray violently into the air. Ho! Cao Cao grinned as he pushed his spear against Azazel's, who had the advantage of gravity on his side. Not even a proper greeting before you attack. That shows poor form, Governor General. That's former Governor General, and you have no right to talk about poor form, given your rude hit-and-run attacks against our faction. I suppose you have a point. The two began attacking each other in quick succession, more shock waves spreading across the bridge, causing it to rock. Azazel took to the sky soon, forcing Cao Cao to follow him as they took their battle further away. With the initiation of the battle between Azazel and Cao Cao, the others decided it was time to fight as well. The shadow monsters surged forward to attack them en masse. It was like watching a wall of darkness press closer. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Several dozen Narutos surged forward, meeting the shadow monster army head-on. Rasengan. They created a Rasengan in each hand and used them to attack with great zeal, annihilating the monsters as if they were nothing. Body parts flew through the air as the Narutos, running in a spear point formation, plunged into their depths. Once they breached the army, the Narutos spread out and widened the gap. Then, from within that gap, the real Naruto flew out with Irina following close behind him. He's coming. Heracles rushed forward to meet Naruto, his hand already pulled back to punch him. I'm going to pay you back for what you did to me. Heracles threw a punch, a straight jab that moved at speeds so fast it broke the sound barrier, but Naruto slipped underneath the attack and slammed a Rasengan into the underside of the man's forearm. As Heracles held and pulled his hand back, Naruto slid beneath the man and kicked his legs out from underneath him. The massive man fell onto the bridge with a loud thud that rocked the Togatsukyo. In a one-on-one match, Naruto would have finished this man by slitting his throat with a kunai. That didn't happen here. Jean and Siegfried attacked Naruto in a pincer maneuver. The silver-haired swordsman was swinging Gram, the strongest demon sword in the world. Meanwhile, Jean was attacking him with a holy sword she had created from her sacred gear, Blade Blacksmith. Naruto ducked underneath Siegfried's swing. However, Jean appeared to have anticipated what he would do, for she was attacking exactly where he appeared upon dodging. Her blade pierced right through his head. Gotcha, Foxy. Jean's cry of victory turned into a scream of shock when Naruto disappeared and a log took his place. You should never let an opponent get behind you, Naruto whispered behind her. The woman froze for 1 second, but 1 second was all Naruto needed. Senin Garashi, Leaf Village Secret Finger Jutsu, 1000 Years of Death. What the hell kind of technique is that? Jean's face as Naruto jabbed his fingers straight up her ass was a sight to behold. Her entire face contorted in a mixture of shock, pain, and humiliation before she was launched into the air like a missile. She held her hands to her abused butt as she flew well over the bridge and slammed into the water. A large splash went up. Ha 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 ha. Naruto placed his hands on his hips, thrust out his chest, and laughed. Nobody can withstand the most powerful of techniques. How did you like it? Did you enjoy having my fingers shoved up your rectum? As an enraged cry from somewhere in the water echoed around the battlefield, Siegfried and Heracles attacked him in concert. Naruto slipped around Heracles' punch and launched a heel kick into the man's chest. It didn't do much. Heracles was quite durable, and so the most it did was push him back, but Naruto used that space to avoid Gram, which the silver-haired pretty boy swung at him. Of course, it wasn't just Gram that Naruto had to worry about. Balmung, another powerful demon sword, suddenly appeared in Naruto's face, though he avoided the attack with a quick substitution jutsu. Balmung drilled through the log with ease, a powerful whirlwind expanding outward as it blew the log apart. Oh, blessed log! Naruto clapped his hands together in prayer. I thank thee for thine sacrifice. May you forever shine in log heaven. Naruto had scarcely finished praying to the log when several dozen magic circles appeared around him. From each magic circle came a wide and diverse range of powerful attacks. Ice, fire, light, darkness, every conceivable magic he could think of flew at him, exploding against the very ground he'd been standing on. Did that get him? Asked Georg as he stared into the expanding cloud of destruction. What do you think? Asked a voice behind him. Georg froze, and in that moment, the person who'd been standing behind him attacked. Rasengan. Naruto's swirling blue ball of energy slammed into Georg's back and sent him sailing. The man didn't scream in pain, oddly enough, but the attack launched him clear across the bridge. He slammed into the ground, tumbled along, and then hit the railing, which cracked underneath the force. As Georg broke through the rail and plummeted into the waters below, Naruto found himself with little time to celebrate. Heracles and Siegfried were attacking him again. Both of them were using their balance breakers, too. 4 arms had grown out of Siegfried's back. They were not regular arms, but the arms of a dragon. Held within each arm was a sword. Nothung, Tyrfing, Dane's-leg, and a light sword. Meanwhile, he held Gram in his left hand and Balmung in his right. He attacked Naruto with a series of lightning-fast slashes and jabs. Whirlwinds flew all around him. Explosions rocked the ground at his feet and caused the air to burst, and large pillows of ice shot from the ground to skewer him. Naruto moved. He danced across the ground to avoid the explosions, negated the whirlwinds with powerful wind chakra shaped like a drill, and destroyed the ice spears with Rasengans. The constant attacks from 6 different swords left Naruto with little time to counter. He replaced himself with another log, hoping it would give him some breathing room, but Heracles had been waiting for just such an occasion. His body glowing, the aura surrounding him had transformed into numerous objects shaped like missiles. Heracles shouted a battle cry as he launched the missile-like projectiles at Naruto, who channeled more wind chakra into his fists and punched each missile out of the sky. The missiles detonated. The explosions were powerful enough to push him back. As he stumbled backward, Heracles burst out from the explosions and threw a powerful punch. Naruto crossed his arms. The punch was powerful, no doubts there. Naruto could feel it in his bones as he was lifted clean off his feet. As he soared through the air, Jean appeared underneath him. She looked awfully pissed. Not only were her clothes soaking wet, but her face was red and steam poured out of her ears. I'm going to enjoy murdering you. Balance breaker. Stake victim dragon. Hundreds of thousands or perhaps even millions of holy swords appeared around Jean, swirling together and taking on the shape of a dragon that was at least 15 meters tall. It was so big that it barely fit on the bridge. The creature opened its mouth wide as Naruto flew toward it, and then it chomped down on Naruto and swallowed him whole. Yes, I got him. Jean cried out victoriously. No, you didn't. Siegfried looked up. He replaced himself again. What? Jean looked up as well to find 2 Narutos plummeting toward the ground. One of them had his hand outstretched, a swirling Rasengan floating above it, while the other was adding wind chakra into the attack. I've got this. Heracles snarled and bent his knees to jump. Except he didn't move. What the? Looking down, Heracles found nearly a dozen hands emerging from the ground to grab his legs. He barely had a second to figure out what was happening before another Naruto appeared in front of him, a giant ball of swirling blue energy held within his thrust-out hand. Udoma Rasengan. The attack slammed into Heracles, exploding with enough force to send shockwaves everywhere. Heracles was blasted clean off his feet. The clone who attacked him disappeared in a puff of smoke as its chakra was used up. While Heracles was attacked by a clone, the real Naruto finished creating his jutsu and fell upon the dragon like an avenging angel. Fuden. Rasengan. The Fuden Rasengan might have been a weaker variation of the Rasenshuriken, but it still produced millions of cutting blades that sliced through the dragon's neck. Metal squealed as his attack tore straight through the creature. As he landed on the ground, the dragon's head fell to the bridge and shattered. Of course, the dragon was still moving even without the head. It was, after all, something being controlled by Jean. Naruto leapt backward as a massive claw slammed into the ground. His dodge took him right to Jean, who attacked him with numerous lightning-quick thrusts and slashes. How are you able to dodge me? Meeting Jean's frustrated growls with a bright smile, Naruto said, how could I not dodge you? You're so slow. Jean let out a frustrated howl as she tried to attack him alongside her dragon, but Naruto dodged her next attack, and then shoved her in front of the dragon as it prepared to stomp on him. The dragon stopped attacking for fear of hitting Jean. Naruto used that time to slip beneath it. Fuden. Shinku Renpa, wind release. Vacuum serial waves. Naruto took a deep breath, then exhaled several blades of wind, rapidly moving his head from side to side so the blades would fly out at different angles. The blades sliced clean through the dragon. Each attack cut something off. A leg, the tail, a part of its torso. The dragon soon fell apart. He would have pat himself on the back, but Naruto found himself surrounded by Jean, Siegfried, Heracles, and Georg. All of them were injured in some way. George was hunched over. Heracles had a massive spiral mark on his chest. Siegfried had numerous cuts on his arms and legs, and Jean's clothing was ruined. As he looked at the enemies, he released a sigh. "I'd give anything to enter Sage Mode," he muttered. "Don't even think about it," a voice growled inside of him. "I'm not going to. I just wish I could." As he spoke those words, the 4 members of the hero faction attacked again. Devil Ninja. The moment Naruto had broken through the line of shadow monsters, Irina, who'd been following close behind him, split off and charged straight toward Zenobia. She met the woman in a clash of swords. Irina's light sword ground against Durandal, the holy sword wielded by her friend. Because Zenobia was a power fighter, she was much stronger than Irina, a technique fighter. Despite this, she strained her muscles and pushed against Zenobia's blade with all her might. Her muscles strained, veins bulged on her arms, and her legs locked up as she flexed her thigh muscles. "Why?" she all but screamed as she asked that single-word question. Zenobia looked away, causing frustration to well up inside of her heart. "Why would you do this? Why did join the hero faction? You should know why better than anyone," Zenobia said as she used her superior strength to push Irina away. She would have gone flying backward, but Irina flapped her angel wings and landed adroitly on the bridge floor several meters from Zenobia. The 2 of them faced off. However, neither of them attacked. "I see you've become an angel," Zenobia muttered in a cool voice. "Congratulations. I know that's always been your dream. You could have become an angel too," Irina said, her voice sounding as if it was on the verge of tears. "You could have joined me and become one of Michael's brave saints." Zenobia snorted as she shifted her stance. "I'm not like you, Irina. I don't have your level of devotion and faith. When I discovered that God was dead, my entire world felt like it had come to an end. Everything I had believed was a lie. What made it worse was that the church higher-ups knew about God's death and said nothing. They lied to me. How can I forgive that? So you joined the hero faction," Irina shouted as she raced toward Zenobia, tears flying from her eyes. The 2 of them met in a series of powerful attacks. Irina swung her light sword, but Zenobia destroyed it with a swing of Durandal, though all that meant was she had to create another sword. Zenobia raised Durandal into the air and brought it down, the atmosphere howling as it was rent, but Irina moved out of the way. She almost gawked as a powerful blast of energy carved straight through the bridge like it was made of paper. She'd known Durandal was a powerful holy sword, but being on the receiving end of it was a different experience entirely. "What else was I supposed to do?" asked Zenobia as she brought Durandal back around in a powerful horizontal attack. Irina flitted into the air to avoid it. "I had nothing left after that. I'm not like you, Irina. I couldn't go on pretending everything was okay after what happened. I was empty. When the hero faction asked me to join them, they said I could find a new purpose." Zenobia swung Durandal despite it not being long enough to reach Irina. However, each swing of her blade generated a powerful destructive force that flew at Irina, forcing her to weave around in the sky and dodge the attacks. Even dodging was dangerous, though. The amount of power behind those aura attacks caused the very air to burst, pushing against Irina and knocking her off course. Not giving up, Irina created several light-based weapons that resembled halos and threw them at Zenobia. The woman down below destroyed them with a swipe of Durandal. However, Irina then created a light spear and sent it hurtling toward her former partner like a javelin. Zenobia raised her blade. The light spear slammed into the flat end of Durandal, and the power behind the spear was enough that she skid backwards along the ground. When the power of the spear vanished, Zenobia lowered her sword, only to find Irina right in her face. A whirlwind of blades appeared all around them as the 2 attacked each other with increasingly sloppy swings of their swords. It was less like they were trying to injure each other and more like they were releasing all of their frustration at each other. Alongside their battle of blades was the battle of words. "I understand why you would be angry at what happened, but that doesn't mean you had to abandon us. How could I not abandon the church when the church already abandoned me by lying? They didn't have a choice. There's always a choice." The 2 were forced apart when their latest clash of blades created a near-catastrophic shockwave between them. They skidded along the bridge before stopping several meters away from each other. Running at each other again, the two met in another clash filled with blades and tears. Devil Ninja, Overbooster. Balance Breaker. Issei entered his balance breaker almost as soon as the battle started. He could feel energy flowing through him, feel his body getting stronger just by donning the armor of his balance breaker. However, he didn't charge in right away. There was something he had to do first. Asia, promote me to bishop. Yes. The moment he said those words, Asia took out a small card, one that Rias had given to her before they left on their trip. Issei felt power surge through him as his demonic power was raised past its natural limit. The reason he had chosen to be promoted to bishop was so he could focus on using long-range bombardment. A crackling sphere of energy appeared in front of Issei. It was small, but it grew to the size of a basketball quickly. Issei didn't hesitate to slam his fist into it. Dragon Shot. Burst Fire. Even though Issei didn't train in his long-range attacks often, that didn't mean he never trained or thought about creating new attacks. He'd always thought it would be cool if he had an attack that could attack multiple enemies at once. The idea had come from an anime he had watched called Dragon Go. One of the characters was able to create an attack that launched beams in a scattershot fire like a shotgun. Issei's attack did just that. Numerous beams of energy blasted from the sphere and struck the bridge, detonating with an incredible amount of force and creating gale winds that he could feel even from where he stood. A lot of anti-demon monsters were wiped from the map. Issei would have loved to cheer, but now wasn't the time for that. The kid was creating more of these shadow monsters. There has to be a limit to how much of those he can make. No power was invincible, everything had a weakness. Naruto had taught him that, and he'd taken it to heart. A power like Annihilation Maker probably relied on the user's imagination and energy to create these monsters. That meant if he ran out of energy, he wouldn't be able to make any more. However, at that moment, it seemed like there was no end to them. Just as he was thinking that, a group of women burst out from within the shadow monsters' ranks and charged at them. All of them were wearing the same school uniforms, carrying spears and swords that flashed in the light, and moving fairly quickly for humans. We'll handle you, Sekurite. Ha! Issei suddenly felt invigorated. No woman can stand up to me. Breasts, liberate your words. Bilingual. As Issei released the magic around the girls, a magical space with him at the center was deployed around him. It wasn't visible to others. Only he could see it. Come, breasts of the ladies. Let me hear your thoughts. Crying erupted from inside of him as the breasts began speaking to him. The crying was, of course, Deidrag, but Issei put his partner's tears out of his mind. We're going to use a feint to mock him and then attack all at once. I'll attack from the right. I'll hit him straight on. Issei grinned as the breasts told him exactly what his enemies would do. He felt like giving off a diabolical laugh. These women would never be able to defeat him so long as he knew what they were doing. The women charged in and attacked, but Issei was already moving. He swerved around the spear of the girl attacking him from the front, placed his hand on her clothing, and then leapt back as the girl on his left swung her sword. This took him into the range of the last girl, but he ducked underneath her attack and placed his hands on her clothing as well. Impossible. How did he dodge us? Ha ha ha. Now taste the power of my ultimate technique. Let me see them titties. Dress break. Issei activated his technique, and with a loud tearing sound, the clothes the girls were wearing was blown apart. The girls' breasts were completely exposed. This not only was a feast for the eyes, but the girls, so ashamed at being seen naked, were unable to battle because they were too embarrassed. HMPH. He guessed they really were just normal high school girls at heart. What a vulgar technique. I've never seen anything so despicable before, Kuno muttered. Ouch. That one had actually hurt a little, but Issei didn't have time to feel sorry for himself. Regardless of what anyone said, this was a legitimate technique. It also meant he didn't have to injure his opponents to win. Now, Asia, promote me to a knight. KK. Asia quickly changed Issei's promotion from bishop to knight, which he switched to because his long-range attacks had served their purpose. Now what he needed was speed. I'm going. Boosted gear. Whip. Issei launched himself into a sprint. He moved so fast the world around him became a blur. In less than a second, he was already in front of the line of antimatter monsters, and he swung the whip attached to his right arm. In most cases, one would expect a whip to strike the enemy and maybe send them stumbling backward, or wrapping around the enemy so they could be pulled off their feet. That wasn't what happened here. Issei's whip went straight through the monsters, cutting them apart like a hot knife through butter. It was so easy even he was shocked. However, he didn't have time to celebrate. More monsters were coming. A little ways off, Issei could see Naruto battling against 4 members of the Chaos Brigade. He seemed to be holding his own. However, Issei knew that was subjective. Naruto wasn't taking any damage, but it was also hard for him to damage his opponents. The 4 hero faction members were doing an excellent job of forcing him to switch targets, never letting the blonde man land a solid blow. Determined to take care of this monster problem, at least, Issei moved into the army of anti-demon monsters and began mowing them down. He stuck primarily with his whip. However, he also used Ascalon, the holy sword given to him by Michael. Spinning around, he slashed at the nearest monster, severing its head. He turned again. One monster had tried to sneak up behind him, but he ducked and attacked with his whip, cutting it down the middle. More and more monsters came. Issei cut them down in swaths. He could see Leonardo, the boy who was creating these monsters. Just a little more, and he would be able to. Almost before the thought entered his head, something screamed at him to run. Issei acted on instinct. Leaping back, he just barely avoided having his head split open by a sword. A man stood before him. Elegant and refined, the man bore a princely aura that didn't lose out to Kiba in the least. Like the other members of the Chaos Brigade, he was wearing a school uniform with some Chinese-style clothing added for good measure. His white hair was a bit messy and fell around a handsome face that made Issei hate him even more. "I am surprised by how competent you are." The man tilted his head a bit, as though Issei were a puzzle he was trying to solve. "Given the description of you by Valley, I had been expected someone incompetent but powerful. You seem to have more intelligence than I had been told you were." What kind of insulting introduction is that?" asked a thoroughly annoyed Issei. The man was holding a sword in each hand as he walked forward. "It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Grimoire servants. My name is Siegfried. I am a descendant of the hero with the same name." While the man had a gentle-looking face, Issei wasn't fooled for even a second. Pretty boys like that were always the enemy. They were his natural-born nemesis. "I see you have Irina with you," Siegfried commented as he watched the battle between Irina and Zenobia. The two of them were really tearing apart their battleground. "I was once a former colleague of Irina's, a top-class warrior of the Catholic Church. They used to call me Demonic Emperor Sig because I could use holy and demonic swords." At first glance, Issei wondered what was going on. Hadn't Naruto been fighting this guy? It wasn't until he looked over that he could see Naruto was now contending with the other 3 members of the hero faction, plus Leonardo's monsters. It seemed they had decided to switch tactics to defeat him. Now they were using wave tactics. I see. They want to overwhelm him with enemies. That would have been a sound plan, but now that he was so thoroughly outnumbered, Naruto was matching their tactics by spamming shadow clones. It was like a free-for-all brawl over there. "I don't particularly care who you are." Issei cracked his knuckles. "If you're gonna get in my way, then I'm gonna move out of the way." Issei was just about to launch himself at the man, when Kiba suddenly stepped in front of him. "Hey, Kiba, what gives?" "Sorry, eyes, but if you don't mind, I would like to be the one who takes Siegfried on." "That's good," Siegfried murmured as he held up his sword and pointed it at Kiba. A strange chill traveled down Issei's spine as he looked at the demonic blade. "You're the one I want to fight. Let's hope you don't regret it." Before the battle between these two could actually get started, Siegfried was suddenly launched into the air. Behind the man was Naruto. No, it was probably a Naruto clone. Sometime during the battle, Naruto had spammed what looked to be over 100 clones. They were fighting against the anti-demon monsters. A lot of them were getting dispelled by the monsters, but Naruto would just spam more clones while he continued to battle Jean, Heracles, and Georg. The clone gave Issei a grin before it went back to fighting the shadow monsters. It was dispelled moments later when a blast of light slammed into it. Several loud explosions drew their attention to the battle between Azazel and Cao Cao. The fallen angel was trying to stay mostly at range and attacking by hurtling spears of light. It didn't look like he was holding back either. Each spear exploded to create a colossal impact, causing the earth to rumble and the world to shake. Issei was actually worried his attacks would disrupt this place. The ground where their battle was taking place had become a merciless wasteland, a place filled with fire and brimstone. A lot of the water from the river had evaporated and hissed into steam, and the ground underneath it looked red-hot, like boiling magma. It was no longer a place of tranquility. Now it was a place of destruction. Almost like some kind of cue had told them to, Azazel and Cao Cao landed on the bridge between the Grimoire group and the hero faction. Likewise, Naruto had somehow managed to retreat and was now standing alongside Issei and the others. He didn't look very injured. He had a few scrapes and bruises, and his left arm was bleeding, but Heracles, Jean, and Georg were in much worse shape. Oh, Siegfried had also come back. He was holding his butt as though it had just been violated. Azazel and Cao Cao were in much worse shape than Naruto, with cuts, bruises, and torn clothes all over the place. If Issei was being honest, he was surprised Cao Cao looked so uninjured. He hadn't expected a human to do so well against a fallen angel. Cao Cao stared at them as he cracked his neck and frowned. I suppose it's true. You guys really are a great team of devil servants. I see now why you are so well known amongst the new generation of devils. While I was expecting a good fight because Naruto was here, I hadn't known what to expect from the rest of you. He paused and looked at Issei. You, especially, Sekiryute. Despite your lack of natural talent or demonic powers, you were able to hold yourself up to us quite well. Thank you, Issei said, though it sounded more like a question. Unlike the old Mao and that fool Loki, we don't intend to underestimate you. Cao Cao pointed his spear at them. We believe that in the future, you guys will become the most dangerous threat we face. If we eliminate you now, we not only rid ourselves of a serious obstacle, but we should also gain some useful data. Issei frowned as he realized how different these guys were from the arrogant members of the old Mao faction. They weren't underestimating him and his comrades. Was it because they were human? Issei narrowed his eyes in frustration. He had no idea how to fight opponents like this. I've got a question for you, Azazel said suddenly. What motivates the hero faction? Why are you doing all this? Smiling through his narrowed eyes, Cao Cao said, Governor of the Fallen Angels, you might find this surprising, but our reasons for everything we do is incredibly simple. We just want to know the limits of a human and challenge that. We want to see how far we can go, and we want to prove to everyone that we'll win no matter who we face. Angels, devils, dragons, fallen angels, every other race will eventually fall against us. Azazel frowned at the young man. Do you really think it will be that easy? I don't think it will be easy at all. Cao Cao shrugged. I know the road ahead is difficult, but slurrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr battlefield. As one, everyone turned to look at Naruto who, much to their shock, was eating instant ramen. Issei had no idea when his sensei had pulled out that ramen, or when he had time to cook it. No, wait, just why was Naruto eating ramen in the first place? As if just now realizing that everyone had turned their attention to him, Naruto looked up, a noodle hanging from his mouth. He slurped up the noodle. Why did you two stop with your cliched banter? He asked, tilting his head. Naruto, what are you doing? Asked Azazel. Eating ramen. Yes, I can see that. What I meant was why are you eating in the middle of a battle? Because I was hungry. Naruto shrugged as he stirred the cup noodles with a pair of chopsticks. Also, it was getting boring listening to you two talk. I figured while you guys were doing your thing, I would use this opportunity to put something delicious in my belly. Azazel sighed, and even the hero faction members seemed off-kilter. Issei and the others had grown fairly used to Naruto doing weird things that made no sense, so they didn't react like the others, but even they found it a bit unusual to see him eating ramen in the middle of a battle. Before anyone could give voice to their thoughts, a magic circle appeared on the ground between their two forces. Issei didn't recognize the crest. However, as Naruto looked up, his eyes sparkling. Oh, this magic circle is... Someone appeared from within the magic circle just then. It was an extremely cute girl dressed in a school uniform. Her blonde hair only reached to about her shoulders, but it was curled at the ends, making Issei think her hair was longer unstyled. She wore a khaki-colored jacket over a white shirt with a tie. There were blue and khaki checkers along the hem and sleeves. Her skirt was pink, and it was short enough that he could see most of her long legs. While seeing a cute girl in a school uniform wasn't odd, the girl had thrown a dark blue cloak over the whole attire. Furthermore, she was wearing a large witch's hat. Given all that and how she had appeared within that circle, it was safe to assume she was a mage. Actually, now that he was looking at her, Issei thought she looked familiar. The girl turned toward the group of devils and gave a radiant smile as she waved. Naruto, it's good to see you again. Fei-chan. Naruto grinned as he waved back. How are you? I'm doing good. Life's been a bit boring since you went back home, but Valley has been keeping everyone busy. Valley. Issei was confused. What does Valley have to do with this? Don't you know? Naruto asked. That's Lefei Pendragon. She's a member of Team Valley and the younger sister of Arthur. Issei was shocked. He actually remembered a bit about Arthur, but he had no idea that boy had such a cute little sister. Lefei. Azazel scratched his chin. Do you mean like Morgana Le Fay? I remember hearing that Morgana and the Hero King, Arthur Pendragon, were related by blood, but... As the conversation continued, Cao Cao and the other hero faction members appeared shocked over Le Fay's sudden appearance. It seemed they hadn't expected this either. That made Issei wonder what a member of Valley's team was doing there. Also, why did Naruto seem so close to her? What is going on here? Asked Cao Cao. What does Valley want now? Oh, yes. As if she had just now remembered what she was here for, Le Fay spun around to face Cao Cao. She was all smiles. I came here to bring a message from Valley-sama. He says. I thought I told you not to disturb me. That's the message, but oh, you also need to be punished for trying to put us under surveillance. Following Le Fay's announcement, which came complete with an adorable smile, the ground shook. Issei nearly fell onto his butt. He grabbed Asia to keep her from falling when she squeaked. About a meter to his left, Naruto was holding Kuno to keep her from falling too. Crack. A loud noise echoed all around them as the ground was split open like an egg being cracked. Issei gawked as something huge emerged from the ground. First came a hand. It was a massive hand made of stone, and it was easily 4 times the size of Issei's head. After the hand, an arm emerged, followed by another hand, then a head, a torso, and then legs and feet. When the massive thing had fully emerged, all Issei could do was stare in shock. That thing was over 10 meters tall. It's a Gogmagog, Azazel shouted in surprise. That's right, Le Fay answered. This is one of the members of our team. Gogs-kun. While Issei was shocked to hear such a cute name being given to a giant stone monster, something else about this situation was bothering him. Sensei, that giant rock is moving. It's called a Gogmagog, Naruto answered. It seemed he was finished with his ramen. He threw the empty cup away. It's a type of golem found within the dimensional gap. It's a type of mass-produced weapon of destruction, though I don't know much else about them. Supposedly, all of them are floating around in a state of suspended animation. However, Fei-chan found this one and got it moving again. So this is something from the dimensional gap? Asked Issei, still in shock. Yup, this is fascinating, Azazel said, his eyes shining like a child's. I've heard of Gogmagogs, of course, but this is my first time seeing one in person. To find that one of them has begun moving after so long, I can barely contain my excitement. After a moment, Azazel seemed to realize where he was and recovered his wits. He actually still looked like he had many questions. Were the circumstances different, Issei was sure the man would have picked Le Fay's brain. I'd heard that Valley was checking out the dimensional gap. The fallen angel narrowed his eyes. I guess that means he wasn't just there for Great Red. That's right. Le Fay nodded several times. Valley-sama was the one who detected Gogs-kun. Office-sama once told us she had discovered a giant that could move in the dimensional gap, so we went to search for it. That reminds me, I don't even know who is on Valley's team. Currently, there's Valley-sama, Baiko-sama, Arthur, Kuroka-san, Fenrir-chan, Gogs-kun, and me. Lei Fei was all too happy to answer. She didn't even seem to care that she was standing in the middle of a battlefield. That makes 7 of us in total. 7 was such a small number, but Issei didn't let that fool him. Valley was a tough customer. That meant whoever was on his team must have been monsters as well. I'm a bit confused, Issei admitted. Doesn't Great Red live in the dimensional gap? Why would it have this kind of giant? The dimensional gap is a big place, Azazel said. And it's not like Great Red really cares about whether there's anyone else in there or not. He just wants to fly around in the dimensional gap and doesn't actually cause trouble for anyone. Actually, Great Red is a special existence so powerful none of the other factions have placed him in their rankings. As Azazel finished speaking, the golem raised its giant fist at the hero faction. Issei only had a moment to be surprised as the golem smashed apart the Togetsukiyo bridge. The bridge shattered. Large chunks of wood flew into the sky, scattering all over the now ruined riverbed, along with a number of those shadow monsters. The hero faction members appeared to be unharmed. They were able to escape the bridge's destruction in time. Cao Cao looked at the destruction caused by Gogs-kun, and then he turned back to Lei Fei. I see Valley learned that we were spying on him. That's unfortunate. I'd been hoping to spy a little while longer, but oh well. He studied everyone again, including Lei Fei. It looks like there are too many factors interfering, so we'll let things go here. While he was speaking, a young man with a feathered cape produced a thick mist from his hand. The mist spread across the area. It wasn't long before Cao Cao and his cohorts vanished completely. However, just because they could not longer see him didn't mean they couldn't hear him. It was fun, Governor General. We'll have to do this again sometime. Tonight, we will be using Kyoto's ley lines and the Kyubi leader to turn Niju Castle into a massive battery for our experiment. I hope you'll all come to watch. Bye-bye, Cao Cao. It's Cao Cao. Get it right. Naruto's words had completely ruined Cao Cao's attempt at being cool, but there was nothing he could do by that point. The mist had thickened, it started beneath their feet, spread to their chests, and soon covered their faces. Issei gagged on reflex but nothing happened. The mist didn't invade their bodies or anything, and when it cleared, they were standing on the streets next to the Togetsukiyo bridge. Not only that but the other tourists were crossing the bridge as if nothing had happened. Everyone, quick, put away your weapons. Before anyone could grow suspicious of them, Issei and the others dismissed their weapons. The armor that had been covering Issei disappeared, as did Kiba's sword berth and the other weapons they were wielding. Eyes. What's wrong? You're making a really scary face, Matsuda said, staring at his face. However, he soon realized something. All of you are making a scary face. It's nothing. Issei tried to reassure his friend that nothing was wrong. He gave a long exhale and tried to put away his frown. The other members who'd gone into battle with him also wore some really deadly expressions. Only Naruto, the man who had basically taken charge and fought 4 members of the hero faction on his own, did not look serious. Mon, I am so hungry. But, didn't you just eat? Asked Motohama. Not only did he just eat, but he had eaten ramen during the battle. Issei didn't say that, though. I always have room in my stomach for more food, Naruto answered. Lei Fei was gone, as was the giant, Gogs-kun. Issei didn't know if they had disappeared alongside the hero faction, but he put the thought out of his mind as Irina came walking down from a little ways off. She'd been fighting against Xenovia, and her battle had taken them away from the bridge. Are you okay, Irinachi? Asked Kiryu. The reason she asked that was probably because Irina was limping, but it might also have been due to her frown. She did not look pleased. If anything, she looked depressed. However, Irina swallowed whatever she was feeling and gave the other girl her best smile. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. I just tripped. It was a lame excuse, but Kiryu accepted the explanation with a shrug. Mother. Those people plan on using Mother, why? At those words, Issei glanced at Kuno, who trembled as she looked abjectly at the ground. Her posture reminded him of how she'd looked the other day. Yet before she could get too depressed, Naruto placed a hand on her head and began stroking her hair. His sensei had a way with kids, so he let him take care of it. He looked back at the bridge and thought about Cao Cao's attack, his announcement about the experiment at Niju Castle, and what they were going to do about it. Issei clenched his hands into fists. Devil Ninja. It's been quite the day, huh? Asked Kiba. Yeah, a lot more happened than I expected. It was late evening. A glance outside revealed the setting sun was beginning its crawl below the horizon, and the rays of light were casting multicolored hues across the sky. After the battle on the bridge, Naruto, Kiba, Issei, Asia, Irina, and the others had continued their tour as if nothing was wrong. The two groups had split up after a while since they were going to different locations. Issei and his group headed to Niju Castle. Naruto's group had already been there, so they traveled elsewhere. Upon returning to the hotel, the groups had eaten dinner, taken a bath, and now the Naruto and Kiba were messing around with the flat-screen TV. Kiba had taken several pictures and wanted to view the photos. On a side note, Rossweiss had not been in his room when they arrived. He assumed she'd gone to her own room upon waking up. I had no idea you were a photographer, Naruto murmured as Kiba connected the flat-screen TV to his camera. I'm not, Kiba answered. I just thought it would be fun to memorialize the trip with some photos. Makes sense. Tomorrow would be the last day of their trip, which would consist of mostly buying souvenirs and such. Naruto almost sighed. The trip hadn't lasted very long at all. There was still a lot to see, but he understood they couldn't afford to stay for too long. This was a school trip, after all. I'll come here with Rias and the others on an actual vacation next time. Irina hasn't shown up yet, Kiba muttered. Naruto shrugged. She might be with Eyes. She does have a crush on him. You think so? I'm not so sure about that. Naruto pretended not to hear Kiba's muttered last sentence, but he understood what the blonde swordsman was talking about. There were times when it seemed like Irina might have feelings for him instead of Issei. Part of the reason he'd asked Irina if she loved Issei was because he wanted to know if there was anything between them, him and Irina. If there was, he would have asked her to become his, but it seemed there were lingering feelings for Issei, and Naruto did not want to interfere in her love life if that was the case. Someone knocked on the door as these thoughts flashed through his mind. Curious to know who would come by at this hour, and wondering if it might be Irina, he answered the door. Irina, it was not. You're Mimori-san, right? The girl standing at the other end was fairly plain. She was cute, certainly, but her cuteness was the kind that could be found anywhere. Brown hair tied into a ponytail matched her brown eyes. She had light skin and a modest figure. Adorning her body was a basic white kimono that looked like a bathrobe. Why yes. Mimori blushed a bit, though that was likely because Kiba had peeked over to look at her. Is there something we can help you with? Asked Naruto. I was just wondering if you could talk to Irina, Mimori said. She's been holed up in our room since dinner. All of us have asked her if something is wrong, but she just smiles and tells us not to worry. He sighed and rubbed his forehead. Yeah, having someone say that when they look depressed only makes people worry more. I wonder what makes people think telling someone not to worry would actually have the effect of making others not worry. Mimori looked confused by his words, but Naruto waved her off with a smile. I'll talk to her for you. Thank you. Kiba told Naruto he'd get everything set up for the picture viewing and wait for him to return. Be sure to bring Irina. I'm sure getting to see all the pictures we took would help her out. Just leave it to me. Naruto followed Mimori to the room she shared with Irina. She didn't bother knocking on the door. She gave Naruto the keycard that would let him enter and told him she was going to visit her friend's room before leaving. He watched her go, sighed, and then unlocked the door and entered the room. He found Irina sitting on her bed, her knees drawn up to her chest and her face buried between them. She was wearing the same white kimono as Mimori. She must have at least taken a bath then. Unlike with Mimori, the kimono seemed a bit small around her chest, or maybe it was because her knees were pushing against her breasts that caused them to bulge out the way they were. The lower half was folded slightly, allowing him to glimpse her lean legs. She was barefoot, and her toes were clenching and unclenching the bedsheet. Irina didn't respond to his entrance. Perhaps she assumed he was Mimori coming to check up on her. Naruto closed the door behind him and wandered further into the room, sitting down on Irina's bed. Finally, at the shifting of her bed, Irina looked up. Naruto, what are you doing here? Mimori was worried about you. She asked me to talk to you. Irina sighed. I told her not to worry. You know that telling someone not to worry when you clearly look like someone just killed your pet hamster only makes them worry more, right? That was an oddly specific description. Rias has been on a Hamtaro binge recently. His words elicited a small chuckle from Irina but not much else. Naruto took a deep breath. This is about Xenovia, isn't it? Why yes, Irina admitted with a sigh. Will you tell me about it? Naruto asked. She said nothing for several seconds, but eventually, her feet slid across the bed, legs straightening as she leaned back against the headboard. As though gravity were pulling them down, her feet canted inward, toward each other, and she began hooking her toes together, similar to how someone twiddled their thumbs when nervous. Even though she tilted her head to look at the ceiling, her eyes were far away. She was clearly not looking at anything he could see. When Xenovia and I fought, she told me she felt like the church had betrayed her and that's why she left and became a member of the Chaos Brigade. To be honest, when I heard how she felt, I couldn't really blame her. A part of me felt betrayed as well, but I ultimately decided to simply switch my devotion from God to Michael. Xenovia told me she couldn't do that after being lied to. Naruto nodded as he listened to Irina. I'm guessing you tried to reason with her. Yes, I did. Irina released an even bigger sigh than before. This one seemed to be filled with all the disappointment she felt at herself. But it didn't work. Xenovia said she could never go back to being a member of the church after what happened, that she could never trust them again. I couldn't even say anything in their defense. A strange impulse overcame Naruto as tears leaked from Irina's eyes and down her pale cheeks. He knew it came from his own selfish desires, so he ignored the urge he felt to hug Irina. It wouldn't be right. Instead, he found a box of tissues and presented them to her so she could wipe her face and blow her nose. She accepted them with a smile and did just that. While it may be impossible for Xenovia to join the church, have you considered trying to convince her to become a devil? What? Irina looked up from her tissue, currently covered in snot. Naruto took the tissue from her, wadded it up, and tossed it into the trash can several meters away. He offered another tissue. Xenovia is lost because her faith was destroyed, and she didn't have the devotion that you do, so once her faith was gone, she felt she couldn't return to the church's fold. However, angels and devils have now allied with each other. It shouldn't be a big deal if she becomes a devil instead of an angel, right? I'm sure Rias would be willing to reincarnate her, and then she can move in with us. It was a bit of a stretch, but Naruto's logic was that since angels and devils were now allies, it wouldn't matter which faction she joined. She could become a devil and still be Irina's ally and friend. Irina bit her lip. A war took place within her, visible through the conflicted look in her eyes. After a few seconds, however, she nodded. That could work. After everything I've seen and all we've been through, I realize now that devils aren't evil beings who need to be punished. A dejected expression crossed her face. But how would I convince Xenovia to become a devil? The same way I've convinced all my friends to become my friends. Naruto grinned as he clenched his fist and held it up. You beat the crap out of her until she agrees. Quote, quote. Irina stared at Naruto who, upon realizing his enthusiastic reply hadn't gotten through, slowly lowered his hand. Is that not a good idea? Well, you did suggest beating up one of my best friends. Naruto shrugged. From everything I've seen, Xenovia is the kind of person who responds to actions better than words. In that case, you need to show her through your actions that you aren't going to let her run off on her own. The next time you two fight, I want you to defeat her with everything you have, fight her with all your strength, and when she lies defeated and unable to argue with you, convince her to become a devil. Despite Naruto speaking with complete confidence, Irina still looked unsure. Do you really think that will work? There's always a chance that it won't. Naruto shrugged. But think about this. If you do nothing, then nothing will happen. There's nothing worse than inaction. Yes, I guess you're right. After thinking about everything he had said for a moment, Irina finally nodded, and her face broke out into a smile. Thank you, Naruto. I feel a lot better now. Hey, I'm always here when you need me. His words caused Irina to blush, but Naruto pretended not to notice as he stood up and held out his hand. Anyway, Kiba wants to show off the pictures he took during our tour. Why don't you come back to our room and watch them with us? Irina stared at his hand for a little bit, but then she slowly reached out and placed her hand in his. Okay, she said with an adorable blush. Devil Ninja. Naruto brought Irina back to his and Kiba's room, where they enjoyed looking at all the photos that had been taken. There were more than Naruto expected. Kiba must have been taking them when he wasn't looking. Had this been a normal school trip, Naruto imagined they would have gone to bed after that, but that wasn't what happened. He, Kiba, and Irina left the room and headed to Issei's room. Asia, Azazel, Seraphol, Rossweiss, and the C3 servants were already inside. They were going to discuss tonight's mission to rescue Yasaka from the hero faction. Issei's room was tiny. It wasn't bigger than 8 tatami mats or so. This forced everyone to stand. Rossweiss, how are you feeling? Asked Naruto as he looked at the woman. Her face was a tad pale. I'm fine. She smiled at him. I took a potion to recover after waking up. You also helped me a lot. Thank you for taking care of me. You're welcome. Naruto couldn't help but notice how adorable Rossweiss looked when she was blushing. However, for whatever reason, Irina was looking at him with a disapproving glare. Part of him wondered if she was jealous. He didn't say anything, though. Azazel glanced at everyone, and after making sure they were all paying attention, he spread a map of Kyoto on the floor in the center of the room and began. You all know what's going on, so I'll start by explaining our battle plan. He marked several places on the map with a marker. The areas centered around Niju Castle and Kyoto Station are now on high alert. All devils and fallen angels stationed in Kyoto have been mobilized to search for any suspicious characters. The Kyoto yokai are also providing us with assistance. Although we haven't been able to confirm the movements of the hero faction, we have successfully detected an ominous presence with Niju Castle at its center. That would explain why Cao told us about his plan, Naruto said. He probably knew he wouldn't be able to hide it. That was my thought too, Azazel admitted. What did you mean by an ominous presence? Asked Kiba. Since ancient times, Kyoto has been a city constructed using the principles of yin-yang and feng shui. In many ways, the city is like a large-scale magic circle. As a result, there are many areas within Kyoto that contain a lot of power, like the Seimei Shrines Seimei Well, Suzumushi Temple's Kofuku Jizo, Fushimi Inari's Pine Tree Hizamatsu-san, and numerous other locations. There are too many to count. However, that flow of power is becoming more turbulent by the second, and all of it is gathering at Niju Castle. A lot of what Azazel was saying went over Naruto's head. He didn't understand the intricacies of yin-yang or feng shui, but he still got the gist of what Azazel was telling them. What will happen if all that power gathers at Niju Castle? Asked Saji. We don't know, but I can bet you anything it won't be good. Azazel stood up and put the marker away. Since the hero faction plans on using the Kyuubi leader who controls the ley lines of this city to carry out some kind of experiment, I can only assume that whatever they plan on doing, it will be harmful to the inhabitants of this city. Nothing good ever comes from messing with the natural flow of energy like this. Even if they didn't necessarily understand what Azazel meant, or what would happen if they did nothing, everyone nodded. The fallen angel former governor looked at them all. His face was quite serious. This was no longer the easygoing man who drank during the day and slept with women at night. Naruto realized, in this moment, why Azazel had been the leader of the Grigori until resigning from his post. Now, let's begin with the plan. The C3 peerage is going to be on guard in the area around Kyoto Station. Guarding this hotel will also be your job. The hotel itself already has a barrier around it in the event that something unexpected happens, but that won't protect it if the hero faction decides to attack. That's why, if anyone suspicious approaches, it will be your job to handle them. We understand, the C3 peerage replied in unison. Next, I will be explaining what the Grimoire peerage plus Irina will be doing. He glanced at them, and this time, his smile turned apologetic. I'm sorry for putting you all on the spot like this after everything that's happened, but you guys are going to be the assault squad. Your job will be to advance toward Niju Castle. We have no idea how many enemies you will have to face or what their powers will be. This is going to be a dangerous gamble. That said, your first priority is rescuing Yasaka. Once you succeed, You can pull out. Cao Cao said they were using Yasaka for an experiment, but there is a chance this was just a bluff to make you guys show up. It could be that the reason he was so willing to tell us his plan is because he wants you to show up. Naruto had also considered the possibility that this was a trap. In fact, he was almost 100% certain Cao Cao had told them about what they were doing to lure their group into a trap, and then take them out. At the very least, he knew that Cao Cao wanted him gone. He'd already said it himself. Naruto was a threat. Do we even have enough power to launch an attack? Asked Issei. I mean, it's going to be myself, Kiba, Naruto, Irina, Rossweiss, and Asia against who knows how many enemies. You bring up a good point, but you don't need to worry about that. Azazel assured Issei. I have already enlisted the help of some anti-terrorist experts. They've been a great help in battling against the Chaos Brigade so far. With them at our side, the chances of success will raise quite a bit. Reinforcements. Kiba blinked several times. Who will be helping us? Azazel gave him a mysterious smile. Just think of them as exceptionally powerful beings for now. While the fallen angel teacher looked quite pleased with himself, Naruto could not help but frown. Years ago, he would not have really cared about not being told everything, but those days were long gone. He understood now that information was a key component to attaining victory. Not knowing who his allies were meant he wouldn't know how much he could trust them. Saying that, Naruto was pretty confident they wouldn't need help from whoever Azazel had called in. Even weakened as he was, Naruto had confidence in his power. Should the worst come to pass, Naruto would use his new jutsu, though it would require the help of Issei and the others to protect him while he activated it. That said, once activated, he highly doubted anyone less than Ophis would be able to stop him. I would rather we not use a jutsu that is still in the experimental phase. So would I, but we might not have a choice. Well, you have always been reckless, so this is all par for the course. Naruto smiled at Kurama's backhand acceptance of his decision. The fox might complain about how his jutsu was still experimental, but he knew the great being inside of him wanted nothing more than to stretch his limbs. I do have a bit of bad news, Azazel said, interrupting Naruto from his thoughts. We were only able to acquire 3 vials worth of Phoenix Tears. What? Saji cried out with wide eyes. Only 3 vials worth. That's not enough. Our enemies are the Chaos Brigade. I'm aware of who our enemies are. Azazel's reply was mild, as if he had been expecting someone to react like this. However, due to the Chaos Brigade's terrorist activities all over the world, Phoenix Tears are currently in great demand. The numerous strongholds of various factions are low on supplies, thus requiring a greater need for powerful cure-all potions like Phoenix Tears. The Phoenix family has been incredibly busy producing them. What was originally a valuable commodity has since become so precious that the devils have banned the use of Phoenix Tears during raiding games so they can be used to help fight the Chaos Brigade. A lot of the information Azazel was telling them was stuff that Naruto already knew a little about, but he had been unaware as to how serious the situation had become. Because Rias was still considered an immature devil, she and her peerage were not allowed on the front lines. This meant they lacked a lot of the information that older, more experienced devils like Searzex, Seraphal, and Beelzebub possessed. Everything was on a need-to-know basis. Azazel continued. This is a secret known only to a few, but right now the various factions have banded together and redoubled their efforts to find users of Twilight Healing. Even though it's a rare sacred gear, it's not unique. Our investigations have discovered there are several others aside from Asia who have it. Finding them will also give us a great advantage over the Chaos Brigade, since it will prevent them from being able to use their powers. The man paused, as though debating something, and then continued. The current Beelzebub has also been carrying out some personal research on new ways to heal people. That's all I can really say on that. The Grigori is also researching how to create recovery-type artificial sacred gears. In fact, Asia has been secretly helping us with our research. Thanks to her, we've already obtained a lot of promising data. While Naruto looked at Asia in surprise, Issei was puffing out his chest in pride, as if he was the one who had been helping them out. He assumed that meant Issei must have known what Asia was doing. Did Rias know as well? Probably. It wouldn't be like her to let one of her precious family members do something without her knowledge. Anyway, that's our situation, Azazel said into the silence. These tiers will be divided. 2 vials will go to the Grimoire team since they are the main offensive, and the other one will go to the Citri team. Please only use them in emergencies. Everyone voiced that they understood. Naruto didn't think he would have any use for Phoenix tiers. On the off chance he did need them, he had the ones Ravel had given him, which he kept in the necklace around his neck, but he was loath to use them. These tears are her way of confessing her feelings. Now that everything else is out of the way, there is one addendum I would like to add. Azazel looked at Saji. You'll be joining the Grimoire team. I will. Saji pointed to himself with a flummoxed look on his face, but it didn't stay for long. Ah, because of the Dragon King, right? Yes. Nodding, Azazel explained his decision. I know you've been training hard and become able to enter a dragon-like state recently. That will be very useful in combating the Chaos Brigade. Furthermore, the black flames you produce conceal the movements of your enemies and absorb their power at the same time. It's not a skill that we can afford to squander. Well, I mean, I don't mind, but, Saji looked a bit out of sorts, or perhaps reluctant. I mean, whenever I use Vitra promotion, I usually lose consciousness and go berserk once I enter it. That's not a problem, Azazel said. We've done some research and concluded that eyes will be able to help you regain control of yourself. I can, Issei asked. You can. Nodding, Azazel told them about his theory. The state Saji enters is similar to the Juggernaut Drive, a berserk-like state of those who wield the 2 heavenly dragons. In order to come out of that state, someone has to use a set of powerful words infused with their intent. As the wielder of the heavenly dragon, Didraig, you are probably the only one strong enough to properly control Vitra using those words. But what words do I say? Asked Issei. It doesn't matter. So long as they resonate with you and Saji, they will work. That seemed like an awfully flimsy approach to Naruto, but he didn't say anything. It wasn't like he hadn't done stuff that wasn't stupid and reckless. Irina raised her hand. Have the other factions been informed? At her words, everyone gazed at Azazel. Given the nature of this mission, it was pretty important that other factions know what was happening. Of course they have. Outside Kyoto, a large number of angels, devils, fallen angels, and yokai have gathered. In order to prevent the escape of the hero faction, we have also set up a number of barricades. We're hoping to capture them alive if possible. After Azazel spoke, Seraphol, who had been mostly silent up to this point, stepped forward. I'm gonna be in charge of directing and coordinating our forces outside of Kyoto. If those kinds try to run, we'll destroy them. Several people shuddered. Naruto now understood why Seraphol was not leading the attack on Niju Castle. She would probably just annihilate the castle, along with the hero faction, Yusaka, and probably half of Kyoto. What about Bucho and Sona? Asked Issei. Are we going to tell them about this? I don't think now is the right time to tell Rias, Azazel said. What? Why not? Because several riots have broken out in a few of the cities located within Grimoire territory, Naruto answered for Azazel. I spoke with Rias after returning to the hotel today. She suspects the riots were incited by supporters of the old Mao. She and the rest of the Grimoire peerage aside from us have gone back to the underworld in order to help quell the riots. I hear they are working alongside Graphia and Venelana. I don't envy those rioters. Azazel shuddered. Naruto could only agree. Ha ha. The flaxen-haired Madam of Extinction, the crimson-haired Ruin Princess, and the silver-haired Queen of Annihilation have gathered in one spot. Seraphol looked amused. She was wearing a large grin as she crossed her arms. Those idiots are going to learn a hard lesson. Clearing his throat, Azazel quickly got them all back on track. They discussed the situation a little more. Azazel was going to be their eye in the sky, and search for the hero faction from above. If he found anything, he would report to them. Likewise, if they found anything, they would report it to each other. The mission would start in 1 hour, so they were asked to get ready. Once his battle preparations were complete, which honestly didn't involve much, Naruto entered the lobby. Everyone else was already there. He greeted Asia, Hiba, Irina, and the others. It looked like Issei was talking to Azazel about something. The fallen angel was giving the boy a red jewel. Naruto didn't know what that was all about, but he ignored it and went over to lean against the wall beside Rosweiss. What's going on over there? Asked Naruto as he gestured to Azazel and Issei. Rossweiss scowled. Apparently, that jewel is somehow tied to Aiza's power. It contains his perverted desires to see breasts. Naruto wasn't sure how to think about that. So I see. Breasts. Well, I already knew Issei was a pervert who gains power from touching breasts, though I have tried to steer him toward another power source. He shrugged. Well, whatever works, I guess. How can you say that? Rossweiss looked appalled. Not only is getting power from boobs vulgar, but he has caused trouble for the people of Kyoto. That power ran amok all around the city and turned people into molesters. That would explain why Naruto had seen several molestation attempts during the trip. He'd just assumed Kyoto had a lot of perverts. Well, I can't really say anything about that, but ultimately, there's not much I can do about it. Naruto shrugged. I've already done everything I could. The rest is up to him. I suppose that is the best anyone could ask for. Rossweiss released a tired sigh. As the conversation wound to a close, Issei's conversation with Azazel finished. At the same time, it looked like the two Citri girls were telling Saji not to overexert himself. They seemed quite worried about him. Naruto wasn't good friends with Saji like Issei was, so he didn't know how well the boy got along with his peerage, but they seemed a lot closer now than they had been. At some point, eyes, Kiba, Irina, Asia, and Saji wandered, up to Naruto and Rossweiss. All of them looked like their preparations were finished. Naruto gazed at each one in turn. However, when his eyes landed on Irina, she caught his gaze, blushed, and then turned her head as though she was too embarrassed to meet his eyes. He decided to ignore that right now. Her emotions were too muddled. Naruto would wait until Irina figured out her own feelings before doing anything. If it turned out she still loved Issei and wanted to be with him, then Naruto would quietly back off. That said, if nothing happened between the two of them, Naruto would make a move. He already had Ria's permission. It looks like this is it, Kiba said. His arms were crossed and the expression he wore was primed and ready. We're gonna be counting on you to lead us in Rias's absence. I understand. Naruto nodded. Is everyone ready? They all nodded. All right then. Let's head to Niju Castle, Naruto announced. The mission to rescue Yusaka had begun. Chapter 37. Showdown in Kyoto. After leaving the hotel, Naruto and his party hurried toward Kyoto Station. They planned on taking the next bus to Niju Castle from there. Naruto was no longer wearing his school uniform. The black pants he had donned rustled as he moved, while white bandages wrapped around his calves before disappearing into his custom-made shinobi sandals. His sleeveless shirt was orange. The ninja pouch attached to a belt at his waist jingled as he moved swiftly in front of the others. Issei, Saji, and Kiba were still in their school uniforms, unlike him, but that was likely because they didn't have any official battle attire. Asia was wearing her black and white habit from her days as a nun, while Irina was dressed in the skin-tight black outfit of the church. Rossweiss had likewise not changed out of her business suit, which she wore when teaching. It didn't take more than 15 minutes to reach the station. They stood by the bus stop, waiting for the bus to arrive, but just as Naruto began to grow impatient, someone suddenly collided with his back. Naruto-san, I am coming too. Turning around, Naruto found himself staring down into the determined eyes of Kuno, once again dressed in her priestess clothes. After the battle on the Togetsukiyo, Kuno had gone back to the inner capital. He had assumed she would be staying there until the situation blew over. However, it looked like the girl had other plans. Naruto placed his hand on her head and rubbed it. Are you sure you want to come with us? This is going to be incredibly dangerous. Shaking her head, Kuno clung to him, her hold on his waist tightening. I want to rescue my mother, too. I don't want to be the only one not doing something. I can't take the idea of just sitting around while everyone else does what they can to save her. Naruto squirmed in discomfort as the girl's chin ground against his ribs. Please, I'm begging you, take me with you. While he wasn't sure how other people might respond to this girl, Naruto's first inclination was to tell her she could come. Kuno wanted to save her mom. Far be it from him to stop a girl determined to save her mother. That said, he also knew that all of the higher-ups wanted Kuno to remain out of harm's way. What do you guys think? He asked, looking at the members of his part. Can we take her along? I think we should take her with us, Asia said, though her tone was uncertain. That girl wants to save her mother, right? Asked Irina. I understand how she feels. We should let her help out. Saji crossed his arms. Don't look at me, I'm just following orders. I'll go with whatever you decide, Sensei, Issei added. You're the leader here, Kiba said. If you decide to take her with us, we'll of course comply with your request. Naruto nodded at everyone's answers, which were about what he had expected, and then he looked at Rosweiss. She was a teacher, so she technically had some level of authority over him. However, he was the leader of this mission. Rosweiss gazed at him for several seconds before sighing. I do not believe bringing such a young girl is a good idea, but if that is what you want, then I'll do my best to help you keep her safe. Thank you. Smiling in gratitude, Naruto glanced back down at Kuno. You heard them. You can come with us. Really? Asked Kuno, her eyes wide and hopeful. Really. However, make sure you stay with me. Don't leave my side for even a second, okay? As Kuno nodded along, her head bobbing so emphatically she looked like those bobble heads on car dashboards, Naruto wondered if maybe he was too soft. Oh, well, it wasn't like it mattered. He wanted to respect Kuno's feelings and was willing to take full responsibility for her well-being. Everything would turn out fine. He was sure of it. Just as Naruto made this decision, a light mist appeared from underneath their feet. In that same moment, a strange feeling permeated his entire body. He recognized what was happening. This is... Issei's eyes widened. Dimension lost, Kiba shouted. A bright light enveloped everyone. Naruto thought he heard screaming, but all the noises seemed to have been drowned out. Unsure of what else to do, and wanting to protect the person near him, he held tightly onto Kuno. When the light died down, Naruto opened his eyes to discover that he was no longer standing by the bus stop at Kyoto Station. He was inside of a room with blue carpet that had silver floral designs. The room was shaped kind of like a donut, with the outer wall being made almost entirely of glass. A glance out the glass revealed the skyline of Kyoto. This is Kyoto Tower, Kuno declared in shock. It certainly seems that way. Naruto, Irina, and Kiba had been planning to visit Kyoto Tower with Issei and the others on their last day. It looked like he was visiting a day early. However, I do not believe this is the real Kyoto Tower, Naruto declared. I'm pretty sure we were just transferred to an alternate dimension with dimension lost. Kuno was staring out the window. Her eyes were wider than he'd ever seen them. He could only imagine the kind of shock she must have been feeling right now. Then doesn't that mean that Sacred Gear User created an exact replica of Kyoto? How much power do those hero faction people have? Naruto glanced at the world created using Dimension Lost. It appeared Georg couldn't completely replicate all of Kyoto, as a thick layer of mist surrounded much of the city, blocking it from view. Even so, there was more than enough city to see. This dimension must have been at least several square kilometers in size. I guess that just goes to show you how dangerous Georg really is. As he said that, Naruto's smartphone rang, prompting him to look at it. The caller was Kiba. He accepted the call and held the phone to his ear. Kiba, I'm guessing you were also transferred into this alternate dimension as well. Where are you right now? I'm at the Kyoto Imperial Palace with Rosweiss and Saji. Where did you get sent? Kuno and I are on top of Kyoto Tower. It seems this dimension has recreated a good portion of Kyoto with Niju Castle at its center. I guess that goes to show you how powerful these people are. This dimension is about the same size as a raiding game battleground. These people are definitely dangerous. Let's meet up at Niju Castle. That's where the hero faction is anyway. I understand. Have you contacted Eyes and the others? Not yet. I'll do that right now. After hanging up, Naruto called Issei first. It turned out Issei, Irina, and Asia were together, which was a huge relief. Those two would be able to protect Asia, who didn't have any combat capabilities. He told them that everyone was going to meet at Niju Castle. Rosweiss called him after he finished his call with Issei. She said that Kiba had tried getting in touch with Azazel, but they couldn't reach him. It appeared Azazel had not been summoned to this dimension. According to her, There was some kind of barrier or spell surrounding this dimension, which prevented any contact with the outside world. However, that was only for contact with people outside of the dimension. People inside could still communicate just fine. Naruto explained all this to Kuno as they descended the Kyoto Tower. The elevators in this dimension worked just fine. He wondered if that was also thanks to Georg's power as a sacred gear user. I wonder why they are allowing us to communicate with each other inside of the barrier, she murmured. It could be they don't have a spell capable of interfering with communication inside of this dimension, Naruto said. However, I think the more likely case is they don't have a spell that can discriminate between our communications and theirs. I suspect we'll run into several sacred gear users as we make our way to Niju Castle. That being the case, Cao Cao will definitely want to keep a communication line open so he can track our progress. That does make sense, Kuno said with a frown as the elevator stopped moving and the door slid open. As they stepped outside, Naruto turned to face Kuno and knelt so they were eye level. Kuno, I want you to stay by my side and don't leave no matter what. I am going to protect you and save your mother at the same time. After he finished speaking, Kuno's face turned a burning shade of fire truck red. "Duh, so cute." Naruto would have normally squealed and began petting Kuno's ears after seeing such an adorable display. It was too bad now wasn't the time. They stepped outside and began walking down the street. Before they even got a dozen meters from Kyoto Tower, Naruto paused as he sensed a powerful hostile intent aimed at them. Kuno must have also felt it because she froze. Granted only a moment to react, Naruto lifted Kuno into a princess carry and leapt back as several dozen spears nearly impaled them. The spears were black as night. Jutting from the ground, Naruto realized they were composed of shadows. It reminded him of Shikamaru's shadow jutsu. Naruto, hold on to me and don't let go, Naruto ordered Kuno as he began leaping back again. Several more spears flew from the ground and tried to impale them, but he moved deftly across the street to avoid them. He expected the spears to disappear at some point, but instead they wavered and writhed like living creatures before transforming into grotesque monsters. They had 2 legs and 2 arms, but their posture was stooped, and their arms were almost as long as their legs. Each arm also ended in a set of wicked-looking claws. What sort of sacred gear is this? Naruto was not well versed in sacred gears. He only knew of the 13 Longinus, which he had deemed the biggest threats. This clearly wasn't a Longinus. With Kuno still in his arms, Naruto darted forward and channeled wind chakra into his legs. The swirling chakra was so thick it became visible. Spinning around, Naruto leapt into the air and sliced through the enemies with powerful kicks. Or that was his intention. A frown crossed his face as his attacks were absorbed by the shadow monsters. So these things could absorb attacks. It looked like even his chakra was being absorbed into these monsters. Landing on the ground, Naruto sensed movement behind him and swerved to the side. Just then, a massive portal made of shadows opened behind him and the wind chakra he'd used to attack was launched back at him. It missed. That said, just seeing his own attack being reflected back at him was fairly shocking. It seems we've run into a troublesome opponent, Naruto murmured. What should we do? Asked Kuno. It looks like this sacred gear can absorb and reflect attacks as well as control shadows. Naruto leapt into the air as several more spears appeared out of the ground and tried to skewer them. Landing on a wall, he channeled chakra into his feet and hung there. What's more, the wielder is hiding somewhere. He kicked off the wall as several shadow hands appeared and tried to grab him. If we want to win, we have to find the user. How do we do that? Naruto grinned. Simple. We force him to reveal himself. Shadow clone jutsu. Even though he'd been losing power, Naruto still had plenty of chakra to spare, and so over 100 Narutos quickly appeared in a large cloud of smoke. About half of those Narutos transformed themselves into Kuno. The Narutos who still looked like Naruto each picked up a K clone and ran off. Meanwhile, the real Naruto went through another series of hand seals. Toten Jutsu. A layer of chakra coated Naruto and Kuno from head to toe. While the girl in his arms shivered at the feeling, Naruto was used to it. He allowed the jutsu to do its thing. When he looked down, the girl in his arms, along with his arms, were completely invisible even to his own eyes. I can't see you, Kuno muttered in shock. This is a transparency jutsu that my sensei invented, Naruto said, speaking in a hushed whisper. It makes the user completely invisible. That sounds useful, Kuno said, also lowering her voice to a whisper. It is. My sensei used to use this jutsu when he was spying. Naruto paused. He also used it to peep on women. Your sensei sounds disgusting. I hope you don't peep on women with this technique. Naruto could actually hear Kuno's nose wrinkling. Naruto shook his head even though he knew Kuno couldn't see it. I don't. I have no need to peep on women. While he let Kuno ponder those words, Naruto began creeping through the streets of Kyoto. All around him, his clones were leaping around and presenting nearly impossible to hit targets. Spears would shoot from the ground only to miss. Monsters would emerge from the shadows but find their enemies no longer within reach. Even if these clones only had 1/100th of his chakra, it was more than enough to help them keep from being immediately dispelled. What are we doing? Asked Kuno. We need to find the sacred gear user, Naruto said. However, I can't do that if I'm busy dodging attacks. I'm using the clones to keep him distracted. Meanwhile, you and me are going to search for him under this invisibility jutsu. Oh, that's smart. Naruto could not help but grin. Right. While his clones kept the sacred gear user distracted, Naruto began his search. He didn't think the user was far. Sacred gears like this normally had a limited range. Kiba could not create swords a certain distance from his body, though Naruto knew his friend was trying to extend that range. He was going under the assumption that this power was similar. That meant the sacred gear user had to be close. Just as Naruto suspected, the person controlling the shadows was close. He was hiding inside of a souvenir shop that sold 1/6 scale models of the various national sites. Pondering whether or not he should set Kuno down for a moment, he ultimately decided not to. She would become visible again if he did. Naruto used his stealth skills to sneak into the shop undetected. The person controlling the shadows was a young man with black hair tied into a bun who wore sunglasses and a gakurin, a black school uniform worn by boys during the fall. He was staring out the window with a frustrated look on his face. Naruto smiled. Undoubtedly, the numerous Naruto clones and his inability to kill them was frustrating him to no end. Naruto snuck up behind the boy and launched a kick at his head. Perhaps the boy just had amazing perceptions, or maybe he sensed the ill intent, but in either case, the sacred gear user quickly melted into the shadows and disappeared. Naruto's kick smashed apart the window instead. As Naruto dropped the transparency jutsu, seeing no more points since he'd been discovered, his opponent appeared from another shadow several meters away. I see you managed to find me, he said with a frown. I had been hoping to take you out quickly, but it is just as Lord Cao Cao said. You are not an opponent I can underestimate. And who the hell are you? Asked Naruto. My name is Conla, he answered readily enough. What an upstanding guy. I am the wielder of night reflection. I believe you'll find my sacred gear to be most troublesome. It's great against opponents like you. Is that right? Asked Naruto before launching a wind blade from his foot. Once more, the man disappeared into a shadow at the floor, avoiding his attack. The wind blade continued on and sliced through several dozen shelves and even the wall of this building. He disappeared. Kuno said in shock. It looks like he can walk between shadows. What an annoying ability. Naruto leapt onto the ceiling as several shadows attacked him from below. A number had transformed into hands that tried to wrap around him, while others had become spears that tried to pierce straight through his body. He wove around the spears while keeping a tight grip on Kuno so she wouldn't fall. The young yokai, to her credit, did not utter a single scream as she clung to him. "Tch, it seems you are quite nimble," Conla said. "I'm so glad you noticed," Naruto shot back in a voice filled with mock cheer. "However, it doesn't matter how nimble you are. No one can escape from my technique." Wrong. Naruto landed on the ground, holding Kuno with one arm, reached into his pouch and pulled out a flash bomb. I've already figured out the weakness of your technique. Close your eyes, Kuno. Naruto didn't wait for the man to reply as he closed his eyes and threw the flash bomb against the floor. An explosion of light filled the room. While his eyes were closed and therefore he couldn't see what was happening, Naruto knew the light was chasing the shadows away. It also seemed like Conla hadn't closed his eyes. A smile crossed his face as he listened to the man's screams. Rushing toward the screams, Naruto leapt into the air and finally felt his foot connect with something solid. The dull impact reverberated along his leg. As Naruto landed on the ground, he opened his eyes to find Conla had flown several meters back and slammed into the wall. Despite being hit quite hard, the high schooler was still struggling to stand up. Damn, you, Conla wiped some blood trickling down his mouth, which was set into an angry snarl. How did you figure out that weakness? Naruto snorted. Oh, please, it's obvious. Your power is to manipulate shadows. If there are no shadows for you to manipulate, then your powers are useless. Anyone with a brain would realize that. Times like this made Naruto regret being a devil. Had he been an angel, he could have created a powerful light source using light magic and chased all the shadows away. He almost sighed. There was no use crying over spilt milk. Conla clicked his tongue. I didn't want to use this power yet, but it seems you've left me with no choice. Balance break. A series of loud rustling sounds echoed around them as the man's presence filled the small shop. There was an almost physical pressure pushing down on Naruto. Well, he said it was a pressure, but it wasn't very strong. In either event, all of the shadows in the area, the ones under the man's feet, the ones near the shelves and racks, were squirming as they gathered beneath him. Starting from his feet, the shadows crawled up the man's body, wrapping themselves around him before taking shape. Clawed boots clacked against the ground. Greaves and gauntlets appeared along his shin and arms. A chestplate covered his torso. Lastly, a sleek helmet appeared around the man's head, covering his entire face from view. While Kuno stared at the shadow-clad figure in fright, Naruto tilted his head. So, this is your balance breaker. That's right. This balance breaker was created after witnessing the power of the Sekiryute. I remember seeing his armor in the raiding games that Lord Cao Cao made us watch, and I kept thinking about how it would be nice to have armor like that, to have defensive capabilities like that. This balance breaker was created from that desire. The armor covering Conla squirmed and writhed as though it were alive. All of his face was covered except for a pair of thin slits that revealed the man's sharp eyes, which glared at him with a sense of arrogance. Naruto took a step forward, but then he was forced to leap back when spears appeared out of the ground. Kuno screamed in shock. Perhaps she had expected Conla to be incapable of using more shadows once in his balance breaker. Swerving to the left, Naruto avoided more spears as he changed direction, charging toward Conla. Left, right, left, left. Naruto could almost sense the spears as they appeared all around him, trying to impale him and Kuno, but he deftly avoided everything thrown at him and reached his enemy in record time. Whoosh! Naruto tried to launch a powerful kick at Conla's midsection. He blinked when his leg passed right through the man's body, which scattered like smoke. His foot hit the ground and he stumbled forward. Quickly recovering, Naruto spun around and attacked again, but just like before, his attack went right through the man. He narrowed his eyes. Not only were his attacks phasing through Conla like his enemy wasn't there, but he couldn't feel any resistance. It was as if Conla himself had become a shadow. Shikamaru would be jealous of this guy's power. I wouldn't bother attacking me, Conla mocked Naruto. It's useless. This armor renders all attacks ineffective. Leaping back, Naruto filled his lungs with oxygen and chakra, molded it, and then spat out several balls of wind that hurtled through the air. They struck Conla, who made no move to dodge. The wind spheres disappeared into the man's body. Barely a second later, the spheres that Naruto had launched at Conla were suddenly hurtling toward him from various shadows inside of the shop. He avoided them quickly. Swerving, ducking, dodging, and weaving, Naruto didn't let a single sphere hit him or Kuno. I see. That armor of yours has the same abilities as your regular sacred gear. That's right, Conla crowed. Physical attacks don't work on me, and I can absorb all of your spells and send them back at you. What's more, I can still control the shadows in the area. As he spoke, several shadows emerged from the ground. The shadow monsters were bipedal, but their arms looked like blades instead of regular hands, and they quickly attacked Naruto, who was forced to move to avoid him and Kuno being skewered. As Naruto did his best to avoid the shadow monsters, Kuno held out her hands and created a tiny fireball between her palms. She threw it at Conla. However, the man made no effort to dodge. He reached out and caught the fox fire in his hand, and then clenched it into a fist, smothering the fire. What was that, little fox princess? Were you trying to attack me with fox fire? Ha! This level of heat cannot work against me. It's not nearly hot enough. Damn it, Kuno muttered in dejection. Not hot enough. As he continued evading the shadow monsters, Naruto thought about the man's words. It sounded like he could still feel heat despite wearing that armor. That meant he was susceptible to most forms of energy, aka heat and cold. Of course, Naruto did not have any attacks that generated heat or coldness. That said, it sounded like he was still affected in some manner by things outside of his armor. Nodding, Naruto switched from carrying Kuno like a princess to carrying her with one arm. He held the girl close. As he continued evading attacks and monsters, he formed a series of seals with only one hand. Futon. Shinku Kinko, Wind Release, Vacuum Vault. Having thought about what he wanted, Naruto created a new technique on the spot. There was no visible difference between before Naruto unleashed his technique and now. There was no distortion of the atmosphere, no strange singularities, or anything that would indicate a jutsu had been used, unless someone were to look at Kanla. The sacred gear user held his hands to his throat as though he was being strangled and tried to suck in oxygen, but nothing happened. Naruto watched with an impassive look as the man fell to the floor. Oddly enough, no sound could be heard. There was no dull thump as the man hit the ground, landing on his hands and knees. 1 second passed, 2 seconds, 5, 30. When a full minute had passed in utter silence, Kanla slumped forward and went still. Naruto dispelled his technique. What just happened? Asked Kuno, still in his arms as Naruto walked up to the man. I realized as we were battling that even though my attacks go through him, he is still affected by things that happen outside of his armor. Heat and cold obviously affect him. Naruto flipped the man over with his foot. He was breathing, but it was very shallow. Either way, it looked like he would live. I figured he would also be affected by a lack of oxygen. The jutsu I just used creates a vacuum that robs a specific area of oxygen. Kuno's eyes widened. I get it. You strangled him to unconsciousness by depriving him of oxygen. That's it exactly. Naruto nodded. Anyway, hold on tight. We're going to save your mother now. Yes. As Kuno wrapped her arms around his neck, Naruto left the souvenir shop and launched himself into an all-out sprint. His destination was Niju Castle. Devil Ninja. Phew. I think that's the last of them. Issei wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then looked back at Asia and Irina. The two of them were standing side by side. Irina had created a light sword that she had used to protect Asia, but upon seeing that all of their enemies had been defeated, she relaxed. They had been ambushed on their way to Niju Castle by two sacred gear users, Flame Shake and Freezing Archaeopteryx. Flame Shake had been fairly easy to deal with, but the wielder of Freezing Archaeopteryx had been trouble. The man had kept at a distance, hiding away, and using his sacred gear to create an army of ice golems. It had taken a lot longer than expected to defeat him. It doesn't look like there are any more enemies, Irina said. I think it's safe to move. Issei nodded. Right, let's get going. They moved at a quick trot, traveling through the subway station, which was where they had been dumped after being sent to this dimension. Issei probably could have gone faster, but he was likely being considerate toward Asia. I may not have another chance. Irina bit her lip as she jogged up to Issei, who was already in his Welsh dragon armor. Eyes, can I ask a question? What is it? Issei looked at her, and Irina took a deep breath before plowing forward. That is your dream still to become a harem king? That's right. Issei nodded without even the slightest hesitation, but then, a strange smile came over his face. But I can't focus on that right now. Oh, Irina blinked in surprise. Why not? Issei didn't say anything for a moment. He stared straight ahead. Irina wondered if she might have said something wrong, but then, speaking slowly, he said, it's because of Akeno-sama. What about Akeno? I couldn't stop her from leaving me in Asia, but I still love her. Issei's admittance was accompanied by a pained grimace. I'm probably being selfish, but I want to convince her to come back to us. I haven't given up on her. And I don't think she's given up on us, either. That's why, Until I can have a real and proper heart-to-heart with her, until I can make her realize that she still has a place here, I don't think it would be right if I tried to create a harem. I need to prove to Akano-sama that I'm serious about her. A soft voice interjected here, and Issei and Irina turned to Asia, who was running beside them. I am also with Aiz-san on this. I want Akano-sama to come back to us. Aiz-san and I promised to do our best. Irina didn't let Issei know how shaken she was by his words. This wasn't quite like the young man she'd come to know after returning to Japan, the perverted boy who thought only about breasts. Hidden inside of him was a devotion and caring that bordered on fanatical. On the one hand, she was happy to see that, even though he was a pervert who loved breasts, he still remained devoted toward Akano. On the other hand, if he didn't plan on letting anyone else join them. What am I thinking? A frown marred her face as she realized where her thoughts were going. She'd been thinking about joining them, about becoming a part of their polyamorous relationship. That went against her religion. It was wrong. Yet, at the same time, a part of her really had been hoping Issei would be receptive to the idea. Until Akano returns, Aiz won't even try creating a harem. She didn't know what to think, but part of her was beginning to realize that even if she joined Issei and Asia in their relationship, she would be playing second fiddle to Akano. No, she would be playing third fiddle to Akano and Asia. She wasn't going to be Issei's number one. Could she even feel welcome when it seemed like Asia and Issei were already so devoted to Akano that they wouldn't allow another woman in without her? She didn't know. She didn't think she could. A small place within her heart felt like it was slowly unraveling. Devil Ninja, Naruto and Kuno didn't run into any more enemies after defeating Konla. They traveled quickly through this fake Kyoto and made it to Niju Castle, arriving at the massive front gate. Made of wood and coated with intricate motifs crafted from gold leaf, the main gate that led into Niju Castle was something even Naruto, who'd seen plenty of structures like this in his old world, couldn't help but admire. Kiba, Saji, and Rosweiss were already there. Kiba was leaning against the wall, his arms crossed as he relaxed. Saji was sitting on the ground. His legs were crossed and he seemed to be deep in thought. On the other hand, Rosweiss seemed tense as she shifted from one foot to the other, looking, not nervous, but more anxious, like she wanted to do something but had nothing to do. Asia, Aiz, and Irina haven't arrived yet? Asked Naruto. Doesn't look like it, Kiba said. Naruto sighed. I guess we'll have to wait. He set Kuno on her feet, pretended to not see the disappointment flashing across the girl's eyes, and stood next to Rosweiss. You feeling okay? He asked. I am fine. She flashed him a nervous smile. I just don't like the idea of waiting like this. We don't know what's going on up ahead, but the longer we remain here, the more time the hero faction has to finish whatever their plans for Yusaka are. Yeah, Naruto glanced at Kuno, who had obviously heard what Rosweiss said and was biting her lip. Rosweiss also realized it. She quickly made to reassure the young fox girl. I don't mean anything bad is going to happen. We'll definitely make sure to stop them before they do anything to your mother. Naruto decided to let Rosweiss keep trying to reassure Kuno. It was kind of amusing, and took a seat beside the two. He crossed his legs and entered the seal, though he kept one ear open for Asia, Issei, and Irina. Alongside Kurama, he practiced forming the hand seals for their new jutsu. He had a feeling they would need it. Sorry we're late. Hearing the voice, Naruto returned from the seal and looked up as Asia, Issei, and Irina ran up to the gate. He stood to his feet as Kiba uncrossed his arms and welcomed the trio with a smile. It's good to see you three are safe. We ran into some trouble, but it was nothing we couldn't handle, Issei said. I'm glad to hear that. Naruto clapped Issei on the shoulder. You ready? Of course. Nodding, Naruto looked at everyone. Are all of you ready? You know I am, Kiba said. Rosweiss gained a serious look. I am prepared. Me too. Irina, though a tad pale, wore a determined expression. Asia nodded with a determined expression. I am ready too. I'm also ready, Saji added. Though I have to admit what we're about to do is crazy. Kuno tugged on Naruto's pants. Let's go rescue mother. Right, let's get this party started. Leading everyone to the front gate, Naruto was prepared to open it when, with a loud crash, the gates gave off a heavy grating sound as they opened on their own. As the group watched the door open, Kiba gave a wry laugh. It looks like they were waiting for us. Issei frowned. It does seem like they are looking down at us. The gates finished opening. With Naruto in the lead, they wandered through and found themselves standing in a large, flat space. Multiple separate buildings connected to each other by corridors marked this as the Ninomaru Palace, which Naruto, Irina, and Kiba had visited earlier that day. The assassin I defeated said that Cao Cao was waiting for us at Hanmaru Palace, Kiba said as they studied the layout. Then let's not sit on our laurels here, Naruto said, leading the way. They made their way to the Ninomaru Garden, a traditional Japanese landscape garden with a large pond, ornamental stones, and manicured pine trees. They didn't have time to admire the scene. The group quickly made their way through to the Hanmaru, passing through a Yaguramon gate, and entering the main circle of defense. There, an imperial residence stood. As Naruto looked at the rows of ancient Japanese eaves, he scanned the area for their enemies. It wasn't hard to spot them. Illuminated by lights, Cao Cao stood in the garden with several other members of the hero faction. They wore the same uniform as before. At the front, Cao Cao rested the Longinus on his shoulder, a grin marring his face. Among this group was a woman. Her beautiful kimono accentuated her mature figure, further enhanced by the golden hair surrounding her like a halo. A pair of fox ears sat on her head. 9 tails jutted out behind her. However, while the woman was undoubtedly a beauty of unfathomable depths, her expressionless face disturbed Naruto. She looked like a puppet. Mother! Kuno cried out as she also spotted the woman. However, not even the cry of her daughter made Yusaka respond. Her eyes remained dark, her face didn't so much as twitch, and her body was completely unresponsive. Kuno bared her fangs at Cao Cao and his group. What have you done to my mother? Cao Cao tilted his head. Didn't I already explain this to you? We wanted your mother to cooperate with us on an experiment. Of course, she remained stubborn, so we were forced to use a more drastic means of securing her cooperation. No, Kuno's horrified look sent ripples of anger through Naruto. Cao Cao tapped his spear against the ground. Not even a moment later, Yusaka released a pained cry as though something was tearing her apart from the inside. Her body changed the next instant. It began glowing as though light was pouring out from inside of her, and her form gradually transformed, growing and expanding as her 9 tails blew up in size. Well, what do you know? She actually does look like a proper Kyuubi. I'm not sure that's a good thing right now. The giant beast stood at least 10 meters tall, its golden fur bristling with every movement. 4 powerful legs rippled with slender muscles. An elegant muzzle held an entrancing beauty that left an impression of power and grace in all who witnessed it. 9 tails waved behind her like writhing tentacles, but even those had a sort of charm and grace to them. Naruto had seen Kurama plenty of times back when he was a 9-tailed fox, so this did not surprise him. However, the others were staring at the massive figure with bulging eyes. Taking a deep breath, Naruto calmed his anger and looked at Cao Cao. The man was grinning. It seems you are finally taking me seriously. What's the point of all this? Asked Naruto with a sweep of his hand. What are you trying to accomplish here? Tapping the shaft of his spear against his shoulder, Cao Cao answered in a casual voice. Kyoto is actually a large-scale magical device surrounded by powerful ley lines. The various famous and historical sites are actually places of incredible power. The ancient Yin-Yang masters, the Onmyoji, hoped to mold this city into a wellspring of power they could use against invaders. Well, it's precisely because of this that all sorts of existences like yokai have been attracted to this place. Naruto was not as well versed in theory as others, so even if he understood the basics, a lot of this flew over his head. He would admit it, outside of knowing how to create jutsu, he'd never really tried to expand his knowledge further. So long as it worked, who cared about how it worked? That had been his motto. I'm going to need to study more. That was a depressing thought. Our current pseudo-space is located in the dimensional gap, both infinitesimally close to and infinitely far away from Kyoto at the same time. We've set this place up so the power of the ley lines is now flowing here. As the strongest existence among yokai, the 9-tailed fox is said to be on the level of the Dragon Kings in power, and the relationship between Kyoto and the 9-tailed fox is also intricately linked. That is the reason our plan must be carried out here. As Cao Cao continued, Naruto kept an eye on both him and Yusaka, now a giant nine-tailed fox. Using Kyoto and the power of the nine-tailed fox, we are going to summon Great Red to this place. Summoning him would normally require a dragon gate and the power of multiple dragon kings, but gathering the dragon kings by force is impossible even for God and Buddha. We're using Kyoto and the power of the Kyuubi as a substitute. Naruto closed his eyes for a second. Something about this didn't make sense. Why do you want to summon Great Red? Ophis left you. She's with me now, in case you haven't realized it. You no longer have any reason to work for her. Didn't I tell you? This isn't for her. It's for us. Cao Cao was still grinning, and for the first time, it was Naruto who felt infuriated. Ophis might not want anything to do with us anymore, but that doesn't mean we don't have need of her power. I refuse to let her remain with you. That is why I'm going to summon Great Red. I'll agitate this creature of impossible power, and then when it's enraged, I'll retreat and let it kill you. Naruto snorted. So that's it. If I die, you can show Ophis that I don't have the power to help her. You'll say something like, only the hero faction can help you accomplish your goal. That's your plan, right? Something like that, Cao Cao admitted. Of course, there are so many things about what we are doing that are unknown, and even Great Red is an existence that we barely understand. That's why this is an experiment. We wish to learn more, like what effect the Dragon Eater will have on the Apocalypse Dragon. Naruto had never heard the term Dragon Eater before, and from the looks on everyone else's faces, they didn't know what he was talking about either. I don't understand any of this, Naruto admitted with a shrug. And frankly, I don't really care. What I do know is this. You kidnapped that woman against her will, forced her daughter to suffer with worry, and now you're planning to summon a massive being of unknown power just to kill me. That's all I need to know. Naruto pointed at the man. Cao Cao, I'm going to kick your ass from here to the underworld. I'll admit, you are a serious threat, Cao Cao said, though he didn't sound worried. On your own, you could probably kill me. However, I'm not alone, and I don't need to defeat you. I just need to keep you from interfering. It seems talking with them isn't going to get us anywhere, Kiba said. I think we should do our best to eliminate them. Issei nodded. Most of this is beyond me, but I know these guys can't be allowed to complete their experiment or whatever. Let's kick their asses. I'm with you too. A light sword appeared in Irina's hand. Saji sighed. It seems like every time you Grimoires get involved, I find myself fighting a battle to the death. Fine. This is also for our fellow students and my friends anyway, so. A surge of power erupted around Saji as numerous black snakes appeared from his arms, legs, and shoulders. They entangled his body. Soon, his body was entirely covered in black serpents, and then a large serpent appeared under his feet. It presented itself to Saji and formed a coil, its body emitting black flames. Saji's left eye turned red and resembled a snake's eye. You guys probably don't know it, but after we all fought to rescue the 3 faction leaders in Greece, I asked Azazel to modify my body so I could access more power. Not only did I find the other parts of Vitra and combine them, but my body was upgraded so I could use my newly acquired power properly. Naruto would admit that Saji's power had increased a lot since the battle in Greece. He felt like an entirely different person. If he had to place Saji on a power scale, he would be stronger than Kiba but weaker than Issei. His power was closer to Issei's than Kiba's, though, which just went to show Naruto how much stronger he was. Vitra, sorry, but I'd like to ask you to lend me your strength. Hyodo, I'm going to need your help controlling him. Pull me back if I enter a berserker state. Oh okay, Issei muttered, looking too shocked to do anything but agree. As Saji spoke, black flames appeared all around him, and then the huge serpent next to him spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. Ah, my other self. Where is my prey? Is it that holy spear? Or is it the fox? I'm fine with either one. It's been so long since I was able to come out. Ha ha, I feel great right now. Perfect, powerful. In fact, why don't I just consume everything here with my black flames? Naruto glanced at Saji and frowned. When he had said that he entered a berserker state, Naruto had been expecting something like Heracles from that Unlimited Blade Works anime Rias had told him about. He had not been expecting the dragon to be capable of speech. You need to calm your ass down, dragon, Naruto said as he stepped forward. Your opponent is going to be the nine-tailed fox. Your goal is to capture it, not kill it. If you do kill it, rest assured that I'll tear your body apart even more than God did when he turned you into a sacred gear. The serpent hissed at Naruto. Who the hell are, oh, what's this? I see. You have a great power inside of you. I've never felt something like this before. Even I am aware that the being you're harboring in your body could kill me if you unleashed it. Very well, I'll go along with your plan. I don't want to die. I'm just happy getting to stretch my limbs and have some fun. Good, I'm glad to hear that. Naruto took a calming breath. Breathe in, breathe out. As he allowed his mind to think more logically than he liked to, he began issuing orders to everyone. Rossweiss, you see the big man over there? The one who is over 2 meters tall. He's your opponent. He's physically powerful and has a high resistance to magic. His sacred gear is called Variant Detonation. It's the ability to create explosions in time with his physical attacks. You'll have to overpower his magical resistance if you want to defeat him. I think I understand. Please leave him to me. You might also have to deal with Georg, Naruto added. It looks like he's taking part in the ritual to summon Great Red, but don't let your guard down. He's a highly advanced magic user on top of being the wielder of Dimension Lost. Keep your eyes out for him as well. Okay, Kiba, your opponent is Siegfried. I believe you saw his abilities firsthand. His twice critical is a subspecies that allows him to create a dragon arm on his back, and his balance breaker lets him create 4 dragon arms. He can wield all 6 blades in his possession when he's like that, so be careful. I've got it, Kiba said as he created a pair of swords. One of them was dark and released an ominous feeling, a demonic sword. The other weapon was light and pure, a holy sword. I have to be honest, you telling me about his powers and abilities only makes me want to fight him more. Just don't underestimate him. I'd never do that. Eyes. Naruto grabbed the boy's attention. I hate to ask this of you, but I need you to protect me, Asia, and Kuno from Cao Cao and Jin. I'm going to use a jutsu that Kurama and I have been working on, but it will take time to activate. If you can give me just 5 minutes, that should be enough time for me to complete my jutsu. Issei looked a bit shocked at hearing that he'd be fighting against 2 people at once, but perhaps owing to the confidence he'd gained through repeated training, the perverted high school student quickly regained his confidence. Just leave it to me. He thumped his chest. I won't let either of them harm you. Naruto nodded. I'm counting on you. Naruto. Irina began as though to ask, what should I be doing? Glancing at her, Naruto smiled and said, you already know what you need to do, right? Xenovia needs help. She's lost and unsure, and as her best friend and partner, you need to make her see reason. I'm leaving her to you. In that moment, Irina's eyes sparkled like gemstones as a healthy blush spread across her face. A smile like a flower blooming underneath morning rays of sunlight caused her to look even more radiant than usual. She looked so happy that even the tense situation they were in appeared to be insignificant to her. Yes, she said with more enthusiasm than he'd ever heard from her. As Naruto laid out his battle plans to the Grimoire Peerage and Saji, Cao Cao stood with other members of the hero faction and the still emotionless Yusaka. It seems I really did underestimate you, he was speaking to Naruto. Ever since our first meeting, I had assumed you were just an abnormally powerful idiot, but that's not true at all, is it? You're also capable of acting like a real leader. You gathered information about our strengths and weaknesses and created a plan to deal with each of us. That Rias Grimoire was certainly lucky when she found you. In a few years, you'll probably attain the rank of high-class devil and create your own peerage. The old Mao and that idiot Loki were fools to think the 3 faction leaders were the only threats. Are you flattering me? Asked Naruto. Not at all. Cao Cao shook his head. I am merely stating the facts as I see them. Naruto snorted. Cao Cao. Siegfried glanced at his leader. How would you like to proceed? Well, I believe we should just start the experiment and see what happens. Cao Cao started tapping his spear against the ground, and the Kyuubi leader glowed even brighter than before. Georg, it is time. Focus your power into the force nodes of the 9-tailed fox and prepare to summon Great Red. I understand. The user of Dimension Lost reached out with a hand, and what seemed to be an endless number of magic circles appeared around him. They spun in a rapid circle around him. Naruto couldn't make heads or tails of the magical scripts, but Rosweiss could. This boy is quite something. Rosweiss narrowed her eyes. Just at a glance, I can see Norse, demonic, fallen angel, white magic, black magic, and even fairy magic spells. There is an incredibly diverse and wide array of scripts in there. It seems you were right, Naruto. That boy is an incredibly powerful sorcerer. He might be too busy to fight right now, but don't take your eyes off him, Naruto said. I promise to keep at least one eye on him at all times. As she spoke, a magic circle appeared above her palm and a small eye suddenly materialized from within it. The eye quickly darted away. Naruto assumed it was somehow linked to Rosweiss and would let her keep an eye on Georg while she battled Heracles. A magic circle far larger than anything else appeared on the ground around Yusaka. Naruto didn't know what it was. However, as the magic circle appeared, Yusaka's pupils became dilated. A dangerous light had entered her eyes, and her golden fur was standing on end. The magic circle and the sacrifice for summoning Great Red are ready. Now we just have to see if Great Red will take the bait and come here. We're actually quite lucky. We have both a Dragon King and a Heavenly Dragon present as a bonus. My apologies, Sao Company, but I'll likely be too occupied with operating the magic circles to fight, Georg said. It's fine. That is what you are here for. Sao waved his hand in acknowledgement. Leonardo and the others are battling against the allied forces outside. They won't be able to buy us much time, but I'm hoping it will be enough. Reports have stated that not only have Azazel and Seraphol entered the fray, but members of the Seraphim have arrived. It seems like things have gotten interesting, Heracles said as he and Jean stepped forward. They have indeed. Sao smiled as he directed his attention to Naruto. Now let's see who among us will prove victorious. Us or them? Is everyone ready? Naruto asked his companions. As he received a chorus of affirmatives, he took a deep breath and sat down, crossing his hands and getting ready to connect with Kurama. In that case, you know what you have to do, so let's do it. Right, everyone shouted at the same time and rushed off toward their respective opponents. Only Issei stood back. He had Asia quickly promote him tonight before he darted forward to take on both Sao and Jean. Kuno, Asia, please stay behind me, Naruto instructed. But, Kuno began. Do not worry, we will rescue your mother. He smiled in her direction. But I won't do it at the cost of your safety. Please stay behind me, everything will be okay. Oh okay. Kuno nodded and moved behind him. Asia also moved behind him. Though unlike the young Kitsune, she was keeping an eye on the battle. As a healer, she'd be using her ranged healing, which had extended to several dozen meters, to heal their allies when they got injured. Are you ready, Kurama? No, I still can't believe we're doing this. We're doing this. Believe it. Please don't say that ever again. Sorry. Naruto closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then extended his chakra into the seal. At the same time, Kurama's massively overwhelming chakra surged from the seal and latched onto his, creating something like a tunnel or even a vortex between them as they synchronized their chakras. The two beings from another dimension brought their hands together at the same time. As the sounds of battle echoed all around them, the two quietly began forming hand seals. Devil Ninja, Xenovia. Irina swooped down from the sky, a light sword in her hand. Xenovia raised Durandal to meet her attack. Their two weapons clashed together with a thunderous explosion of energy, causing the ground underneath Xenovia's feet to crack. Irina gritted her teeth as she pushed her weapon against the massive blade in her friend's hand. However, as expected of a holy sword on the same level as the original Excalibur, Durandal was more than able to fend her off. You should know, that sort of attack won't work on me. With a loud shout, Xenovia strained her muscles and cleaved right through the light sword in Irina's hand. An explosion of energy burst from the blade. It would have hit Irina, but she moved out of the way quickly. Coming back in, Irina began swinging her blade in a series of slashes and thrusts at speeds that Xenovia couldn't match. All the other girl could do was use the flat end of her blade to block the attacks. Narrowing her eyes, Irina pushed her muscles to work harder and increased the speed of her thrusts. Over and over she attacked. Zenobia slowly lost ground. She stumbled backward as Irina swung. It seems I'm not the only one who's gotten stronger, Zenobia muttered as she took several steps back. Irina smiled. I've been training with Naruto and Kiba. They've helped polish my sword skills and increased my stamina. That's so. Zenobia shifted her shoulders a bit as she grabbed Durandal with both hands. It seems you've become quite fond of Naruto. Back when I was in the church, all you would ever talk about was Issei, but now you're talking about Naruto like he's all you care about. Despite herself, Irina blushed. That's because, Using her embarrassment as a distraction, Zenobia rushed in and began swinging Durandal at speeds a blade that size shouldn't normally be capable of moving. The sword was like a blur, a streak of light. Despite being caught off guard, Irina responded to her opponent's attacks. She increased the potency of her light sword. Now condensed many times over, she met Zenobia's attacks, not head-on, but with subtle deception. Durandal screamed down from overhead. Irina angled her blade so the massive holy sword slid along the edge and slammed into the ground. An explosion caused the ground to rumble, but she ignored that and spun around as Zenobia swung her blade from the ground into a vertical slash. Again, she angled her sword, let Durandal slide along it, and then brought the blade over her head so it would miss her. Leaping back to gain some distance, Irina threw several light spears as a distraction. All of them were blocked by Durandal. That was fine. Ascending back into the air, she created several halo-shaped projectiles, which she threw at Zenobia, peppering the girl over and over. Of course, this was Zenobia. Irina didn't expect her attacks to work, and just as she expected, the young woman with blue hair swung her blade, unleashing a powerful crescent wave of energy that destroyed all of her attacks in a single swing. Did you really think you would be able to defeat me like that, Irina? Asked Zenobia as she raised her blade over her head. Don't make me laugh. You might have become an angel, but you aren't the only one who's become more powerful. Let me show you the power I gained while working with the hero faction. Raising Durandal above her head, Zenobia furrowed her brows in concentration. Irina felt a surge of energy come from Durandal. Her eyes widened as large streams of white energy leaked off the blade. However, the streamers, like plumes of steam rising from the surface of a boiling lake, soon gathered and became condensed. It engulfed the sword. Then, as though Zenobia had suddenly turned up the power, the energy grew upward. As she stared at the massive weapon, which looked like a 15-meter-tall blade, Irina could only gulp. Let's see what you can do against this. With another loud shout, Zenobia brought Durandal down faster than Irina imagined possible. The air howled as it was rent. Irina, desperate to get out of the way, moved quickly. She flapped her wings and swerved to the left. However, even though she managed to evade the massive sword, the force that weapon left as it cut the air pushed her back, and the excess power leaking from it singed her skin. Then the sword struck the ground. A deafening sound not unlike the sonic boom of someone breaking the sound barrier rocked Irina's ears, forcing her to cover them. Light blasted out from where Durandal struck the earth. Irina covered her face with her arms as the blinding light seared her vision. She would have closed her eyes, but the massive explosion had caused an updraft of energy that tried to knock her out of the sky. She had to put all her focus on flapping her wings, and she needed to at least see where she was going. When the energy died down, Irina looked back at the ground. She gawked. The area she'd been floating near was now a large crater. It must have been at least 15 meters across. What's more, the ground around the crater was cracked and split. I didn't think Zenobia could get this powerful. Zenobia was a power fighter, so of course that meant she was physically imposing and could unleash a lot of power. At the same time, she was still human. There were limitations that a human could not exceed. I see you dodged my attack, Zenobia murmured as she stuck Durandal's blade into the ground and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Irina narrowed her eyes. You should have known I would dodge such an obvious attack. That attack looked like it cost you a lot of stamina. I've got stamina to spare. Having removed the sweat from her brow, Zenobia picked up her blade again and held it in a ready position. Now, come at me. Irina didn't hesitate to rush forward. She traveled over the ground on fleet feet. It almost looked like she was flying, especially with her wings flapping, but she was actually using a technique called skimming. The flap of her wings was being used to accelerate the speed of her run, pushing her forward. Hiyaaa. Slamming her light sword into Zenovia's durandal, Irina tried her best to push the other girl back. Thanks to the speed she'd built up, momentum was on her side, and Zenovia skidded across the ground as Irina kept pushing against her. The blue-haired girl's teeth were gnashed together as she struggled against the light sword. Not good enough. It's not enough. With a concerted effort, Zenovia pushed Irina back after several seconds of a stalemate, but rather than simply letting herself stumble backward, Irina sent several light spears at her opponent. Zenovia dispelled them with a swing of durandal. However, as she did, Irina noticed something about her movements. They're growing sluggish. The longer they fought, the less energy Zenovia was able to put into her swings. When this battle had first started, Zenovia had been swinging her sword so fast it was only thanks to her powers as an angel that she could keep up. Durandal was still being swung quite fast. However, the difference between then and now was like the difference between an Olympic athlete and high school student. You're getting tired, Irina observed. Shut up, Zenovia muttered. I can do this all day. Even though she said that, the more they fought, the less stamina Zenovia had. She also didn't unleash that massive attack again. Either that meant she was saving that attack for a time when she thought it would hit, or she couldn't use that attack anymore because it required too much power. They shuffled their feet across the garden that was their battleground. A good portion of the garden had been destroyed. Craters and scars littered the ground. Given how rugged the terrain now was, Irina knew she would have to be careful to avoid tripping or getting her foot caught in a crater or trench. A lull entered the battle after soon. Zenovia and Irina stood several meters from each other. While her breathing still remained light, her opponent was breathing a lot more heavily, shoulders heaving as she sucked in oxygen. Zenovia, Irina began. Do we really have to keep fighting? Can't we just stop? Looking away from Irina, Zenovia grimaced. I can't stop now. I've already decided to join the Chaos Brigade. I can't afford to let my resolve be so half-hearted. Taking a deep breath, Zenovia switched to a one-handed grip, and then pulled out another holy sword from a dimensional rift. It looked like a replica of Excalibur Destruction. Now gripping two massive blades in each hand, the blue-haired girl stared at Irina with a hard expression. If you want me to stop, then you're going to have to stop me. I see. Irina finally realized what was going on here. Zenovia had always been a hard-headed and stubborn person. That was the entire reason she'd gotten into that massive argument with the church, left, and joined the Chaos Brigade. Once she made a decision, she would always see it through to the end, even when that decision brought her nothing but pain. Zenovia is asking me to stop her. No, she is begging me to stop her. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Zenovia rushed forward, Excalibur Destruction and durandal scraping against the ground, creating sparks. I understand now, Zenovia. Irina readied her light sword as Zenovia's charge brought the other girl ever closer. 10 meters. 5 meters. 2 meters. I'll definitely be the one to stop you. When she reached the 1-meter mark, Zenovia raised both of her swords, prepared to bring them down on her former partner and friend. Irina reacted quickly. Dispelling her light sword, she shot forward before Zenovia could attack. She was already in Zenovia's guard. Even if the girl swung her swords, they would miss. Now face to face, Irina could see the surprise in Zenovia's eyes. However, she could also see the pain, the hurt, the sense of betrayal and loss. Her friend was lost and hurt and didn't know what to do. The Chaos Brigade had likely capitalized on those emotions and convinced her to join them. I won't let things stay like this. Irina wrapped her arms around Zenovia and pulled the other girl into a tight embrace. Zenovia froze. The hands that had been raised to bring down her sword slowly lowered, and then a loud clank signified the two holy swords falling to the ground. I'm sorry for not being able to help you before, Irina apologized. But I'm here now. I won't leave you to suffer alone. I was so lost. Zenovia's voice was choked. I know. I didn't know what to do. I know. Irina, it's okay. Irina hugged her friend tighter. Everything is going to be okay now. I'm not going to let you go through that again. Several seconds passed before, with a slowness that made her seem reluctant, Zenovia wrapped her arms around Irina. She hugged the other girl tightly as several tears flowed down her cheeks. Irina felt the tears fall against her clothing, but she ignored how her clothes were getting wet and let her friend cry out all of the sorrow, frustration, and hopelessness that had been eating away at her since learning of God's death. Devil Ninja. Kiba was not used to fighting with two swords. Dual wielding was not a skill he had cultivated. That said, as he and Siegfried fought against each other, Kiba gripped a sword in each hand as he tried to withstand the overwhelming power of his opponent. What is this? Siegfried laughed as he slammed Graham into Kiba's demonic sword, shattering it and forcing him to make another one. These swords are pathetic. Ha ha. Do you really think you can defeat me with such lousy weapons and shoddy swordsmanship? Kiba said nothing, not because he had nothing to say, but because it took all of his concentration to avoid being killed. He dodged attacks that came in from the left and right, from above and below. Siegfried was not dual-wielding like him. He was tri-wielding. He gripped Graham tightly in his left hand, a light sword in his right, and Nathung, a demon sword that was sharp enough to cut through almost any known substance, in the dragon arm protruding from his back. With 3 blades to contend with, Kiba found himself on the defensive. This is utterly ridiculous, Siegfried spat as he slammed his light sword into Kiba's holy sword. It didn't shatter, but the strength behind the blow sent him skidding backward. Given that you are the swordsman who defeated Fried Selzen, I assumed you would be strong, but I guess Fried was just weak. You're not even a challenge. Kiba gritted his teeth at the insult. Bending his knees, he pushed off the ground and used his speed, which was far superior to a normal human's, to turn his body into a literal streak. He ran around Siegfried, hoping to attack the man from his blind spot. Yet when he attacked, the dragon arm welding Nathung intercepted him. Kiba could only gnash his teeth together as Nathung sliced through his demonic sword with ease. A weak attack like that won't work on me. Siegfried spun around and swung Graham from overhead. Kiba dodged, but the destructive power sent him flying backwards. I have no blind spots, you fool. My twice critical is a subspecies that lets me grow this dragon arm out of my back. Not only does it double my power, but this arm also acts as a sensor. After all, there is no point in having an arm growing out of my back if I can't sense attacks coming at me from behind. Now that he had a bit of breathing room, Kiba was able to finally speak. So you basically have no blind spots. Is that what you are telling me? That is it exactly. Grimacing, Kiba reassessed his strategy. If he couldn't defeat Siegfried from attacking his blind spots, then he would need to use the greatest advantage he had to attack from multiple directions at once. Sword birth. Slamming a hand onto the ground, Kiba put power into his sacred gear, creating a large number of holy demonic swords that sprung from the ground around Siegfried. His hope was to skewer the man. Sadly, that wasn't what happened. Siegfried leapt into the air. Once airborne, he swung Graham at the ground, sending a large crescent wave that obliterated the holy demonic swords with ease. Kiba didn't give up and created more swords, this time in the air, which she launched at Siegfried as a form of makeshift projectile. His hopes to somehow impale his opponent from afar were also met with failure. Siegfried used all 3 of his blades to bat his swords from the air as though they were nothing. Still not enough, Siegfried taunted. I need something stronger. No, not stronger. I just need a sword that can counter Graham's power. Sword birth gave him the ability to create an infinite number of demon swords that could exhibit numerous properties. He even had one that devoured holy energy and other sources of light. If he could create a sword capable of devouring demonic energy, then it's worth a shot. Getting rid of the holy sword he'd been using, Kiba reached out his hand and imagined a weapon that could devour demonic energy. He frowned. Since he was trying to create something that could devour demonic energy, that meant he couldn't use sword birth, which created demon swords. In that case, blade blacksmith. Kiba didn't just have one sacred gear. After absorbing the spirits of his lost comrades, Kiba had gained the ability to create holy demonic swords. However, sword birth only allowed the creation of demon swords, so how was he able to create swords with a holy attribute? Obviously because he had both sword birth and blade blacksmith. Forming in midair was a blade of the purest silver. Untainted by anything, this pure blade had a straight edge and the general shape of a European broadsword. It wasn't very large. However, That was because he was condensing its power across a smaller mass in order to make it stronger. Now using the Demon Sword, Holy Eraser, and the Holy Sword, Demon Eraser, Kiba rushed toward Siegfried once more. You don't honestly think those two swords will be able to defeat my swords, do you? Asked Siegfried as he swung his light sword down. Kiba blocked the attack with Holy Eraser. The Holy Sword's bright glow, a symbol of the holy energy infusing it, flickered and dimmed before going out. Siegfried raised an eyebrow at that as he swung Graham at Kiba. Like when he'd blocked the light sword, Kiba brought up Demon Eraser to block and absorb the energy of this weapon. It didn't work. Demon Eraser shattered. Out of desperation, Kiba created a wall out of his holy demonic sword, Sword of the Betrayer, to protect himself. Graham slammed into the shield and shattered it with ease. It was like the weapon was cutting through paper instead of countless holy demonic swords. Fortunately, Kiba had been able to leap back and avoid taking the brunt of the damage, but just the excess power from Siegfried's swing created a powerful repulsive force that shoved him back. Kiba stumbled across the ground before managing to right himself. A sense of danger caused the hairs on his neck to prickle. He looked up. Siegfried was already in front of him. Eyes widening, Kiba defended against Graham by creating another holy sword, but of course the powerful demon sword shattered it like it was nothing. Even so, that single second it took to destroy his blade allowed Kiba to move. Using his superior speed as a knight, he avoided getting hit, not that it mattered. Siegfried spun around and attacked using Nathung. Desperate to avoid taking any damage, Kiba created the Destruction Sword, a two-handed demonic sword that was over 2 meters long. He didn't intend to swing it. He used it as a shield. Nathung sliced into the weapon, which exploded with an incredible amount of power. Black energy howled. Siegfried stumbled back as his dragon arm was thrown wide. Kiba leapt several feet back to put some distance between them. I am very surprised you managed to last this long, Siegfried claimed. Even if I'm not going all out, you still managed to survive longer than a lot of other people. For that, I'll grant you a special privilege and allow you to witness one of my strongest attacks. Sheathing Nathung and the light sword, Siegfried grunted and, with a strange tearing sound, 3 more dragon arms emerged from his back. Not only did he grip Graham with both hands, but all 4 dragon arms reached around and grabbed the sword as well. A shiver ran down Kiba's spine as dark energy poured off the blade like smoke. He knew that if he let Siegfried hit him with whatever attack he had planned, it would be the end of him. I can't let myself get hit by that. Kiba was already certain he wouldn't be able to reach Siegfried in time, so he instead sent out hundreds of swords, both holy and demonic, to attack the man. They were fired off like bullets from an automatic rifle. However, despite being peppered with hundreds of swords, nothing happened. Perhaps it was the overwhelming energy leaking from Graham, but all the swords Kiba fired shattered before they could hit Siegfried. This is not good. Here it is. Have a taste of the kind of power someone who wields a true demon sword has. Siegfried raised Graham in the air, all 6 of his hands gripping it tight, and then he brought it down. A massive wave of black energy burst from the sword. It was like a black flame spreading across the ground, but instead of burning everything in its path, it destroyed it. The ground was ripped apart. Kiba, in a last, desperate attempt to keep himself from being killed, poured all his energy into erecting several dozen walls between him and the massive tidal wave of energy. However, the tidal wave crashed through one wall after another. Kiba released all the demonic energy he had in one last gambit, and then the tidal wave of energy washed over him. Devil Ninja. Their battlefield was the palace itself. Being a magic user, Rossweiss had immediately taken to the sky. Magic circles appeared all around her, glowing blue circles that rotated where they floated. From within those circles came blasts of lightning, gouts of fire, torrents of water, and a deluge of powerful cutting winds. All of it was aimed at Heracles, who stood on the ground several meters below her. Ha 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 ha, do you really think magic like that will work on me? A massive explosion went up as her attacks slammed into Heracles with enough power that the detonation could be felt for kilometers. The lightning sent arcs of energy across the ground. Massive plumes of fire rose into the air like a phoenix rising from the ashes. That fire was quickly doused by the water, which then solidified into ice, freezing everything within so the cutting winds could slice through her opponent. Rosweiss narrowed her eyes as she stared into the destruction her attack had caused, waiting, watching to see if her enemy had survived. He had. Heracles stood exactly where he had been, his arms crossed and a confident smirk on his face. The Gakurin and Greek armor he wore didn't have a single scratch on them, and Heracles himself also seemed completely unharmed. Rosweiss could only look at him with wide eyes as her bombardment failed. Did you really think your pathetic magic would be enough to overcome my defenses? Ha! I carry the spirit of the Greek hero, Heracles. A pathetic magic attack like that will never hurt me. Rosweiss narrowed her eyes further as she tried to figure out what she could do. It seemed bombarding him with multiple types of magic didn't work. He must have had a very high magical resistance, which meant it would take an overwhelming amount of power to break through. That, or maybe I can break through if I condense my magic into a beam. As a skilled practitioner of Norse magic, Rosweiss specialized in long-range and bombarding attacks. She was capable of using just about every element: ice, fire, water, lightning, wind, thunder, light, summoning, and even explosive-based magic. If she used her explosive magic to create a condensed beam, perhaps she could punch through Heracles' defenses. It was worth a shot. I hope you don't think I'm going to just let you keep attacking me, Heracles said as Rosweiss came up with her plan. It's time to show you how powerless you really are. As he finished speaking, Heracles' body started glowing with a bright aura that surrounded him. The aura then transformed into objects that resembled missiles. Just as the thought crossed her mind, the missile-like objects blasted forward at speeds she could scarcely track. Rosweiss moved into a series of aerial maneuvers, but the missiles followed her, staying on her tail as even more missiles joined in. Realizing that she couldn't keep dodging, Rosweiss created over 100 magic circles and launched lightning at the attacks. Her magic struck the missiles and caused them to detonate. While the detonations pushed her around some, Rosweiss decided to use the bright light from the explosions as a distraction to launch her own attack. She soared above the many flaring explosions and locked onto Heracles. She held out her hands. A magic circle appeared in front of her, smaller than the others, but containing even more power. Concentrating hard, she incorporated hundreds of high-level magic symbols into her attack, causing the entire thing to become so dense it looked like a single object as opposed to a bunch of small symbols. Once her attack was ready, she launched it at Heracles. What erupted from her magic circle was a condensed beam of red energy. It moved far faster than anything else she'd launched thanks to an acceleration spell she'd added. Her inspiration had come from an anime Rias had watched in which a character named Masaka fired off a coin using electricity so fast it was like a railgun. The attack struck Heracles dead on, and the man, arrogant to the end, didn't even bother moving out of the way. The attack pierced his shoulder. Herc. Heracles went down onto a knee as the magic went straight through him and struck the ground, exploding with enough force to push the man forward. His hair blew every which way as he placed one hand against his shoulder and the other on the ground. He dug his fingers into the cement to keep himself from being sent flying. When the attack was over, he stood up. There was a massive hole going through his left shoulder, so large even Rosweiss, several dozen meters in the air, could see through it. Blood leaked from the wound, drenching his clothes. He glared up at her. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent. You fucking bitch. You cock-sucking little shit. I'm going to fucking kill you. Before Rosweiss could think of attacking again, nearly 100 missile-like projectiles flew through the air, all sailing toward her. She already knew she couldn't dodge. They were surrounding her on all sides. In desperation, she created a shield made of nearly 200 magic circles. Would it be enough to protect her? A massive light flashed through the night sky as the missiles slammed into her shields with a relentless fury. Devil Ninja. Issei stood before Cao Cao and Jean. The roar of combat echoed all around them. Over a dozen meters away, black flames danced and surrounded Yusaka, writhing like tendrils. The Kyuubi leader shook as her body released a powerful aura. It looked like she was in pain, but then she spat out several large balls of fire. They didn't look as powerful as Tannen's flames, but Issei could still feel the heat from where he stood. Saji wasn't the only person battling. Irina had gone to fight Zenobia, Kiba was battling Siegfried, and Rosweiss was fighting Heracles, which meant Issei had to deal with these two. His job wasn't to win, however. He was aware of his own limitations. His job was merely to buy Sensei time to activate his new technique, whatever that was. Asia was currently doing her best to heal the others, but it was proving difficult because their battles were taking place further away. She and Kuno stood behind Naruto. So far the only person she'd been able to heal was Rosweiss, who was flying high above them as she fought. The woman had been caught in a massive explosion and injured, but Asia healed her from a distance and the battle had resumed. "Isn't it great?" Cao Cao asked, causing Issei to look away from the battles. "It's like a balance breaker free for all. Well, without having a power like this, there is no way us humans can compete with you supernatural existences." Cao Cao twirled the spear in his hand with a casual grace, causing Issei to distance himself. At that moment, his opponent had many openings, but Issei knew better. Even if those openings weren't traps, Cao Cao had Jean standing by his side. That said, he should be able to defeat her no problem. I should beat her first. Issei had already been promoted tonight. He would make use of his speed to quickly defeat Jean. Breasts, reveal your thoughts to me. Bilingual. A strange space covered the area around the battlefield, visible only to him. With bilingual activated, Issei charged straight for Jean, extending his left hand as Ascalon shot from the jewel above his knuckles. "Ooh, going after me first. You perv. I'll show you who's a perv." With that shout, Issei quickly closed the distance. "I'm going to move left and then attack from his blind spot." Jean's breast spoke to him, telling him what she would do next, and Issei reacted accordingly. He turned around as Jean moved around his left to attack his blind spot. Her sword clashed against Ascalon. Despite having her attack defended against, she didn't seem shocked, and in fact, there was a large smile on her face. Issei would have wondered about that smile, but then he felt a chill on his back. He disengaged from Jean. Spinning around, he moved aside as a spear pierced the place where he'd been standing. It was the Longinus. He knocked it away with Ascalon, and then tried to attack Cao Cao, but he was too slow. His opponent had already retreated. "Did you know my companions and I came up with a theory on how to defeat you?" As Jean circled behind him, which Issei knew because her breasts told him, Cao Cao began talking. "Our idea was to attack you with a time-accelerating sacred gear. Doing so will shorten the time you can remain in balance breaker and release your armor prematurely. We even have one such sacred gear user. The problem is that it has no offensive capabilities." Issei didn't let Cao Cao know that he knew what Jean was doing. He kept his eyes focused on the man in front of him. "There's a problem with that, though," Issei said, deciding to make casual conversation. "If you accelerated my time, I could just release my balance break voluntarily and switch to using the normal ability of my sacred gear. With the accelerated time, I could infinitely double my power in minutes." "Yes," Cao Cao smiled. "That is why we ultimately decided against it. I'm going to attack now." In that instant, Jean's breasts told Issei exactly what she was going to do. Issei used the speed he'd attained from his promotion to avoid her attack. She fell on the spot he'd been standing, her sword extended as it missed, and then she was sent flying when Issei kicked her. He'd actually wanted to place a magic circle on her clothes, but his arms couldn't reach that far, so a kick it was. Cao Cao attacked Issei before he could recover, sending a slew of powerful thrusts with his spear, but Issei used both his speed and his precognitive abilities to avoid the attacks. Cao Cao was good. No, he was better than good. His attacks were precise, powerful, and fast. That said, Issei had been training with Naruto, who had helped him learn how to predict his opponents by looking at their torso instead of their hands. It just barely allowed him to keep up with the much faster hero faction leader. "Since attacking from behind didn't work, I'll attack from above." The voice of Jean's breasts echoed in his ears. Issei leapt backward as Jean fell from the sky. Her sword slid into the ground with ease. "Now I'll surprise him with my sacred gear." As her breast spoke, a sword grew out from underneath Jean's foot. Issei recognized the holy sword for what it was and knew not to let it hit him. He leapt out of the way, but sadly, this brought him toward Cao Cao. Whoa! Cao Cao thrust out his spear. Issei ducked underneath the attack out of desperation, which allowed him to narrowly avoid death. Then he attacked with Ascalon. However, Cao Cao stepped back as he dexterously spun the Longinus in his hands, knocking the sword away from him. Asia, promote me to bishop. Yes. As the feeling of speed faded from his mind, a surge of magic flooded his nerves. Issei took to the sky, avoiding Jin's attack. Now in the air, he concentrated on what he wanted, visualizing it in his mind. I don't know if this will work, but, as his wings flapped, two massive barrels suddenly appeared over his shoulder, gleaming red in the light. Issei channeled his magic into them, causing a bright glow to appear within each barrel. Take this, you bastard! With a thunderous roar, the twin cannons blasted condensed bullets of demonic power. Cao Cao and Jin were obviously smart enough not to take them head-on. They both moved in opposite directions as the bullets exploded with an intense spray of demonic power. Even Issei felt himself being pushed back as the two sphere-shaped detonations expanded. Dropping back to the ground, Issei quickly stood in front of Sensei, Asia, and Kuno, erecting a shield to keep them from being caught in the blast. A quick glance back revealed that Sensei hadn't moved from his spot. His eyes were still closed as though he was meditating. Issei quickly focused back on attacking. He tracked Cao Cao and Jin with his cannons and began firing off multiple rounds. The two hero faction members quickly dodged his bullets, but then Issei switched targets. Instead of attacking them, he attacked their surroundings. Explosion after explosion slammed into the ground close to them. Neither Cao Cao nor Jin were the type to get knocked off balance, but he was able to corral them closer together. Boost 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 boost. While he forced the two to move where he wanted them, Issei continued boosting himself, doubling his power multiple times within several seconds. Once he had what he felt was enough power, Issei retracted his cannons, held out his hands, and created a single massive cannon from those. Take this, suckers, I'm gonna blow my load all over your faces. What? Cao Cao actually paused upon hearing his words, but Issei didn't care. He fired off a beam of demonic energy so powerful the very air sizzled and the ground melted as it sped toward them. Not only was it powerful, but the size of the beam was easily several meters in diameter. There was no way they could dodge it. Asia, please promote me to queen. Okay. Issei took a calming breath as the promotion further increased his abilities. He still hadn't mastered the queen promotion, but he would need it for this. Boost 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 boost. As he boosted himself, a pair of jets appeared on his back, and Issei surged forward in the wake of his massive beam attack. Just as he had expected, the beam was split in half. The two divergent halves slammed into the surrounding palace, detonating with a concussive force, but Issei ignored the blazing hot winds that slammed into him and charged at Cao Cao, who stood protectively in front of Jin. Ha 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 ha, so this is the power of the Sekyryute. Most impressive. Boost 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 boost. Throwing a powerful straight punch at Cao Cao with his boosted fist, Issei waited until the man moved his spear to parry his punch, and then he stopped his fist just before the spear. Cao Cao's spear flew through the space between them. His parry had missed. Now, surging forward, Issei thrust out his other hand and transferred his power into Ascalon. He emitted a powerful pulse that caused an aura shaped like a blade to shoot forward. A tearing noise echoed around the battlefield. Jin screamed in shock as Cao Cao's arm flew through the air. Issei grinned as he saw the damage his attack had done, but then he blinked when an incredible pain shot through his stomach. He looked down. The Longinus had pierced his stomach. It seems we both landed a hit. Cao Cao chuckled, though my attack did a lot more damage. As Cao Cao removed his spear from Issei's stomach and impaled it into the ground, Issei fell onto his hands and knees as smoke began pouring from the wound. Eyes-san. Asia screamed behind him. You're mine now. Jin shouted as her breasts warned Issei of the danger. Yet Issei couldn't move. The pain was, he couldn't think. It was taking everything he had not to scream. However, just before Jin could attack, several spears of light rained from the sky, forcing her to dodge to avoid them. At that moment, Irina fell from the ground and attacked the blonde beauty with a light sword. Twilight healing. At that same moment, Issei felt the pain in his stomach lessen. He looked at his arms as a green aura engulfed him. Asia had used her twilight healing on him. However, while the pain wasn't as unbearable, the wound wasn't getting any smaller. With something of a grimace, he took out the phoenix tears he'd been given and used them on his wound. It seems we had the same idea, Cao Cao said. Issei looked up and felt his eyes bulge as Cao Cao poured what was obviously phoenix tears on his wound and then attached his lopped-off arm to the spot where it had been severed. Steam hissed around the arm as it became reattached. How did you get those? Cao Cao laughed. The black market, of course. People are willing to sell anything if it can make them some money, though it wasn't easy to acquire these. The Phoenix House has been doing everything they can to restrict access to their tears. Well, it looks like we're both healed. Shall we get back to it? A few meters from them, Irina and Jean were battling against each other. It looked like Jean had the upper hand. Irina was already sporting several cuts and bruises, but the angel doggedly continued to battle. Asia was also healing her. With Jean out of the way, I can focus more on fighting against Cao Cao. Diedrag, can you heal the hole in my armor? Of course, partner. However, it's gonna take a while. That Longinus is no joke. I understand. He wondered how much time had passed since this battle began. It felt like a lot of time had gone by, but he knew that was adrenaline talking. In truth, it was more than likely that barely a minute or two had passed since this battle began. He grimaced. At that moment, a massive explosion echoed around them, causing the ground to shake. About 2 or 3 dozen meters to his right came a sea of black flames engulfing the garden. That was where Kiba had taken Siegfried to battle. As if proving that matters were even worse than he'd expected, a massive explosion overhead caused him to look up. A figure was falling from the sky. Issei recognized them. Rossweiss. She plummeted to the ground somewhat close to where Asia, Kuno, and Sensei were, striking the hard ground head first. Her body was covered in blood. As she lay unmoving on the ground, a crimson pool spread out underneath her. Rossweiss. Asia cried as she scrambled over to the woman and began trying to heal her wounds. Tears leaked from Asia's eyes. Damn it. Boost 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 boost. Issei rushed at Cao Cao as he boosted himself, doubling his power more and more. He attacked Cao Cao with reckless abandon, but the man proved incredibly apt at fighting back. Issei gritted his teeth as his attacks all missed. The problem wasn't that his enemy was stronger than him. Cao Cao seemed well aware that Issei had more raw power, but it was exactly for that reason that he was losing. Cao Cao seemed adept at fighting people with more power than him. He was using a method to avoid or deflect attacks with minimal energy on his part. Not only that, but after every attack Issei launched, Cao Cao would slice off pieces of his armor, which forced Diedrag to divert more energy to repairing the damage done. It wasn't long before cuts started appearing on his body, and those cuts began emitting smoke. Even with his power boosted, his strength began flagging. Sorry, Sekiryute, but this is the end for you, Cao Cao said calmly. You are strong. You're a lot stronger than I thought you'd be. However, even with the level of power you possess, it is not enough to win against people who contain the spirit of ancient heroes. Georg, how is the magic circle coming along? It's coming, but it will still take a while to complete, George said. Will this really call Great Red? I certainly hope so, Cao Cao said. I have no confidence in my ability to defeat that one in an even fight. At the mention of that one, Issei glanced briefly in the direction of Sensei, still seated on the ground. He had managed to keep Cao Cao's attention on him, but perhaps that was because the Longinus wielder was wary. That made sense given Sensei's unpredictable nature. Perhaps Cao Cao thought his actions were a feint to make him attack. However, as he looked back at Naruto, he found several other people there as well. Kiba had been laid out on the ground, his body smoking from multiple wounds that Asia was now trying to heal. He was unconscious next to Rossweiss. Irina was still fighting against Jean, and it looked like Zenobia had joined the battle, but the two girls seemed exhausted from having fought each other and weren't doing too well. At that exact moment, Heracles and Siegfried strolled over to Cao Cao. While their bodies were littered with wounds, neither of them looked terrible, and they appeared to have more than enough energy left to fight. Kiba and Rosweiss both lost. Not only had his friends lost, but he was definitely not winning right now. Sensei had asked him to buy time, but not even half the allotted time had passed, and he was clearly losing. His body was littered in cuts that hissed and smoked. Asia couldn't heal him because she was busy trying to save Kiba and Rosweiss, both of whom clearly had life-threatening injuries. What's more, a loud roar made Issei look at the battle between Saji and Yasaka. Saji, or rather, Vitra, had become entangled in the Kyuubi's 9 tails and was roaring in pain. It looked like even he had lost. Mother, please wake up. Don't do this. Kuno was screaming as she tried to plead with her mother to stop, but the Kyuubi leader wasn't even looking at her as she slowly crushed the life out of Saji. What should I do? A sense of helplessness overcame Issei as he realized he might not be able to give Sensei the time he requested. He felt pitiful, pathetic. He'd been training so hard to protect his loved ones, but all that training had amounted to nothing. Tears of shame poured from his eyes as he realized how hopeless his situation was. He couldn't do what Sensei asked of him. Kuno's mother was beyond his ability to save, and his friends were all injured. He didn't want to give up, but he couldn't see a way to win. What should I do? Are you crying? A voice inside of him spoke up. That voice. It was Elsha-san. That is correct. Now, why are you crying? It's because I'm so weak. Elsha-san was a former Sekiryute. It seemed all the previous Sekiryute were sealed away inside of the boosted gear. Issei had met them before, though almost none of them talked to him at all. They just kind of sat there. Only Elsha-san talked to him. Well, you are a bit weak, but did you forget what the fallen angel governor told you? You embody limitless possibilities. Issei remembered the conversation he'd had with Azazel before. He'd said that all the past Sekiryute had been devoured by their own powers until they were killed. Out of all of them, Issei was the only one who had retained his sanity, and the reason was because his powers didn't come a desire to fight or greed. They came from breasts. Breasts, that's right. Even though I want to protect the people I love, my powers comes from my desire to see breasts, to touch them. It's a unique way to grow stronger that only I can use. That is it exactly. This is much more like you. This is more like the man Belzard and I saw, who seemed to have infinite possibilities. Now I believe it is time to release your potential. A bright glow emitted from his shirt pocket. Issei took out the object inside. It was the jewel that Azazel had given him. It was giving off a red light. What the heck? Raise that jewel and summon them. Summon them. Yes. Go summon the person you long for. Summon the breasts you long for. Opie, 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 ah, opie, lots of opie, many opie. Numerous lights floated out from the jewel, taking on a humanoid shape. 1, 2, 3. They multiplied quickly. This jewel has been transferred from one human to another all around Kyoto. These figures you see have been formed from the residual memories of those people. Issei felt a bit guilty hearing that. His potential had basically been floating around Kyoto and turning innocent people into molesters. He felt the need to apologize to all those people. Opie, 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 opie. As the lingering memories repeated the word, opie, over and over again, Issei wondered if maybe he was dreaming and this was some kind of hentai exhibition. Really, it was just too surreal even for him. What are these? Asked Cao Cao. He and the others were standing stock still. It seemed they were in shock. The lingering memories arranged themselves into a circle before Issei and melted into the ground. A powerful light surged from within the circle. Symbols carved themselves in the center, forming a magic circle several times larger than anything Issei had created before. Everything is ready. Now summon that person. Summon her now. Issei didn't have to ask who Elsha-san was asking him to summon. He knew. Even without her name being stated, he knew because there was only one person in the world aside from Asia who was on his mind, and between the two, only she had the breasts that Issei went mad over. Summon breasts. In a massive explosion of light, the word, opie, appeared within the magical script. There was another bright flash of light, and then, a figure appeared inside the circle. Era. Akano looked extremely confused as she stared at her new surroundings. She was only wearing a bra and panties. The G-string didn't leave much to the imagination, and her breasts spilled out of her bra as though it was several sizes too small to contain her large helping of cleavage. What is going on here? Have I been summoned to Kyoto? This girl is the switch to opening your possibilities, Issei. In order to unleash your potential, you must poke Akano's nipples. As if her words were some kind of prophecy, Akano's nipples flashed as though filled with holy light, which made no sense to him. Wasn't she half devil and half fallen angel? Well, actually, fallen angels could use holy power, so maybe that was why. In any event, there was a problem with Elsha-san's words. No matter how much Issei might want to touch Akano's breasts, to poke her nipples, he couldn't. They weren't dating anymore. While he hadn't given up on her, Issei had agreed to back off and not push her into anything she didn't want to do. It felt like if he did this, then he would betray his words. Akano looked around, observing the situation, eyes lingering on the hero faction, who remained where they were, standing still with uncertainty. Well, this was an unexpected situation. After that, she turned her attention to him. The smile that appeared on her face was quite wry. It seems you have found yourself in some trouble. I'm sorry, Issei apologized. For what? Asked Akano. Well, I summoned you, so. Era. Yes, that makes sense. I see. You summoned me because you needed my help. Akano asked. Issei nodded and looked down. What should he say? What should he do? Aiz-kun, why are my breasts glowing? Is this some kind of perverted role play you're trying out in order to make me come back to you? Issei shook his head. And no, of course not. I mean, I know how you feel. I would never do that to you. I love you too much to force myself on you. I think I understand the situation, Akano finally said. You want to poke my nipples, don't you? He looked away. He did. It was more than just circumstantial. Even though Akano had dumped him, his feelings for her hadn't changed in the slightest. He had even decided not to create a harem until after he'd convinced Akano to come back. However, it was precisely because he loved her so much that he refused to say anything. He didn't want to make her hate him. Akano sighed. You know this won't change anything, right? Even if I let you touch them, I'm not coming back. I can't. Issei bit his lip. Akano surely knew that he hadn't given up, but he'd promised to give her space, so he didn't say anything. With another sigh, Akano's smile turned more genuine as she undid the clasp on her bra and revealed her breasts. Issei was almost blown back by a nosebleed. Not only was he staring at the familiar breasts of the woman who had taken his and Asia's first time, but they were emitting a faint glow. You can touch them. Just this once. Are you sure it's okay? Asked Issei. Akano shrugged. You need to, right? Go ahead. Issei warred within himself, but he ultimately decided not to hesitate. Akano had given him permission. Taking a deep breath, he reached over and pushed his fingers into Akano's nipples. She released a loud moan, and the combination of that sound and the sensation of his fingers sinking into her soft breasts shot straight to his brain. As though her job was done, Akano was enveloped in a bright light and rose into the sky, where she soon vanished. Where'd she go? Back to wherever you summoned her from. So, Akano had been summoned all the way to Kyoto just so he could touch her breasts. That seemed kinda anticlimactic. No, not just that. It was rude. Issei sighed. When he got home, he would prostrate himself before her and apologize. What the heck just happened? Issei looked back at Cao Cao and his faction. All of them were gawking at him like they couldn't figure out what was happening. It was like the events of a few seconds ago were simply too much for them to comprehend. Of course, they had been expecting to summon Great Red, but Akano had arrived instead. As all these thoughts crossed his mind, Issei felt an intense beating from deep within his chest. Then a loud voice spoke up. It's coming. As Elsha-san's voice rose in volume, deep crimson light overflowed from the jewels on his Welsh dragon armor. His body was encased in warmth. Power flowed from his body like nothing he'd ever felt before. What was this power? This is quite nostalgic. What you're feeling now is my original aura. It feels like the time when I still had my material body, when all I cared about was fighting the White One. Deidraig seemed quite happy. Issei didn't really understand everything his partner was saying, but if it made him happy, then it couldn't be a bad thing. As this thought took hold in his mind, his entire body burst with the red aura and covered his surroundings in light. Devil Ninja. Deep within the seal, Naruto and Kurama continued calmly going through their hand seals. Strings of chakra-like wisps of smoke tethered them together, binding them and creating a vortex that would be shaped and controlled by the hand seals. They were more than halfway finished. I sense something happening outside. It looks like Eyes is about to get serious. Do we even need to do this? I don't think Eyes will win. This new power of his is certainly something, but he doesn't have any control. The fact that you and I can feel it from inside the seal is proof. Besides, don't you want to get outside and stretch your legs? Good point. Exactly. Let's keep going. Though he said that, Naruto's hands felt like they were cramping. Unlike most jutsu where he could blaze through seals, he and Kurama needed to take this process slowly. If they moved too fast, they could make a mistake, and then at least half of Japan would disappear as a result. By the way, what is it? If we die using this jutsu, my spirit is going to haunt yours. Shut up and keep making hand seals, stupid furball. Devil Ninja. I am hentai. The shout that came from Issei upon regaining consciousness made everyone present stop whatever they were doing and stare at him. However, Issei didn't seem to be paying the slightest bit of attention. Let's do this. Boosted gear. Red light flashed around Issei's body, engulfing him in a powerful aura that leaked out and caused cracks to spread across the ground. It flowed out from the depths of his heart, from within his body. He'd never felt anything like this before. Ah, yes, this is it, partner. This is my original power, which God had sealed. It's been so long that I forgot what it felt like. That's so. It feels pretty good. Let's use it to beat these guys. Right, let's show these fools the true power of the Red Dragon Emperor. Desire. Diabolos. Determination. Dragon. Disaster. Desecration. Discharge. Voices entered his mind one after another, and through them, the method of using and understanding this new power flowed into Issei's mind. He wondered if this had something to do with the adjusted evil pieces inside of him, but he dismissed the thought. It didn't matter. Thanks to the interruption, he was no longer promoted, but that was fine. He could just promote himself again. He didn't even need Asia's confirmation this time. Mode change. Welsh Blaster Bishop. Once more, Issei promoted himself to Bishop. He gathered the red aura of his power around his shoulders. A backpack formed along his back, and then two massive cannons took shape on his shoulders. They were even bigger than the last ones he'd used. The true power of D-Drake certainly was amazing. That looks dangerous, Cao Cao muttered as Issei began concentrating all of his magical power, raised through his promotion to Bishop, to the cannons in his shoulder. Issei thought about how this battle had played out, how his comrades had been defeated, how pathetic he felt that he couldn't protect them. He was going to put all those feelings into his cannons and shoot Cao Cao in the face. Boost, 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 boost. Disappear. Dragon Blaster. The shoulder cannons fired a gigantic blast of concentrated magical energy. The power flowing out was so strong that Issei nearly lost his own balance. The recoil was just that powerful. To keep himself from flying off, he created a tail from his back and speared it into the ground. This looks interesting. I'll take this attack from the legendary dragon head on. Heracles stepped forward, a smug grin plastered on his face. No, don't take it. Evade. The man, despite being 2 meters tall and probably weighing a couple hundred pounds, was sent flying away as Cao Cao smacked him with his spear. Once Heracles was out of the way, the others also fled the area. A massive explosion tore the air apart. It shook the entire space like a seismic quake, and then the city located behind Niju Castle disappeared in a flash of bright light. When the light died down, it showed that nothing was left. The scenery of the city, created by this artificial dimension, was completely gone. He destroyed an entire city. Hey, what the hell kind of power is that? I've never seen anything like this, Siegfried muttered in surprise. He was no longer smiling. Another attack of that caliber, and this entire dimension will shatter. Sao. Issei ignored the surprise of his opponents and focused on the one he wanted revenge against. He released the cannons on his back, which dissipated into particles of light. Right now what he needed was not unrivaled magical power. It was speed. Mode change. Welsh Sonic Boost Night. The dragon wings jutting from his back spread wide as he flew toward Sao, the boosters on his back spewing out a torrential flame of magical power. The air screeched as he tore through it. Not enough. Gritting his teeth, he shed the heavy armor covering his body and poured out even more power. He gave up on defense and focused purely on offense. Issei's body complained as immense G-forces slammed into it, but he ignored all the warning signs and hurtled through the air. Boost. Despite how fast he was going, it didn't seem to be fast enough. Sao had seen him. The man entered a stance with his spear held in front of him. Issei snarled. He was going to show this asshat what happened when someone messed with his friends. Crashing into Sao with the godlike speed granted to him, he sent the man flying back with nary a thought. Sao skidded along the ground. Issei frowned. He'd expected the man to get pulverized. Ha. It is just like you to charge straight at me from the front, but are you sure that's such a good idea? Since you've decided to give it your all, I've increased my own power. Can your thin armor stand up to my spear? Let's find out. Issei knew that Sao was right. His armor right now was thin and elegant, but that meant it wouldn't stand up to the Longinus. In that case, he just needed to change his armor. Mode change. Welsh Dragonic Rook. What he needed right now wasn't speed, but overwhelming offensive and defensive capabilities. He gathered the red aura around himself, reforging the armor he'd shed. However, he didn't stop there. He made the armor thicker, denser, and then he created a heavy shield. I see. Sao yelled. It looks like you've decided to change your armor again. If I want to defeat you, I'll need to destroy this impressive defense of yours. Sao raced forward and began attacking him with his spear, but Issei couldn't even feel them. He would have said it was like a fly buzzing around. However, even that didn't seem to really describe the feeling of Sao's spear grazing his armor. Boost. Issei caught the spear in his left hand, and then he raised his right hand and prepared himself. Don't look down on me, you bastard. He slammed his fist into Sao, who finally flew backward faster than a bullet. He slammed into what little remained of the palace, which honestly looked less like a palace and more like a desert. There really was nothing left. A massive cloud of dirt had been kicked up by what happened, obscuring his vision, forcing Issei to wait. The other members of the hero faction didn't move. They didn't seem sure about whether or not they could win against him. Issei was determined to wait and see what else he could do, but just then, all of the energy went right out of him. His armor disappeared, Then he fell to his knees, panting as a strong fatigue washed over him. He winced. My stamina, partner. Thanks to how you unleashed my original power, the countdown to enter Balance Breaker has decreased. Furthermore, the total time you can spend in Balance Breaker has increased. However, entering Balance Breaker now will also consume more stamina because you're using more power. This is especially true when you change modes like you just did. Do you think it will get easier? I suspect that once you get used to your power, the amount of stamina you consume will be lessened. Oh, good, I don't wanna feel this way every time I do this. Me neither. As Issei slowly climbed to his feet, he looked at the area where Cao Cao had struck. The dust had settled now. Cao Cao was also getting to his feet several dozen meters away. Blood leaked from his nose and mouth, but he planted his spear into the ground and wiped the blood away. So this is the Sekiryute's true power. That was quite terrifying. In terms of direct offensive power, you might even be able to rival Valley without his juggernaut drive. I am impressed. Issei didn't know how he should feel about this man's words. It sounded like he was being praised, but according to Cao Cao, Valley was still more powerful than he was if he used that juggernaut drive thingy. Still, Cao Cao continued, that attack of yours consumed more stamina than it should have. You are far from mastering it. Even if you do master it, I imagine it will still consume a lot of stamina. I estimate that you won't be able to remain in that form for more than 10 minutes at most. Issei clicked his tongue. Damn, you really are a troublesome opponent, you know that. You calmly analyze my abilities like it's nothing. I thought you'd underestimate me. No, I definitely underestimated you slightly in this instance. You are a truly formidable adversary. Cao Cao began tapping his spear against his shoulder. This was quite exhilarating. I haven't felt this way since the last time I dueled Valley. Fighting legendary dragons really is the greatest thrill a human like me can have. Issei almost groaned. This idiot was another battle maniac. He really hated people like this. All he wanted was to make up with Akeno, and then begin building his harem so he could live the rest of his days in peaceful bliss. Before his thoughts could progress any further, the entire world suddenly froze. Not really. However, Issei felt as if he'd been transported under the polar ice caps. A chill spread through his body, and the gravity around him felt as if it had undergone a 1000 increase. He wasn't the only one feeling it either. Cao Cao and the other hero faction members had all frozen solid. Ha! The sound of someone taking a deep breath echoed behind Issei. It really has been a long time since I've been able to stretch my legs. Naruto was right. This is nice. However, this form feels a bit awkward. I'm not used to looking so human. Issei wanted to turn around, but something was preventing him from moving. His knees were shaking and his body had seized up. An indescribable sensation similar to fear but altogether different had made it impossible to move. What kind of power is this? Drake, I've never, in my entire life, felt something like this. Partner, whatever you do, never fight whoever this power belongs to. Even if you mastered all of my abilities, you'll never defeat this person. Issei couldn't believe what he was hearing, but then, with this overwhelming presence bearing down on him, he really had no room to say anything. It felt like even the slightest movement would cause his body to tear itself apart. Tap tap, tap tap, tap tap. Footsteps echoed along the now mostly silent battleground. They were coming closer, closer. Issei wanted to squeeze his eyes shut, but even that small movement was unavailable to him. The footsteps stopped next to him, and then a hand patted his shoulder. You did a good job giving Naruto and I enough time to activate our jutsu, the voice said. Leave the rest of this to me. The figure began walking again, and Issei, finally able to gather some strength, looked up. What he saw was a man with blazing red hair, red fur covering his arms and legs, 2 red fox ears sitting on his head, and 10 tails swaying elegantly behind his back. Devil Ninja. The air gently caressed Kurama's face and ruffled his fur. It felt nice. So nice. He could not remember how long it had been since he'd felt this sensation. Of course, he and Naruto had gone to great lengths to make his seal more comfortable, but no seal could simulate real life like this. Now that he was outside, he felt this difference distinctly. You Cao Cao gasped for breath. Sweat poured down his forehead in rivulets. Who? No, what are you? Even as Kurama pondered why this man looked so nervous, he decided to humor him. It had been so long since he'd spoken to anyone aside from Naruto, after all, and this would extend his stay outside for a little while. My name is Kurama, he said, and then paused. He should add a bit more information, shouldn't he? I am the entity sealed within Naruto Uzumaki. I suppose you could say that I was the original reason Office took such a great interest in him. Back when Naruto had been kidnapped by the Chaos Brigade, the reason was because they had used a small fraction of Kurama's power to create a chakra shroud so he could battle Kokobile. Office had felt that power and wanted it. Thinking back on it, what they had done was really stupid. Kurama was honestly surprised Japan hadn't sunk into the sea. He guessed it was because, at the time, Naruto hadn't lost his chakra to that strange draining phenomena. In terms of power, while his friend was far weaker than he was far stronger than most other beings they had met so far, save for Office herself. You are, I see, it is, no wonder, Office took such an interest in you. Cao Cao stabbed his spear into the ground and used it to pull himself up. He leaned against it like a man who was on his last leg. Once more, Kurama couldn't help but wonder why this man had trouble standing. Surely his fight with Issei hadn't been enough to so thoroughly exhaust him. RRAAAAAGGGHHH. A scream interrupted them. Kurama turned his head as Heracles rushed toward him. The man's eyes were wide and bulging, drool leaked from his mouth, and he had raised his hand as if to smash Kurama's face in. Fear had overwhelmed his ability to comprehend what was happening. It hadn't given him any strength, but it had overridden his thought process. Perhaps this was what happened when a human couldn't accept what was in front of them. Heracles, don't! Cao Cao tried to shout. Kurama clicked his tongue. Annoyance. Disappear. Striking Heracles with a trickle of his power, Kurama watched with an impassive gaze as the man exploded into ash. Everyone else stared at the spot in shock. Cao Cao's eyes had gone wide. Jean, Siegfried, and Georg were gawking as they stared at the spot Heracles had been standing on. Kurama looked at Georg. If you do not stop that ritual this instant, I will destroy you the same way I destroyed him. It was not a request, or even a command. It was just a statement. Georg, stop the ritual. Cao Cao, are you sure? Yes. Cao Cao stared at him instead of Georg. Even I'm not willing to fight against this creature. It looked like it was becoming easier for them to talk. Kurama watched and waited as the magic circle surrounding Yusaka stopped glowing. The Kyuubi leader of Kyoto had already ceased moving the moment he'd appeared, but now it just stared blankly at nothing. He tilted his head. He didn't think she was brain dead, but perhaps something else was keeping her from speaking. Kurama turned away from Yusaka and glanced at something off to his left. You two, stop hiding and come out. It seems we've been found out. A small gap in the sky, like a distortion in space, appeared and two figures came out. One of them was a slender dragon with green skin and glowing eyes. It had no arms and no legs. That said, it did have large wings on its back. That's the mischievous dragon, Yu Long. Cao Cao shouted. Kurama filed the name away, but most of his attention was on the smaller figure who'd walked out. He dropped from the gap in space, landed a short distance away, and approached Kurama with small steps. Tiny. That was the first thing that came to mind. This being was short, about the height of a young child. He had brilliant golden fur and a face lined with wrinkles. He carried a staff in one hand, prayer beads lined his forehead, he wore shades, and he was smoking a pipe. It was an incongruous appearance. A tail was growing out of his back. You are quite the powerhouse, the old monkey yokai said as he stared at Kurama. I never imagined there'd be someone with this kind of overwhelming power living in our world. The Buddhists are going to have a field day. What is your name? My name is Sun Wukong. Kurama nodded. You must be the reinforcements Azazel spoke of. I am indeed, though. He glanced at where Heracles had been. It looks like you don't really need my help. Kurama shrugged, prompting Sun Wukong to glance at Cao Cao, still leaning against his spear. It's been a while, hasn't it? Looks like you've grown up a bit. The great victorious fighting Buddha. I never imagined you would be confronting us as well. I hear you've been demolishing our bases and ruining our plans all over the world. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. I hope you realize how much trouble you are in. It took a lot of work for me to convince everyone to have these talks with the Kyuubi leader on behalf of the Heavenly Emperor, and then you went and kidnapped her. I am not pleased. Ah ha ha. Cao Cao laughed, but it was strained. I suspect you would not be, but you can't expect us to just not take such an opportunity when we are presented with it. Sun Wukong sighed as though tired, and then, without any warning, he extended the staff he held, smacking Cao Cao in the chest with one end. The Longinus user was lifted off his feet. He flew through the air and crashed to the ground, coughing up several globs of blood. Do not try my patience, boy. I am not in the mood. Kurama let the situation play out. He wasn't interested in any of this. He only had one job to do. Kuno. Why yes. Kurama turned to the little girl, who'd been gazing at him with wide eyes, and gestured her to him. She looked at the others. Asia, Kiba, Irina, Rosweiss, and now Zenobia all looked unsure themselves. If, this is the Kurama sealed inside of Naruto, right? Asia said, smiling with uncertainty. It should be, okay, right. I will not harm her. Kurama frowned. What did these people take him for? He wasn't a monster, damn it. I am merely here to help Naruto fulfill his promise. We're getting your mother back. At those words, Kuno perked up. While she didn't lose all of her hesitation, she did trot over to him, her desire to see her mother return safely overriding whatever fear she had of him. The others looked like they wanted to stop her, but they couldn't move. I wonder why no one seems capable of moving except that monkey and the dragon. I think it's your aura. It's kind of overwhelming, you know. Kurama frowned as Kuno stood before him. But I am suppressing my aura. Yeah, well, it's still leaking out. I imagine you can't suppress it enough. TCH. Annoying. Speaking out loud, he said to Kuno, follow me. You're the only one who can bring your mother back. Kuno nodded and followed Kurama as they walked over to Yasaka, whose fox form had gone slack. The Kyuubi leader was staring at Kurama with blank eyes. It was like she recognized he was a threat, but her mind wasn't cognizant enough to deal with him. Kurama looked down as Kuno bit her lip. What happened to Naruto? He is still here. Kurama placed a hand against his chest. He and I have currently traded places. Do not worry, he'll be back. This jutsu only lasts 10 minutes. I see. Yasaka's fox form really was quite big. Kurama would say her fox form was about as big as his had been, maybe a bit smaller, and it was more slender. He supposed that meant her fox form had a sense of femininity about it, though he was no master on such subjects. Call out to her, Kurama instructed as he placed his hands on Kuno's shoulders. I will help amplify your power and create a link between your heart and hers. Now reach out with your voice. Okay. Kuno took a deep breath. Mother, can you hear me? Yasaka was unresponsive. Tears began streaming down Kuno's face, but she sucked them up. Mother, I promise I won't be stubborn anymore. I'll eat those fish I hate. I won't fly out of Kyoto at night. I'll do everything you ask of me, so please come back to me. Please don't leave me all alone. Kurama felt a tight throb in his chest. He couldn't figure out if this throb had come from him, Naruto, or both of them. Unlike his overly sensitive friend, he did not have the same level of empathy. No, a faint voice echoed from Yasaka. Her lips had moved, though not much. Kuno snapped her head up to look at her mother. Mother, I'm right here. Kuno is with you. Please sing that song to me again. Please teach me to dance again. Kuno will be a good girl from now on. I want to be with you. I want to stay with you. A gentle light engulfed Kuno as Kurama sent just a small sliver of his power. A bead of sweat ran down his forehead. Damn it, he had already known this, but doing delicate work like this was harder than just blasting shit apart. The strain of keeping his power from blowing the girl up was giving him a headache. The Kyuubi leader soon began glowing as well, and then she shrank, her body growing smaller and smaller, until she was the size of a regular human. Then she transformed again. Now her body was no longer that of a fox. Instead, a human woman with hair spun from gold and a bosom that could match Naruto's main girl greeted their vision. Where am I? What is going on? The woman asked. Mother. Kuno rushed forward and plowed into her mother's chest, sobbing. While Yusaka still appeared confused, she hugged the crying girl and stroked her hair, a tender smile appearing on her face. Sob. Kurama twitched. Are you crying? I'm not. Sniffle. I'm not crying. Oh, gods. You are crying. As Naruto and Kurama argued, Kuno clung to her mother as though her life depended on it, and her sobs echoed out for all to hear. Devil Ninja. The battle had come to an end. Cao Cao and the other members of the hero faction had managed to escape. Naruto had berated Kurama for not at least capturing them, but that only caused the giant fox to argue back by stating they were so far beneath him, he hadn't noticed when they left. Aside from that, he had also killed Heracles. Really, Naruto should be thanking him for getting rid of such an annoying character. Naruto felt a little put out by the whole ordeal since he honestly didn't get to do much. In point of fact, once the battle with Cao Cao and the others had started, all he'd done was make some hand seals and let the others do the rest. As a prominent member of Take Action First and Ask Questions Later committee, he felt rather disappointed in himself. Everyone was exhausted after the battle finished, except for Naruto who'd done nothing at all. That was why Naruto decided to create shadow clones and carry his friends back to the hotel. While Issei had complained that it wasn't cool for a man to princess carry another man, Naruto had shut him up by transforming the clone carrying him into Naruto, his female version. Even then, Issei had complained a bit about his pride being hurt. Naruto had spoken with Sun Wukong for a while after they made it back, but the conversation mostly consisted of the old monkey praising his abilities and giving him a warning. According to Sun, Kurama's power was so vast that it was likely to have been felt by many powerful beings. Sun said he would not be surprised if various gods came looking into him. After all, the kind of power he possessed was definitely a threat to the balance of this world. Something like that. Everyone but Naruto was still tired the next day. Kiba had to drag his body out of bed, and Irina had even used Naruto's shoulder as a pillow during breakfast. That said, they did perk up after some coffee, and once all of them had eaten, they were able to get some souvenir shopping done and even see Kyoto Tower. Naruto had already seen a version of it before, but it was a lot more exciting seeing the top of Kyoto Tower without the threat of death. Irina and Asia had been particularly excited. The smiles they'd worn were something that wouldn't be leaving his memories anytime soon. However, after a good few hours, it was finally time to leave Kyoto. The Kuo Academy students all gathered at the train station. Kuno and Yusaka were there when they arrived, having apparently waited for them. While most people didn't spare a glance at Kuno, Yusaka had the eyes of nearly everyone on her. Of course, she was a hot blonde woman, so this was understandable. Naruto-sama. Kuno's eyes lit up as she called out his name. She was holding her mother's hand. You don't need to use such a formal tone with me, Naruto said. Just Naruto is fine. And Naruto. Then, Kuno wore a shy smile as she blushed. Duh. Naruto just wanted to scoop her into a big hug. Are you going to come back to Kyoto? Of course I will. Naruto knelt down and grinned as he thumped his chest. I hope I can count on you to show me around some more when I come back. Oh, of course. I will definitely show you even more of Kyoto's historic sites. I'll be in your care when the time comes. A high-pitched whistle echoed from the train. It looked like they would be leaving soon. Azazel-sama, Naruto-sama, Sekiryute-sama and everyone else, you have my sincerest apologies for the trouble I've caused. Also, I would like to thank you. I am prepared to speak with Leviathan-sama and the victorious Fighting Buddha. It has been my hope for a long time now that we can strengthen ourselves through mutual understanding and cooperation. I do not wish to see Kyoto terrorized again. I'll leave everything to you, then, Azazel said with a smile as they shook hands. Just before they could let go, Seraphal placed her hand on top of theirs. Yufufu, we might be returning home for now, but later on, Yusaka-san, the monkey Ojichan, and I will enjoy the sights and sounds of Kyoto together. There wasn't much more time to exchange pleasantries, so after saying their goodbyes, everyone climbed onto the bullet train. Kuno was still on the platform. As Naruto looked out the window, he found her waving at him. With a smile, he waved back, causing her to wave her hand with even bigger motions. She looked like a human windmill. "You really do have a thing for kids, huh?" asked Irina. "I've always liked kids," Naruto admitted as he scratched his head. "But I think a part of that is because I never really had much a childhood myself. I was pretty hated growing up. Nobody would give me the time of day, and I was always alone. At some point, I decided that I wanted to have a big family with lots of children. However, devils apparently have a low birth rate." He smiled at her, and though it was not bitter, he did feel a bit sad. "I guess a part of the reason I'm so soft on them is because I feel like spoiling and pampering them makes me feel a bit like a parent." Irina's eyes were wide as he spoke. Standing beside her, Zenobia, who would be traveling with them to Kuo, cupped her chin. "I had no idea," Irina muttered. Naruto shrugged. "Most people don't. I think only Rias, Ravel, and Kaneko know this about me." "Well, now you do too." The bullet train doors soon shut, and there was a loud squealing as it began moving down the tracks. Kuno was still waving to them as she ran along the train. Naruto masked his frown when he saw that she was crying. A lot had happened during these past 4 days, so he guessed it made sense that she'd be sad by all this. Kuno was still just a kid, after all. As the train began picking up speed, a loud cry went out. No. Everyone turned around to find Issei clawing at the door as though he wanted to pry it open. While Asia and Irina wore looks of shock, Kiba looked rather bemused, while Zenobia just seemed contemplative. There was a strange gleam in her eyes as she stared at Issei. "What's wrong, eyes?" Naruto asked his friend. Issei turned around and, with tears streaming down his face, he grabbed onto Naruto's shirt. "I forgot to ask Yasaka-san to show me her breasts as a reward." As a trail of sweat ran down Naruto's scalp, he realized that no matter how powerful his friend became, some things about him would never change. Well, he supposed that was a good thing. Chapter 38. We only sell hentai. Naruto yawned as he sat on the train with his friends. He didn't know how long they had been on the train for, as he'd fallen asleep not long after it began moving, but when he woke up, he was sitting beside Kiba, and Irina and Zenobia, who'd been sitting with them, were mysteriously absent. He wasn't worried, though. No one was going to attack the train they were on right now. "That would be stupid." "It sounds like something you would do," Kurama said. "Can it? I'm not the sort of person who would attack a train. Unless you thought it would be fun." Grumbling about overgrown fur balls, Naruto stood up in his chair, drawing the attention of Kiba, who had been staring contemplatively into space. "Are you going somewhere?" asked the immaculate pretty boy. "Toilet," Naruto replied with a grumble. Kiba snorted into his hand as Naruto scratched his belly. He noticed this and glared at the other blonde, but the pretty boy just waved him off. Grumbling some more, because what else was he going to do? Naruto reached the toilet, only to groan when he realized it was occupied. He really needed to take a leak. He couldn't afford to sit around and wait for whoever was in there to finish their business. This is just what I need," he mumbled before deciding to try the toilet further back. While he was praying to the kamis to let the last toilet be unoccupied, Naruto walked toward the next door, but then he paused when he found Irina and Zenobia standing just a little ways off. Should he keep going? It looked like they were having an important conversation, and it would be rude to interrupt, but at the same time, his bladder wanted to explode. Also, he'd admit he was curious to know what they were talking about. "I'm so sorry, Irina." Zenobia bowed to her friend, literally bending at the waist. "I never meant to hurt you so badly. I never wanted to be used like that. Relax, it's okay." Irina placed her hands on Zenovia's shoulders and pushed the girl back up so she wasn't bowing anymore. "I'm not upset. I was hurt, but never upset. If anything, I'm glad you're finally back. I've really missed you." "Irina, thank you." Naruto scratched the back of his head, feeling uncomfortable as he stood several meters away. This was definitely not a conversation he should be hearing. "You don't have to thank me. This is just what friends do." "Oh, Naruto." Irina waved at him when she saw Naruto standing there. "What are you doing over there?" "Oh, nothing. I was just looking for an unoccupied bathroom." Naruto scratched the back of his head as he walked up to them. "The one up front is occupied. You aren't going to find much luck here," Zenobia said. The one back there is occupied too. You're kidding me. Naruto groaned even as he resisted the urge to hold his balls. He could feel his bladder going ballistic. Irina giggled, but then her expression became both serious and slightly embarrassed. Her cheeks turned an adorable red as she began fidgeting. Naruto and Xenovia both noticed this. However, where Naruto was merely curious to know what was embarrassing her, Xenovia looked worried. What's wrong, Irina? Are you feeling well? Why is your face so red? I'm fine. Ahem. Coughing into her hand, Irina continued facing Naruto as she clasped her hands together and bowed. I wanted to thank you for helping me rescue Xenovia. I was only able to do it because of your advice, so thank you. I'm not sure why you're thanking me, Naruto admitted. I like you, so of course I'm going to help you out whenever I can. Isn't that what you do for people you like? Like. Irina's face suddenly exploded with color as she placed a hand to her mouth. She fidgeted a little, then looked away. By like, do you mean like, you know? I'll leave that for you to decide, Naruto said with a smile that was more serious than what this sort of conversation warranted. You're still trying to decide what you want in life, right? With eyes, I mean. I'm not about to add more baggage to your problems. Anyway, if the bathroom over here is still in use, I guess there's not much point in going back there. Thanks for letting me know. Turning around, Naruto tried very hard not to walk bow-legged as he did his utmost to contain his incessant need to piss. Damn it, this was going to kill him. Fortunately, the person who had been in the bathroom previously was no longer occupying it, and thus Naruto was able to use it before anyone else could. As he sat down on the toilet, a sigh of relief escaped him. Are you sure that was a good idea? Asked Kurama. Of course it was. Actually, I think moving so much helped keep the stress in my bladder from building. I'm not talking about that. I meant that angel girl. Are you really okay not settling the matter with her? Don't you think you should tell her about your feelings? Naruto finished his business, wiped himself off, and then flushed the toilet. He turned on the faucet and began washing his hands. The water was a bit cold, but he lathered his hands with soap and washed them anyway. As he was drying his hands off, he spoke to Kurama. Right now, Irina is dealing with her feelings for eyes. It would be cruel if I added more problems for her, so I'll wait until she's figured out what she wants. And what happens if what she wants is to be with eyes? Then I'll pretend I don't feel anything and support her decision. Naruto turned off the water, exited the bathroom, and made it back to his seat. Xenovia and Irina were there when he returned. They were talking about something, though they stopped when they saw him. He frowned when Irina's face went a little red, but then he saw Xenovia's grin and realized the girl had probably said something to tease Irina. He wondered if it was about him. However, he didn't intend to ask about that. I think you are way too nice for your own good. You think so? Naruto turned his head and looked out the window. The scenery was passing by mostly in a blur now. He didn't see the scenery. His mind went to several young women who were waiting for him back home, which caused a smile to appear on his face. Maybe you're right, but I don't necessarily think there's anything wrong with being too nice. Kurama didn't say anything. He just snorted. Devil ninja. The train pulled into the Kuo station. Naruto, who had been speaking with Kiba and Issei about man stuff, looked up as the train stopped. Looks like it's finally time to get off. He stretched his arms above his head and yawned. Man, sitting on these chairs for so long is exhausting, and I don't even know why. Probably because you can run faster than these trains, Issei said. I bet you were thinking something like, this train is so slow. I could be home 100 times faster if I just ran home. Why would I be thinking something like that? Asked Naruto. You mean you weren't? Well, I mean, I could run faster than this train, but that's not the point. He, Issei, and Kiba stood up and grabbed their school bags from underneath their chairs. In a group of seats several chairs up, Asia, Irina, Xenovia, and Karyu were doing the same thing. Naruto didn't know what they were talking about, but they seemed to be having fun. They exited the train alongside the dozens of other students. Saji and his group were also somewhere in here, but Naruto couldn't see them. As he stepped onto the platform, he looked around, knowing that a certain someone would be waiting for them. Naruto. Just on time, A loud shout rang through the station, and Rias came rushing through the crowd. Naruto found himself engulfed in a powerful hug that would have cracked his ribs had he been a human. He returned Rias' hug, enjoying the way her boobs smashing against his chest felt. Ah, how he had missed this. I'm so glad you're back. I've missed you so much. Me too. Life isn't the same without you in it. It's good to know you missed me as much as I missed you. As they were hugging, someone tugged on Rias' school uniform. The two of them looked over to see Kaneko staring at her with a frown and Ravel, standing just a little behind Kaneko with slightly red cheeks. When are you going to get off him so we can have a chance to say hello? Asked Kaneko. In a minute. Rias went back to hugging Naruto. I will of course let the two of you give him a hug, but you have to wait your turn. Rias was normally pretty nice when it came to sharing him, which he chalked up due to her giving personality and the security she felt about their relationship, but she was being awfully needy at this moment. Naruto wondered if that was due to them having been away from each other for several days. Come to think of it, aside from that time he'd gotten that harebrained idea to let the Chaos Brigade steal him away, this was the longest they had ever willingly been apart from each other. Unfortunately, regardless of all that, Kaneko did not seem to appreciate that Rias was hogging him to herself. You've already said hello. Give the rest of us a chance, NYA. I will, just as soon as I'm satisfied. If we waited until you were satisfied, we'll die from old age. That isn't true. This isn't like fans waiting for One Piece to finish. Naruto found Rias relinquishing her grip on him, but it wasn't because she planned on giving Kaneko and Ravel a chance to say hello. It was because she and Kaneko were arguing. Having not seen this happen before because they always seemed so close, Naruto pondered whether he should step in. I wouldn't if I were you, Ravel said as she walked up to him. You wouldn't what? Asked Naruto. Step in. Ravel placed her hands on her hips. That is what you were thinking of doing, right? I think it's better if you let them solve this issue. I'm impressed you could know what I'm thinking, Naruto said with a smile. Ravel's cheeks turned red and steam rose from her hair, but she tried to justify herself with a stuttered reply. That's because, you and I are, gosh. Isn't it just natural to know what your boyfriend is thinking? Seeing the way Ravel got flustered caused Naruto to drag the girl into a hug. Ravel squeaked, but she didn't pull away as her face became pressed against his chest. After several seconds of this, she reached up and hugged him back. While Rias and Kaneko continued to argue about why Rias shouldn't hog Naruto's attention, the boy in question took a look around at the others. Issei was being greeted by Rainier, of all people, who looked like she was trying to both insult him and show him how happy she was to see him. Naruto still wasn't sure about their relationship, but he figured it wasn't something he should bother with. He did notice that Akeno hadn't shown up. Issei had too. The boy was looking around and his expression seemed somewhat depressed. Rossweiss was also present, but she was with the teachers. However, Naruto could see her glancing his way every so often. Looks like those two are more interested in arguing over you than actually seeing you, Kiba joked as he, Irina, and Zenobia wandered up to him and Ravel. While Kiba was smiling, Irina wore something of a frown as she stared at Ravel, still being hugged by Naruto. It certainly seems that way, Naruto said. Aren't you going to stop them? Asked a curious Zenobia. Naruto took one look at Kaneko and Rias, who looked like they might actually come to blows, and then shook his head. Nah, I'll let them solve this on their own. Anyway, who is up for pizza? Devil Ninja. The group returned home and decided to hold a small celebration in honor of not only returning safely, but also dealing a serious blow to the Chaos Brigade. Rias ordered several pizzas and even decided to decorate the house. Naruto was greatly confused as he looked around, staring at the "Welcome back" and "We missed you" banners strewn across the living room. Had she been planning this from the very beginning? We weren't gone that long, he muttered with a sigh. Maybe not, but we did face quite the harrowing experience, Kiba said. The two of them were standing near a wall in the living room. It wasn't just the regular people who lived there that had come to celebrate. On top of the Grimoire peerage, Metatron, Ravel, and Rainer, there was also Azazel, Searzex, Rias' mother and father, Michael and Gabriel, the Cetri peerage, and even Seraphal Leviathan, who had shown up at the last minute and was currently chasing her sister around the room so they could change into matching magical girl outfits. Everyone had sort of split off into their own groups. Rias' dad and Sirzex were talking to Michael, while Rias' mom spoke with Gabriel about something. Naruto didn't know what. However, the two women were giggling, and that was never a good sign. Meanwhile, Rias was trying her best to play the host, but it was clear from how she kept staring in his direction that she really just wanted to head over to him. It was too bad her sense of duty kept getting in the way. Over toward the couches was Eyes, the poor boy who was currently surrounded by Asia, Irina, Rainier, and Zenobia, of all people. Straining his ears, Naruto quietly listened in on what was being said. "See, could you please not sit there, Rainier-san? That spot, it belongs to Akano-sama," Asia said. "TCH, and where is this, Akano-sama? Oh, that's right, she's not here. Eyes-kun, forget about that woman. She obviously couldn't handle you like I can." "I've heard that dragons are strong," Zenobia said. "I didn't realize how strong until after you fought against Cao Cao. I was very impressed." Thank you. But I'm not that strong. Sensei is much stronger than me," Issei said. "Sensei." Issei looked like he didn't know where to look. He glanced at Rainer's tits as they pushed into his arm. However, all this did was make Asia jealous. The girl hugged his arm to her modest chest, pushing the two bulges in her shirt against him. Issei was now switching back and forth between one set of sweater stuffers to the other. "Naruto-sensei." Issei's face took on a very perverse expression as he continued to switch between Asia's and Rainer's breasts. It seemed the boy was struggling quite hard. However, a situation like this was a losing battle. There was a reason he earned the nickname Oppai Dragon. Ah, Naruto. Yeah, he was very strong. As if she was drawn in by his presence, Zenobia looked back at Naruto, who tilted his head upon realizing he was being stared at. Naruto nodded at her, which caused her to nod back. Oddly enough, despite being interested in Issei's strength, she didn't seem all that interested in his. "But, you're also a dragon," Zenobia added. Then paused. "And from what I hear, Naruto already has a large harem." "Huh, that's why I've decided to compete over someone more manageable." "Why does that make me feel like I'm your second choice?" Issei asked with an odd tone of voice. His question went unanswered. Shaking his head, Naruto returned his attention to Kiba. "I know we returned from a pretty dangerous trip, but it's not like we haven't faced danger before. I'm pretty sure Rias originally planned on having a small party, but then Metatron probably overheard her and told Azazel, who told everyone else. Just look at how contrite Rias seems. She clearly never expected this party to snowball into the gathering that it is now." "That reminds me," a voice said from below them. Kiba and Naruto looked down at where Gaspar Vladi was hiding inside of a box. "I do remember hearing Metatron on the phone and talking with Azazel. Maybe that's it." "Could be." Kiba shrugged. "We're here now. Does it matter how we got here?" "I guess not," Naruto said with a shrug. "Naruto-sama." At the sound of Ravel's voice, Naruto turned around as the blonde Phoenix and the white-haired Kaneko came up to him. Kiba smiled as he stepped aside to allow both girls the spot next to him. Naruto grinned at the pair. While Ravel was holding a wine glass filled with what was obviously juice, Kaneko was munching on something that looked suspiciously like pizza mochi. "Hey, you two," he said. "Where have you been? I wanted to come down soon, but Fried Chicken here said she needed to find the perfect outfit," Kaneko said in a bland, deadpan voice. "Wah. I did not. I just wanted to make sure I looked good for Naruto-sama." Ravel shouted. "Try saying that when your cheeks aren't red." As the two began to bicker, Naruto caught sight of Azazel and Rias breaking off their conversation with Rias' father and making their way over to their group. He could tell from the tired look on Rias' face and the excited expression Azazel wore that something had happened. He wondered what. "Hey, kids," Azazel said with a grin. "Are you all having fun?" "Honestly, I'd much rather sleep," Naruto said with a shrug. "Now don't be like that. This is a party. You guys are celebrating successfully returning home after battling against the Chaos Brigade." When all Naruto did was give the man a deadpan stare, Azazel chuckled and continued as if he hadn't seen the look. "I figured I'd let you guys know that a week from now, the Grimoire Peerage will be playing in a raiding game with the Saraorg and his peerage 2 weeks from now. However, before that, your 2 peerages are going to be having interviews. Those will be this week during Saturday. Naruto wanted to sigh. They had only just gotten back home and it looked like they were already going to leave. He loved seeing new sights and visiting new places, but damn it, he also wanted to relax. Couldn't he just kick back, eat some ramen, and have sex like a normal high school student? We also need to discuss what sort of activity our club should do for the upcoming culture festival, Rias told them. That's what we're going to be doing when you come back to school tomorrow. The conversation continued along the veins of the school festival, which Rias expressed a lot of excitement about doing. Her eyes shone as she discussed what her class had planned. Naruto thought she enjoyed the idea of a culture festival because it meant she could act like a regular high schooler. At some point, most of Sona's peerage joined them. Even Sona made a brief appearance before she had to run away from her sister. Ophis also came by at one point, but that was only to demand Naruto go on a date with her again, which Naruto agreed to, much to Ravel's chagrin. Of course, Rias and Kaneko also got dates out of him. When the evening ended and night descended, everyone decided it was time to conclude the festivities. Michael, Gabriel, Searzex, Rias' parents, and basically everyone who didn't live in Naruto's mansion left. Naruto also planned on heading to bed, but he turned back when he noticed that Rias was not coming with him, Ravel, Kaneko, and Ophis. "Are you not gonna join us?" he asked. "In a minute." Rias smiled at him. "I just have something I need to do before then. You 4 can go on ahead without me." Devil Ninja. Rias wanted nothing more than to join Naruto, Kaneko, Ravel, and Ophis in bed. It had been an entire weekend since she'd been able to sleep with Naruto. He would never understand the struggle that she, Kaneko, and Ravel had gone through while he was gone. Kaneko and Ravel, in particular, had been quite traumatized after being nearly smothered to death by her breasts, something that wouldn't have happened if Naruto had been present. However, before she could enjoy cuddling with Naruto, she had to deal with one more issue. Xenovia. Rias was sitting on a couch inside of the meeting room, a sort of office lobby space. On the opposite couch was Xenovia and Irina. They had come to her with a most unusual request. "Are you really okay with this?" asked Rias. "I know it's probably a bad idea for me to question you when you tell me that you wish to become a devil, but are you sure that's really what you want?" "Yes, this is really what I want," Xenovia said. Her hands were on her lap, her back was straight, and her eyes were quite firm. "I can no longer go back to the church. After learning that God was dead and that the church kept it from us, even if I understand why they did it, I still can't get over the fact that I've been lied to this entire time. I need a new direction in my life. And you feel like becoming a devil will give you that direction?" asked Rias. "I think so," Xenovia nodded. Now that Xenovia had let her know that she was indeed serious about becoming a devil, Rias found her qualms over convincing the girl growing smaller. She had always planned on trying to make Xenovia a devil after the Kokobile incident. The chance had disappeared before she could even offer it, however. Now that they were in this position, Rias would have been a fool to turn down such a strong person. "It is definitely possible for you to find purpose as a devil." Rias crossed her left leg over her right, placed her clasped hands on her lap, and continued. "However, there are some things you should understand. Being a devil is different than being a member of the church. Where the church believes in abstaining from desires, we devils thrive on them. Not only do we fulfill the desires of others, but we also do our best to fulfill our own desires because doing so increases our power." "Our desires." Xenovia tilted her head. Meanwhile, Irina was looking interested but also a little appalled by the topic of their conversation. "What do you mean?" "Let's say someone desires to find love," Rias began. "They summon a devil and ask them to help him or her get into a relationship with the person they love, or even just find a random person who would be willing to love them. We would do our best to fulfill that request. By granting people what they desire, our power increases. Of course, devils are greedy by nature, so we don't neglect our own desires. If you have anything you desire, be sure to do your best to claim it, okay?" "I understand." Xenovia nodded. "I'm ready. Please make me a devil." "I'm somehow not so sure about this anymore," Irina muttered. It'll be fine, Rias said as she summoned her remaining night piece, stood up, and handed it to Zenobia. Irina, come over here please. I don't want you getting in the way of the ritual. Ah, yes, I'm coming. Irina stood up and walked behind Rias. Taking a deep breath, Rias channeled her demonic power into the evil piece held by Zenobia. A bright red glow appeared from the night piece. Then a magic circle appeared around Zenobia, who watched on curiously. By the power invested in me, I command that you be reborn under the house of Grimoire as my knight. As Rias spoke, the chess piece that Zenobia was holding slowly sank into her chest. Zenobia blinked several times while the bright glow surrounding her died down. And that's it, Rias said with a smile. You are now officially a devil. How do you feel, Zenobia? Asked Irina, worried. I don't feel any different, to be honest, Zenobia admitted as she looked herself over. You won't feel that many physical changes, but you might feel a bit different tomorrow. However, they will be small differences, Rias remarked. I see. Zenobia stood up and bowed toward Rias. Thank you, Rias Grimoire. No, thank you, Rias Senpai. I'll do my best to live up to your expectations. I'm sure you'll do fine. It was really late by the time Rias finished turning Zenobia into a devil. After she finished brushing her teeth and entering the room that belonged to her and Naruto, it was already early morning. She sighed but quickly removed her clothes and walked over to the bed. Naruto was already asleep. Of course, he wasn't alone. Ravel, Kaneko, and Ophis were all asleep as well. She watched the group as they snored away. Kaneko was making soft whistling noises, Ravel was mumbling in her sleep, and Naruto had a snot bubble blowing from his nose. The only one not doing something weird was Ophis. Crawling into bed, Rias slid in until Ravel was sleeping on Naruto alongside Kaneko. The blonde man grunted as the added weight put pressure on his ribcage, but then he settled back down, allowing her to use his shoulder as a pillow. Finally, after several hours of having wanted nothing more than this moment, Rias went to sleep. Devil Ninja. Naruto woke up the next morning to the feeling of something soft, wet, and slightly rough engulfing him. Gritting his teeth, he opened his eyes and looked around the bedroom. Rias was still sleeping on his left. Ravel and Ophis were on his right. He couldn't see Kaneko, but there was a large lump in his blanket right next to his crotch. Pulling the blanket up, Naruto discovered Kaneko with her mouth wrapped around him. Her soft lips had engulfed him until her nose was pressed firmly against his skin, and he could feel her breathing on him. He lifted the blanket. She had looked up, so he had a perfect view of her beautiful yellow eyes framed by white hair and cat ears. Kone. NNN. Naruto bit back a surprised cry of pleasure when Kaneko used her tongue to great effect. Damn, if she was a Pokemon and this was a lick attack, it would have been super effective. Gnashing his teeth together to keep from crying out, he placed his hands on Kaneko's ears and began sensually rubbing them. This caused Kaneko to begin purring. The feeling of her throat vibrating was far too much for Naruto, and with a startled grunt, he shot his seed directly into her stomach. Ha, ha. As Naruto took several deep breaths and tried to get his breathing under control, Kaneko crawled up his legs until she was straddling him. She rubbed her sodden entrance against his flaccid member. A jolt of pleasure raced through his body as he became wedged between her plump lips. She was using her own love nectar to liberally coat him in her juices. Kaneko placed her hands on his chest and rocked her hips back and forth, her eyes closing as she meowed and ground her wet mound into him. Kaneko, Naruto said, half whisper and half groan. What are you doing? Not responding with words at first, Kaneko, who had taken off all of her clothes and exposed every part of her body to him, leaned forward until she was lying on top of him. Naruto could say nothing as her lips hampered his. However, rather than continuing to question what she wanted, he kissed her back as she slipped her small cat tongue inside of his mouth and continued grinding their pelvises together. Her juices were leaking out of her and creating a slippery sensation that made him wish he could purr like Kaneko did. I want you right now, Kaneko said the moment she released his mouth from their intense and sloppy kiss. Rias Senpai has been hogging you all to herself, and I'm tired of it. We're going to have sex, so shut up and take it. Naruto had no idea what he was supposed to say to Kaneko's forceful words. Of course, it wasn't like he could say anything because Kaneko began kissing him again. By now, Naruto had pretty much given up on trying to get anything more out of her anyway. He could have forced her off. He was stronger than her. However, he barely pondered the idea for a second before discarding it. He was horny as hell now. No way he was going to pass up on the opportunity for sex. As they continued their sloppy exchange, Kaneko reached down and wrapped her small fingers around his shaft, which had been soaked in her juices. She began stroking him. Naruto's breathing picked up as he tried hard not to groan into her mouth. "Do you like that?" asked Kaneko. Her voice was soft, barely above a whisper, and none of the bland dryness that usually made up her tone was present. He'd rarely ever heard Kaneko speak with this much passion. I do," Naruto admitted. "It feels so good." "Good. I'm going to make you feel better." Kaneko moved her hips forward and used her hand to line him up with her womanhood. She bit her lips as she slowly inserted the tip of his head inside of her. Naruto felt like he was going to explode. It was just the tip, but her body was so tight that it felt like she was squeezing him dry. Wincing as she pushed more and more of him inside of her, Kaneko's walls slowly expanded to accommodate him. Inch after inch was engulfed, until he was about a third of the way inside of her. However, at this point, Kaneko stopped and her eyes became uncertain. Naruto wondered why at first, but then he felt the soft membrane that was stopping him from going any further. "Do you want to just do it like this?" asked Naruto. "We don't have to go any further." Kaneko shook her head. "I want this, Hgen." With a pained groan, Kaneko pushed herself down on him further, breaking through her hymen and bottoming out. Her arms lost their strength and she fell forward into his chest. Breathing like she'd just run across the globe without stopping, the young cat-devil hybrid shuddered several times. Naruto shuddered as well, but that was because he was inside of her and her walls were convulsing around him. The feelings were incredible. He'd never experienced a sensation quite like this. "I feel like you're crushing me," Naruto muttered. "I feel like you're breaking me," Kaneko shot back. "That makes us even." Naruto chortled a little, but then he hissed when Kaneko began rocking her hips back and forth. He grabbed onto her hips and began kneading them. His massage caused Kaneko to meow and purr before she placed her mouth against his neck and began lifting off the sweat. Gasping, Naruto decided to go another step further. He reached behind her butt and plunged one finger into her hole. "Nya." Kaneko actually released a startled cry, but it was restrained by her gasp. Not there. "It seems this is pretty sensitive," Naruto muttered as he rubbed his finger inside of her. "Do you have a sensitive ass, Kaneko?" "It's not. Nya." Kaneko arched her back and opened her mouth as he began pumping his finger inside of her. Drool began leaking down her mouth and dripping off her chin as he continued. Her hips seemed to move without conscious thought as he kept up his actions. Her butt was a bit dry, and she'd probably be sore tomorrow. "I'll just help her spread some Vaseline on it or something." "Ha, ha, hyk, Naruto, ha, that feels so good." "It's too good. Stop, please." When Kaneko began speaking with a strange lisp, Naruto felt like he was going to die. He looked at the catgirl above him. Her ears were twitching wildly, as was her tail. Similarly, her insides were pulsating. The feeling of her walls as they twitched against him was unbelievable. He already knew he wasn't going to last for much longer. "Kaneko," he began, "you're the best pussy ever." On any other occasion, Kaneko would have snorted and replied with a dry and witty quip, but in that moment, Naruto leaned up and claimed her mouth, pushing his tongue inside of her and stirring up saliva between them. At the same time, he inserted another finger inside of her and rocked his hips. Kaneko released a loud scream that was only partially muffled by their kiss. He felt her walls clenched around him like she was sucking him dry, and then he released his load inside of her. He was sure his sperm had reached her womb. Naruto fell back onto the bed and Kaneko came with him. Their heavy breathing was the only thing they heard in the room. Pulling his fingers out of Kaneko, Naruto placed his hands on her back and began stroking her like one might a cat. Kaneko released several low and soft purrs as she licked his chest. The warmth of her softy body pressed down on him. Despite having just woken up only a short 15 or so minutes ago, Naruto was incredibly tempted to fall back asleep. "You two seem to be having fun." Unfortunately, a voice stopped him. Turning his head, Naruto grimaced when he saw Rias lying on her side, wide awake as she rested her head on her hand and stared at him and Kaneko with half-lidded and annoyed eyes. Rias, good morning. Naruto said. It's certainly a good morning for two of us, at least, Rias replied with sharp words. I can't believe you two had sex while I was sleeping right next to you. Before Naruto could respond to Rias and her harsh words, another voice spoke up, causing Naruto to turn his head. Revel and Ophis were wide awake. While Ophis was staring at the spot between his and Kaneko's legs, Revel was looking all over the place as steam poured from her ears like she was gonna catch fire. Well, yeah, I got nothing, Naruto finally admitted with a sigh. He looked at the catgirl still purring on his chest. She didn't look like she was going to get off anytime soon. You got anything to say, Kaneko? Kaneko lifted her head from Naruto's chest and gazed at Revel. Her eyes were half-lidded, and there was the most satisfied smile on her face that Naruto had ever seen. She looked like the cat that got the cream, which, when he really thought about it, might have been the most accurate use of the term he'd ever thought of. Yakitori is just jealous that we had sex first. What? I am not jealous, Revel said hotly. However, while her words were indeed filled with anger, the way she kept looking down at where his and Kaneko's hips had been joined betrayed her. Why would I be jealous? Naruto and I have already had sex. I can't believe I just said that. Revel began blushing up a storm as everyone stared at her. Or so KFC says, but I don't believe her. I am not fried chicken. As the two girls began arguing, or rather, as Kaneko mercilessly made fun of Revel for still being a virgin while her cherry was officially popped, Naruto wondered if there was some way to quietly slip out of the room. He glanced at Rias, who looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Realizing she probably wouldn't help him, he looked over at Ophis. However, he felt some sweat drip down his forehead when he saw how intently she was staring at him with frightening intensity. I want you to do to me what you did to the cat, Ophis said. What are you saying, Ophis? Revel shrieked. Why you can't say stuff like that so shamelessly. It's unladylike. So, Ophis tilted her head. I'm not a lady, I'm a dragon. Dragons were technically genderless. Naruto heard from Azazel that Ophis had been in disguise as an old man several centuries ago. That, Revel was pointing at Ophis now, her eyes widened in disbelief. Look at how red Yakitori is, Kaneko teased. She looks like she's about to become extra crispy. It was a testament to her shock that Revel didn't even respond. Naruto stared at the wide-eyed girl for a moment, then turned his head to Rias. He was surprised to see the redhead climb out of bed and wander over to her dresser, where she grabbed some underwear and a shirt. Rias, a little help please, Naruto said. Taking one look at the situation Naruto was in, Rias suddenly gave him an extra bright smile. Naruto could not keep himself from shuddering. But you look so comfortable. Why would I possibly help you? Anyway, I'm taking a shower. See you all during breakfast. Naruto could have cried out and demanded that she help him. He could have also used his physical strength to break away from these girls, but he didn't. He laid his head back on the bed, tried to ignore the feeling of his and Kaneko's love juices as they dripped down between his legs, and also did his best not to listen to Ophis as she demanded he have sex with her. Was this what people meant when they said you should start the weekday right? Devil Ninja. Naruto wouldn't say the occult research clubroom was awkward, but there was certainly a tension of atmosphere as he sat between Revel and Kaneko. The two of them had not stopped glaring at each other all day. To make matters worse, Ophis had not removed herself from his lap since he arrived. He was normally more than happy to pamper her, but ever since she changed her appearance to one that was older and more, how should he say it, stacked, he couldn't see her in the same light. Of course, there was also the fact that Rias had left him to fend for himself this morning. That had been mean. Of course, she'd given him a big hug and a kiss when they parted ways at school, but even so, she didn't have to leave him while those two argued, did she? How cruel could his girlfriend be? Now that everyone is here, I believe we should decide on what to do for the upcoming culture festival, Rias said. By everyone, Rias meant the entire occult research club, which included more than just Naruto and his harem. There was also Issei, Asia, Kiba, Rainier, Zenobia, and Irina, who were currently sitting on the opposite couch. While it looked like Zenobia and Irina were having a nice conversation with Asia, one of them kept glancing his way with a frown. Not only were they present, so was Akino, who stood beside Rias, Azazel, Rainer's former teammate Mittelt, and Rossweiss. Gasper was also present, but the poor boy was hiding inside of his box. "Why should we bother doing something for this stupid culture festival?" asked Mittelt. She was standing off to the side, her arms crossed and a haughty look on her face. Naruto thought she was displeased because she couldn't wear her Lolita cosplay. "Because the culture festival is an important part of our life here at high school," Rias replied with a smile, one that became far darker as the seconds passed. "And if you don't help, I'll let Naruto play with you." At those words, Mittelt suddenly paled and glanced at Naruto. He tossed her a wink. The girl shuddered and looked away. "I'll help," she said meekly. Naruto wasn't bothered by how Rias used his actions to quell Mittelt's rebelliousness and make her submissive. It was, after all, part of the reason he acted the way he did. Instead, he tried to think about what he believed they should do for the culture festival. Sadly, he was drawing a blank. "What do clubs normally do for school festivals?" he asked. "It depends on the club," Kiba replied as he sat next to Issei with his arms crossed and his left leg on his right knee. "I know that the Kendo club usually does kino demonstrations, but a lot of sports clubs will often do food stands. The basketball club is doing a taiyaki stand this year, I believe." "What about non-sports clubs?" asked Naruto. "I think the literature club is writing a book on the history of the school and its 7 mysteries," Revel informed him. "Since the theme is the history of Kuo Academy, a lot of clubs have similar ideas. Mine and Kaniko's class is creating a cafe with a theme centered around the sort of fashion students of the school have been wearing for the last 20 years when they are off campus." "Fashion, huh," Naruto muttered, but he was still drawing a blank. "What if we did a haunted house?" asked Issei. "Oh, that sounds fun." Asia clapped her hands. Zenobia and Irina nodded along, but Revel cupped her chin in thought. "It could certainly work, but since the theme is the history of Kuo, we would have to expand on the haunted house idea by incorporating ghost stories from students in the past into our haunted house." "That reminds me, just how old is Kuo Academy?" asked Irina. "It's only about 20 years old," Rias answered. "My family bought it back when the rating game and evil peace system had been implemented. The idea was to find promising young women who could become members of our peerage." "Why only women?" asked Irina. "Because our family also owned an all-boys school to find promising male candidates there," Rias answered, and everyone who didn't already know that, including Naruto, went, "Ah." After the group fell silent, Rias continued. "I think the haunted house idea is a good one. We can talk to former graduates of Kuo Academy and even members of the college division. A lot of the people who graduated now work for Grimoire Large Enterprise. I could easily ask my parents if they'd let me get in touch with some of their employees and ask about any ghost stories that happened in the past." Naruto listened to all this with increasing excitement. He'd never actually been part of a school festival before. It wasn't like they'd ever had festivals back at the Ninja Academy. What would they do? Show their parents how to throw a kunai? Most of their parents already knew that. And the ones who didn't were civilians that would totally flip their shit if they saw their kids playing with sharp objects used to stab people. "So what do you need in order to make this haunted house?" asked Naruto. Rias tilted her head a little as she thought about the question, then began ticking things off on her fingers. "We'll need art supplies to create the haunted house, costumes to wear, makeup, Halloween decorations, and several other supplies. I'll look at our club's budget and draw up a list of things we need to buy. Once that's done, we can begin actually making everything and setting it up." "So the haunted house is a go." "Ah yeah, I am so psyched for this." Issei cheered. "You seem pretty happy eyes," Asia said. "Of course, don't you know, haunted houses means Halloween, and Halloween means I get to see all of you in sexy costumes." As the perverted young man began blushing, obviously dreaming of what all the girls would be wearing, Irina gave the boy a hard stare. She didn't seem as pleased by his perverse comment. Naruto thought she'd be used to it. Issei had always been a perv bag. "Haunted house doesn't mean sexy costumes, sleazeball," Kaniko's words were as sharp as her claws. You can't scare people if you're dressed like a slut. Hey, a guy can dream, can't he? Issei shouted. Whatever floats your boat. Just don't dream of me. Kaniko shrugged. A haunted house, huh? Kiba smiled. That sounds like fun. I'm pretty excited, Naruto added. I've never made a haunted house before, but I have loads of scary ideas. I'll also help however I can, Rossweiss added, but Azazel stopped her. We can't help them. He shook his head. Here in Japan, culture festivals like this one are left up to the students. It's meant to show their independence and creativity. If teachers got involved, it would ruin the whole point of having a festival. But, I can tell them where all the great 100 yen shops are so they don't get ripped off buying supplies. Rossweiss tried to explain, only for Azazel to shake his head once again. Yufufu, I think it's safe to say we know what we're going to be doing this year, Akino said. It certainly seems that way, Rias added with a smile. Devil Ninja. The week passed relatively quickly, despite the fact that Naruto thought school was incredibly boring. He chalked it up to the school's upcoming culture festival and the work they were putting in to make it a success. During this time, their classes had been cancelled so they could work on the culture festival, which meant doing a lot of busy work that involved building props, buying supplies, and rushing from homeroom to their clubs, where they invariably did more or less the same thing. Naruto's class was doing a biker gang cafe in honor of a group of girls who attended 10 years ago. The women were going to be dressing up as a biker gang, getting fake tattoos, and even carrying styrofoam bats and other weapons that gangs like that apparently used. One girl had even suggested they create a fake motorcycle to display in the cafe. Of course, they didn't have the budget for that, so the idea was thrown out the window. Most of the work involved creating props, costumes, interior decoration, and coming up with a menu. On that note, the boys would be doing all the cooking since the cafe was meant to represent the all-girls biker gang from 10 years ago. This was on top of the work they were doing for the Occult Research Club. Rias had indeed given them all a list of supplies to buy, and once everything had been brought, the work on constructing a realistic haunted house had begun. On that note, Rossweiss nearly had a conniption when she found out they weren't using the 100 yen stores she suggested they shop at. Naruto, being the creative prankster that he was, had been given the task of using the information gained from former graduates to create realistic and frightening recreations of various horror stories. Sadly, most of those horror stories involved panty thieves and peeping toms, so a lot of them had to be discarded for the sake of keeping everything family-friendly. It wasn't like they could realistically recreate those stories without anyone who traveled through their haunted house feeling violated. He ended up using mostly the ghost stories about girls drowning and a woman who hung herself with her own hair. Actually, that last one of his was pretty impressive, if he did say so himself. Before Naruto knew it, the weekend was upon them and the Grimoire peerage was off to the underworld, where they had a mass interview alongside Sarorg and his peerage in preparation for the upcoming raiding game. Hey, I think I remember this place, Naruto exclaimed as their group stood in front of a gigantic hotel. It easily towered over just about everything else. He couldn't even count how many stories it was. This is where we stayed the last time we were in the underworld, Rias said. Come on, we have to travel all the way to the 60th floor. That's where the interview is being held. 60th, Naruto muttered. What an insane number of floors. Their group entered the hotel, where they were greeted by a devil in a business suit. Naruto thought the look suited him for reasons he couldn't quite explain. Maybe he'd seen a devil in a business suit in one of the anime Rias made him watch. He couldn't remember. In either event, the devil explained that everyone else was already present and waiting for their arrival. You all need to hurry and get ready, he told them as they made for the elevator. We're not running behind schedule, but the interview is expected to air in less than half an hour. We understand, Rias said, doing all the talking. We'll get ready quickly. Fortunately, we don't have to change into anything. I think having everyone see us in our natural clothes would help show our true selves. That's fine, the man said. They entered the elevator, and the devil pressed the button that would take them to the 60th floor. Are you nervous? Kiba asked Naruto. Why would I be nervous? Naruto tilted his head. Kiba shrugged. Well, I'm nervous as hell, Issei admitted. I'm afraid I'll say the wrong thing and everyone will laugh at me. You always say the wrong thing, Kaneko and Naruto said at the same time. Thanks. Way to give me a confidence boost that I won't make a fool of myself. Issei's shoulders slumped. Yufufu. Akano giggled a little, but when Issei looked in her direction, she stopped laughing and looked away. The elevator eventually stopped on floor 60, and the group was hustled into a large hall, all the way to the end, where a massive set of double doors was waiting for them. A pair of devil guards opened the doors. On the other side was a large room that had been set up for the interview. There were 2 tables set up for the respective peerages to sit. Meanwhile, 3 chairs were set in the center of these tables. Cameras were everywhere and dozens of people had already filled the seats near the back. Those people turned to stare at them as they entered. Now I'm feeling a little nervous, Asia said as she walked closer to Issei. I'm sure you'll do fine, Issei said. I'll be here every step of the way. Thanks, eyes. I feel better knowing that. While his words caused Asia to beam, they caused Xenovia, Irina, and Akano to frown. Naruto could only shake his head. You might be fine, but I'm scared. Gasper, wearing a bag over his head, grabbed Naruto's arm. This is scary even with the bag over my head. Naruto just sighed and patted the poor boy on the head. For a hikikomori like Gasper Vladdy, attending an interview that would be broadcast all across the underworld was sure to be frightening. Sarorg and his peerage were already present. Most of them were sitting at one of 2 tables, but Sarorg Bale himself was in one of the chairs at the very center of the room. The devil who brought them up here directed their group to the table reserved for them, while Rias was asked to sit next to Sarorg. A flurry of activity went up as everyone got ready to start the interview. Lights were turned on, cameramen got ready, and a gorgeous devil in a sophisticated and sharp suit sat on the interviewer's chair. And we're going live in 3, 2, 1, the cameraman counted down and then the light on stage turned green, signaling that it was time for them to start. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Underworld CNN. I'm Catherine McDowell, and with me are the 2 upcoming young devils who will be fighting in next week's rating game. The interview went about as expected. The woman asked Rias and Sarorg how they felt about the game, what they wanted to come away with, and whether or not they believed they had a chance at winning. Of course, both of them expressed their confidence in their peerages and said they wouldn't go easy on their opponent. After the interview with Rias and Sarorg were conducted, the interviewer opened questions to the audience. A lot of the audience members had questions for Rias and Sarorg, but there were also many for the more prominent members of their respective peerages. Sarorg's peerage received more questions. Naruto believed it was because they were better known, having already proven themselves in numerous rating games before. I have a question for Naruto Uzumaki. Someone suddenly said, shocking Naruto. Leaning into the microphone that had been placed in front of him, Naruto said, yes. What's your question? Is it true that you fought against the entire Greek pantheon and nearly won? Asked the man. I kicked their asses good, Naruto responded immediately. Naruto. Rias snapped. Sorry, Naruto said. His answer caused the members in the audience to chuckle. Feeling a little better now that he had made everyone laugh, he gave them a more serious answer. I wouldn't say I won, nearly or otherwise. It was more like I was able to hold them off long enough for everyone else to accomplish their goal. But it is true that you fought the entire Greek pantheon by yourself. The man asked for confirmation. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then shrugged. It was only the major gods like Zeus, Poseidon, Hera, and Athena, but yes. His words caused everyone to go still for a moment, but then the entire group of Devil News reporters was bombarding him with questions. Naruto realized he'd suddenly become a lot more popular in the underworld since his battle against the Greek pantheon. Naruto, is it true that you shoved your fingers up Zeus' butt? Naruto, what is with your infatuation with little girls? Naruto. So many people began asking Naruto questions that the interviewer had to call for them to cease and desist. She told them they needed to wait patiently for him to answer one of their questions. Everyone calmed down, though from the way they shook in their seats, they were clearly restraining themselves a great deal. For the rest of the interview, Naruto became the main subject, with a few questions for Issei regarding his love for Oppai thrown in. Devil Ninja, Naruto sat back on his bed and sighed. That interview had lasted nearly all day. It was so late that Rias had decided not to bother hopping on a train to leave the underworld, and they would be staying inside of the hotel instead. This meant everyone had their own room, including him. He was a little surprised when Rias had not given them a shared room, but perhaps there was some political reason for that. Naruto didn't know. As he sat there on the bed, someone knocked at his door. "Who is it?" he asked. "It's me." That was Rias' voice. "I was wondering if you wanted to take a bath with me. I've reserved the hot springs for us." "Oh." Naruto stood up from his bed and opened the door. "Sure, I don't mind heading to the hot springs with you." Naruto paused when he finished opening the door, his eyes landing on Rias before shifting his gaze to Revel. The blonde Phoenix heiress was standing just slightly behind Rias as though hiding from him. When she saw that he was looking at her, she glanced away, causing him to look at his girlfriend with a raised eyebrow. Revel was standing indecisively by the door, so I'm inviting her along. Rias smiled at him. "I hope that's okay." "Yeah, that's fine." He looked at Revel. "Do you want to come with us?" Ahem. I mean, of course I do. We're, kinda dating, and it isn't like we haven't been intimate before." So, while Revel tried to start out strong, she began poking her fingers toward the end there. Naruto didn't let that bother him. "Well, all right then. I'm assuming this place provides towels?" Naruto asked as he grabbed his keycard, closed his door, and stepped into the hallway. "They do," Rias said with a nod. "That's good because I didn't actually bring anything with me." The three of them began walking down the hallway, entered an elevator that took them to the first floor, and walked down another hallway as Rias led them to the hot springs changing rooms. While the hot springs was apparently meant for mixed bathing from a certain time, it only allowed mixed bathing later at night. Like now, the changing rooms were separated by male and female. Naruto undressed and found a towel hanging off a nearby rack. When he entered the hot spring, Naruto needed to stop for just a moment to admire it. He had seen better hot springs. Hell, the hot spring in his house was better than this was, but even so, he had to admire the unique Japanese aesthetic this hotel's hot spring had going for it. Despite being indoors, the hot spring was surrounded by colorful blossoms and the spring itself was outlined by large rocks. It looked almost like a natural hot spring. As he stood there admiring the scenery, the sliding door to his left opened and two people stepped out. He recognized Rias and Revel, if not by their respective red and blonde hair, then by the impressive size of their busts. Rias was not holding a towel to her body, which meant he could see her large breasts in all their magnificence. Revel, on the other hand, was, and she looked a little embarrassed as she squeezed her chest together. He thought the contrast they represented was hot. Issei would have been so jealous of him. "This is a really nice hot spring," Rias said with an approving nod. "I think so too," he agreed. Wearing a smile, Rias took his hand. "Come on, let me wash your back." Naruto was directed to sit down on a stool. Rias then squirted some soap into her hand from a jar, but she didn't lather it on her hands. She smeared the soap all over her breasts and lathered it until it had become a rich foam, and then she pressed her chest against Naruto's back. "HNNN. A loud groan escaped Naruto's mouth as Rias began using her breasts to clean him off. They both knew breast cleaning was actually impractical and didn't really clean people, but neither of them cared. Rias began breathing heavily as she squished her boobs together and used them as a loofah for his back. However, just as Naruto was getting worked up as well, a loud squeak made him remember they had a watcher. "Revel." Rias gestured toward the girl with a smile. "Come here. Me." Revel pointed to herself. "Yes, you. Do you see any other Revel here?" I guess not." Rias gave Revel an amused look. "Come on. Get over here. Help me clean Naruto." Revel looked indecisive for a moment, but then she nodded and wandered over to them with small footsteps. "What should I do?" she asked. "Clean his front please." His front. You mean like, well, I'm already cleaning his back, so someone else needs to clean his front, right? Naruto wondered what Rias was trying to do with this, but she just pushed her boobs harder against his chest, to the point where he felt her stiff nipples drilling into his back. He sucked in a deep breath. As the sensation of Ria's massive tits pressing against him caused a pleasurable shiver to run down his spine, Ravel finally made her decision. He became shocked when she knelt before him. "Are you really going to do this?" he asked. It's not like I haven't seen you naked before," Ravel said. This sort of thing is just the next logical step. That would sound so much more convincing if you weren't looking away when you said it. Whatever. Ravel huffed. "Not only have we taken a bath, but you've touched me all over my body anyway. It's only fair that I do the same to you." "I guess you bring up a good point. Right, so hold still while I clean you off." Unlike Rias, who had basically made Naruto her dancing pole, Ravel was a lot more reserved when washing him. She used a loofah, an actual loofah and not a titty loofah. Still, it was nice having a beautiful blonde girl cleaning him. What's more, even though she was still wearing a towel, Naruto had a great view of her cleavage, which he didn't think she realized because of how focused she was on his chest. It wasn't until she got to his legs that things changed. Naruto. Ravel sounded uncertain. "Yes, your thing, it's..." Naruto didn't know what she was talking about at first, but then he looked down and saw the pitch tent in his towel. He looked from his hidden erection to Ravel. The blonde girl was staring at it with something that was like a mixture of shock, curiosity, and shame. "Do you want to touch it?" he asked. Ravel looked up at him, but then she looked at Rias. There was a question in her eyes. "Go ahead," Rias said. "You are dating him too, right?" "It's fine." Ravel licked her lips as she reached out and grabbed the towel. He thought her small tongue was cute, and as she removed the towel from his waist, allowing his erection to spring free, he wondered what it would feel like if she licked him with that tongue. "It's so big," she whispered. "Aren't they supposed to be smaller?" "Are they?" Naruto asked. "I saw Riser's once. His was smaller," Ravel said. "That must have been pleasant," Rias said sarcastically. "I don't know about other guys," Naruto said with a shrug. "But this is mine." Ravel didn't say anything at first, but she slowly reached out and placed her hands around his shaft. Naruto bit his lip to stop himself from groaning. However, he couldn't stop himself from twitching in her hands. Ravel jerked away in surprise at first, but then she placed her hands around it again and began stroking it. "It's kinda cute," she mumbled. Naruto wasn't sure how he felt about his dick being called cute. "Isn't it?" Rias agreed. He also wasn't sure how he felt about Rias agreeing. His breathing grew heavy as Ravel continued giving him a very light handjob. She wasn't the best, but that was because she didn't have experience, unlike Rias who'd done just about everything under the sun with him. Paiserie was her personal specialty. Still, Ravel's soft hands felt incredible against his searing hot skin. "Try sucking on it," Rias suggested as she wound her arms around Naruto's chest and began massaging him. Naruto bit his lip when she pinched his nipples. Ravel's cheeks flared incandescent. "Sucking on it? I don't know." "Go on. This is something you'll do at some point anyway. You might as well learn how to do it properly now." "Okay." Tentatively agreeing with Rias, Ravel leaned forward and very softly licked his head. It was no more than a simple touching of her tongue. Ravel leaned back for a second, but then she licked it again, and it was longer this time. "It tastes salty," she said before began licking it in earnest. "But for some reason, it's also kind of addictive." Naruto tried not to release his load as Ravel coated him in her saliva. It was very different from what he was used to. Not only was her tongue small and soft, but her embarrassed expression as she did it was really turning him on for some reason. "Ravel, if you keep doing that, He tried to warn Ravel that he was going to come if she kept this up, but Ravel didn't seem to be listening anymore. Naruto realized why when he looked down and found one of Ravel's hands underneath her towel. She was masturbating while she gave him head. That thought alone was enough to make him lose control. Ravel squeaked when hot and sticky white fluids shot from him and sprayed her in the face. I'm sorry, Ravel, he apologized. I didn't mean to hit you like that. Did you get any in your eyes? No, I'm fine. Ravel blinked several times before she reached up, scooped some of the white fluid on her fingers, and stuck it in her mouth. She made a face. It's kinda sweet, but it's also kinda bitter. That bitterness is probably from all the ramen Naruto eats, Rias said. I tell him to lay off all the time, but he never listens. That's because ramen is the food of the gods, Naruto quipped. Why would I stop eating it? I'll never believe that. Anyway, we should get Revel cleaned off next since she's covered in your spunk. Right. Naruto couldn't say anything to that, so they had Revel sit on the stool next and began cleaning her off. While Revel protested for a while, she ended up relenting, though he was sure she didn't expect Rias to clean her off by licking her face. Hey, what are you doing? Cut that out, Aya. I can't stop. You've got Naruto's seed all over you. Don't you know it's a waste not to drink every last drop? That doesn't mean you have to, Haya. Revel unleashed something that was like a moan and a squeak when Naruto slipped his hands inside of her towel and began cleaning off her chest with soap. She unleashed several of these noises as he rubbed her chest, pinched her nipples, and kissed her back. Matters only became more complicated when he placed a hand over her crotch and began rubbing her. The girl could do nothing as the two played with her until she was a breathing, blushing wreck. I think she's clean, Rias said with a satisfied tone of voice. Let's get in the bath. The bath? Revel asked. Yes, the bath. Come on. Rias led Revel by the hand and stepped into the bath, Naruto following behind her. She allowed the blonde girl to sit down in between them. Now sandwiched between Naruto and Rias, Revel seemed to have become aware of her new situation and was unsure of where to look. Revel, do you want to have sex with Naruto? What? It's a simple question. Well, that is. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but the two of you are dating, and it is only a matter of time before you marry him. You know it's okay for you to tell your boyfriend you want to have sex, right? Revel said nothing, prompting Rias to ask again. Do you want to have sex with Naruto? Knowing better than to speak up, Naruto didn't talk and instead studied Revel's face. Her cheeks were flushed beet red. It wasn't from the steam either. They hadn't been in that long. Finally, after what felt like several hours, Revel nodded, though she still refused to look at either of them. Well, Rias looked at Naruto. I think that counts as permission. I think so too. Placing a hand under her chin, Naruto turned Revel's head toward him and tilted it up. Her eyes grew wide as he leaned down. Naruto-sama, her mouth became hampered by Naruto's. She didn't have a chance to say more than his name before he slipped his tongue into her mouth. Her muffled moans were so cute that he couldn't resist it anymore. Lowering his hand, he bypassed her chest for now and went straight for the prize. The area between her legs was soft and warm. She had very plump lips, and as he rubbed them with his hands, her lips became engorged. The volume of her voice also increased. As Naruto played with her smooth, soft lips, stroking them with a combination of feather-light touches and vigorous rubbing, Rias leaned down and took one of Revel's nipples into her mouth. HYK. HNNN. Revel's entire body seemed to jerk as Rias played with her nipple, visibly rolling it between her tongue. The nipple had already grown increasingly stiff and pointed. It was easy for Rias to put it in her mouth. Why does this feel so, HYK? Why does this feel so good? Do you like it when I suck on your nipple? Asked Rias. I do. And when Naruto plays with your cute pussy? I do. Naruto finally inserted a finger into Revel after getting her good and wet. Revel's hands went to his arm. He didn't think she was asking him to stop, since she'd already given him permission. It seemed more like a reflexive action. In either event, Naruto curled his finger inside of her and found the slightly ridged spot that caused her body to violently clench. A few seconds later, Revel went limp. Is she okay? Asked Rias as she removed her mouth from Revel's nipple. Naruto took one glance at the breast coated in Rias' saliva and wondered if he should play with it next. Not sure. You all right, Revel? Naruto asked. I'm fine, Revel said in a slurred voice. She says she's fine, Naruto confirmed. Then why don't we move on to the next step, Rias suggested. Naruto knew what she meant, and so he placed his hands underneath Revel's armpits and lifted her onto his lap. He didn't insert himself yet. Revel was still limp as a soggy noodle. She fell back against his chest, so he just sat there with his erection sandwiched between her soft thighs. It was rubbing against her plump, engorged lips, which was an amazing feeling all its own. Finally, she began coming to. Naruto, what is this? She asked. This is, probably your last chance to back out, he admitted. I don't know how much more I can stop myself, so if you want to stop now, this is your chance. Go ahead, Ravel said without hesitating, though she did stutter. I want this too. Naruto nodded and placed his hands on her thighs. Ravel released a startled and embarrassed shriek as he spread her legs and placed them on either side of his. With her legs spread wide, Naruto grabbed his erection and maneuvered it so he was caressing her lips. He bit his lip to keep from groaning as he inserted just the tip. From his around-the-shoulder view, he couldn't quite see how he was spreading her lips apart, but as he inserted more of himself inside of her, he could feel how her tight walls were clamping down on him. This feels like it's gonna break me in half. Ravel cried out. Should I stop? No. Don't stop. Don't stop now. If you dare stop, I'll go insane. Naruto nodded as he put his hands on her waist, lifted her up just a little, and then slammed her back down. Ravel's mouth opened wide as she released a loud scream. He'd buried himself up to the hilt inside of her. He tried not to move, though it was hard because being inside of her felt amazing. Ravel was tight but more compliant and yielding than Kaneko. If he had to describe it with words, it was like her insides were soft and squishy, but they were also vice-like. Are you okay? Asked Naruto when Ravel calmed down. Yes, I'm all right. You can move now, Ravel said, panting. I'm moving now then. Since they were sitting, it was hard for Naruto to rock his hips, so instead, he lifted Ravel off his erection, and then pushed her back down while thrusting his hips up. Ravel let out a soft moan the first time he did this. However, once he began picking up the pace, the sound and intensity of her moans turned into screams. HYK, oh, that, why does that feel so, HYK? On, I feel like my mind is going to break. It's going blank. I'm losing my mind. Oh, Satan. Naruto understood how she felt. He felt much the same. Her tight passage was squeezing him for all he was worth. It was an unbelievable feeling that he wished could last forever. Had they not been in the water, he was sure the lewd squelching emitted from the actions would have made him lose control. I'm glad you two are getting so enthusiastic. Rias stood up and moved in front of them. However, don't think I'm going to let you two be the only ones having fun here. Crawling onto Naruto's legs, Rias leaned over Ravel and presented her breasts to the other girl. Suck on them please. Naruto thought Ravel would say no, or maybe she would get embarrassed and panic, but that didn't happen. Ravel leaned forward and took one of Rias' nipples into her mouth, sucking on it and swirling her tongue around it. Rias released an appreciative noise as Ravel made her nipples grow hard. Then Rias began rubbing her own engorged lips against Naruto's leg. Her could feel how her lips spread apart against his leg as she ground against him. Had they not been in the hot spring, her actions would have left a wet trail across his skin. He didn't know how long they went at it like that, but Ravel eventually screamed around Rias' nipple and went slack again. Her arms went limp as she slumped forward. Rias caught the girl and held close, even as she continued rubbing herself against his leg. Rias, it's okay. She's still awake. As if responding to her words, Ravel rocked her hips back and forth, as though asking him to continue. Keep going. Naruto couldn't do anything else even if he wanted to. His mind was lost within a haze. He needed to come or he was gonna have blue balls. So he thrust his hips as he leaned forward and pulled Ravel until her back was pressing against his chest. He cupped her breasts and fondled them, playing with her nipples, rubbing them, and pushing them in. Ravel moaned as she tried to respond to him, but Rias had leaned down and claimed the blonde girl's lips with her own. This didn't seem to bother Ravel in the least as she kissed back. Naruto could actually see the tongue action going on between them. His ending came while Rias and Ravel were having a hot makeout session. He gritted his teeth and tried to hold it in for as long as possible, but then he exploded inside of Ravel, whose entire body stiffened to the point where she looked like she was made of wood. Her insides became warmer and wetter as she experienced her second orgasm of the night. This time, when she came down from her orgasmic high, she really did pass out. I think, Maybe it's a little too hot for her in this hot spring, Rias admitted with a flushed face. Despite having not been the one having sex, she looked ready to fall asleep. The combination of having sex with you in this heat must be getting to her. Ravel was lying against Naruto as she slept. He had his arms around her waist and was still buried inside of her. Despite having come twice, he remained hard as a rock. It was so hard he thought about giving it the name Rock Dick Jutsu. I guess we should get out then, he said with a sigh. I think that's a good idea. Rias climbed off him and stretched her arms above her head, her breasts jiggling from the action. Naruto, still buried inside of Ravel, grew stiffer. I'm feeling a little hot too. Then let's go. Naruto flinched a little as he removed his erect member from inside of Ravel, but then he scooped the girl into his arms and left the hot spring with Rias. They got dressed and dressed the still unconscious Ravel. Then they went to his bedroom, where the two continued what they started in the hot spring. Ravel would wake up again eventually, but she would be too embarrassed to join them for a second round. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment and subscribe, as well as checking out the author on fanfiction.net.